Have you ever wondered what happens after life? Does your spirit wander into eternal light? Euphoria, but I can feel and understand. Utopia, where I can be the perfect man. Walking on the water, see who I am. Breathing fire, feel what I am. I'm one and another. Trust who I am, who I've become. I am the sun. I am the sun.
Damn. Yo, what you building? Damn. How long you been doing this? It's crazy.
Man, I don't know what I'm building. I just know I'm building it. I'm building it. I'm building it. I'm an ancient author, erecting a monolith for stark minds out of decaying conquer, bleeding stigmata with my palms punctured. Standing next to Jesus, I could have piloted ponches, vomited violent promises of the sky were religious aeronautics. Leaving markers where my burial plot is, rotting carcasses with a carving cartridge and an awful darkness, trying to solve my own sordid catharsis. Trudging through my many mental muddy marshes, what my bloody pens involved with, scribbling in epitaphs of caution. Hereditary sorcerers where the awkward thoughts exist, in the fortresses and the metamorphosis, relic inside the door and mist. Automatic, autonomous, formless, formulas, more or less, oral, ornamented, torture, tournaments in front of an audience. I'm in God's lumberyard, stone cutter, mason, machinist, master woodsman, builder with a skill set that is set to the zenith. This sacred geometry built through a portal of mortal astronomy, heaven's prodigy, hoping that the earth don't open up and swallow me. Lord, I survived so many storms, but right now I'm barely holding on. God, please don't let me die tonight. God's carpenter, deep in the dark with just a pen and pad. It isn't much, but it is all I have. God, please don't let me die tonight. God's carpenter, You better bow down if you still doubt. Cause more murders than God if the Bible had a kill count. I invented this type of vivid lyrics. You could write a 16-bar and spit it, and I could write infinite bars about what was wrong with it. I'm an incredible writing specimen, an intellectual version of a one-way model. Meaning for what I do, I was born a perfect accident. Shit, or maybe my mind is cursed from massacring entire farce on Earth, causing modern climate to surge for me to write a violent verse. Opinion's the only thing you've ever contributed to the culture. Chino logo keloided on my back from the many knife punctures. Microphone shrapnel, shredded to a cross sculpture. Smelling the scent of revolting sofa, idolizing riding soldiers, poachers. These southern vultures do promotion in the back rooms, leaving rap rooms by the infusion of money chasing bad bones. I plan to be exiting mass soon. The only thing that's more of a waste of ink than the shit that you've written and turned into tunes is them shitty face tattoos.
Lord, I survived so many storms, but right now I'm barely holding on. God, please don't let me die tonight.
God's carpenter,
Deep in the dark with just a pen and pad. It isn't much, but it is all I have. God, please don't let me die tonight.
God's carpenter, tragic. My color poet palette, fabric so passionate compared to these basic rappers that can never match what's with it. They get casketed. I'm not fascinated. They just got more accolades. Actually, they all scream queens like Jamie Lee Curtis winning Oscars over Angela Bassett. It's blasphemous. Baptizing you in God's water like Poseidon. My words over refuge that my listeners can actually physically hide and feel me. Rain to the villain, got you feeling the whole vibe. An oceanic environment spilling, got you ready to dive in. God willing, I'm silent, but I gotta describe it. I'm earning an earnest pay like Ernest Hemingway, stranded on the Kurdish island with only a pen and peeled palm tree bark to describe with. Provocative, obstinate, bottomless novelist, your work weak. So this is my shift. Crazy. Sign right outside of my cage, say don't feed the beast. Pages get splashed with pain from my brain when Stu's feeding it beats. You beseech the heavens for the lyrical levels that I've reached. And everyone hails killer whales till we drown, fail, or get beached. See an enemy, I sting them like a sea anemone in an aquarium that an aquatic biologist acquired and decided to keep. I'm known for swimming in the deep. I'm modest, but my cot is sleek and demolishing your inferior thin product way before even dropping creek. You're mad at people that hate rap but only listen to me. Fuck only fans, you can see mad pussy in your mirror for free. God's carpenter, where I documented my pain. Noah was a conspiracy theorist, but then it started to rain.
On your journey to your highest self, you may not return that which has been gifted to you. However, you must strip and refine until anger has been bled and your purest love light shines. This can be messy and dangerous, and I would never lie to you and tell you that it's painless, but for the God inside and outside of you, this is your work: to destroy, to build, to discover and embrace your most magnificent self. My love, breathe, breathe, my love. These are the gems I gave to him, and so I give them to you.
Turned out the lights, everything has gone black. Where the stars at? Star maps can't adapt. Imagine a brilliant frequency of light to a single jet black. The secrecy of night, solitary in confinement, frozen in the vacuum. All alone like a golem in the statue. Saw the outline of a dark figure. Star killer, the bringer of a harsh winter. Make the heart beat quicker. Panicking, chugging on the hard meat liquor. Never really been afraid of the dark. The nightmare he was trapped in was taking him apart. Analyzing the mistakes he made within the maze. Hit him like a 50-foot wave. You did it to yourself, how you feeling? Step into the fire, now you bleed in. Breathe in. Reeking over weaklings, cowardice, crippled by fear. He was powerless. Dark figure stays meddlesome. Maybe you should face up to your skeletons. Too much to lose, no escape, too much to bruise. Fuck is he supposed to do? Trying to all out with a few cups of booze. Who turned out the lights? 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 Before illumination there was darkness. Before the stars lit, you could find him floating in oblivion. Think about his demons, hoping he was rid of them. Poor bastard, violin symphony, crickets, tumbleweeds, try and bring sympathy. You're on your own, son. It's a cold world, especially when you hold one. On the dark side of the moon, your boy's going nuts from the silence of doom. Lost my grip from the tether. Unless I find myself a way out, I'm trapped here forever. He wasn't over the shit yet. When his best friend passed away, he was totally shipwrecked. Tumbling further into the witch hex. At school, might have seen him in the playground. Corner of the eye, didn't pay him any mind. Maybe it's because he wasn't running with the greyhounds. He wasn't paying any bribes. He emerged from a parallel dimension. When entering the scene, he was not on your team. He was the shadow in the back, the one who saw every nightmare in every dream. See who turned out the lights. Who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights? Who turned out the lights?
Horror at the end. The lonely night, the deep vividness, hideous disappearance, nothing.
Greetings to you all. Welcome to the Machine Lives, where we talk about the lives of the machine on the machine that lies. We have a continuation of the content that we previously brought you here this evening, in terms of a continuation of the series about the historical setting of the Middle East. And since we are going to touch on the role of Jewish mysticism today, we just want to point out that we are not paying special attention to Jewish mysticism as a role in all of this, because we just touched on Gnosticism. We touched on different views of the Trinity. We touched on Islamic medieval philosophy, and we also touched on the historical role of the Christian Arabs. We looked at Avicenna. Okay, we looked at many different historical settings. Okay, we talked about the Khazars as well, and King Bulan, and we talked about the Jews in Egypt, especially in Alexandria and also in Spain, their progression from, the Middle East into Rome and into Europe, and here we have the quote by Mitranovic. Bless you, brother. Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, we have a quote by Mitranovic of the Black Hand organization that really helps explain a lot. He says Europe was chosen for the special role of making Jews white. Okay, making Jews white. What could he mean by that? What does he mean by that? Well, it brings us to a special story that we're going to cover here for you about, a certain group of people. And I'll see if I could find this article, because this article illuminates so many things. And a lot of times, things come to my mind, and, I search them on the spot for you guys, because these are important historical resources, that I want you guys to have, and this special question about Cromwell and the Jews. Let me go ahead and pull this page up so I could read some of this page about the mysterious character known as Manasseh ben Israel and his role in England. And we read a little bit last time about how the Jews funded the Third Crusade, and also we heard about the indiscriminate killing of the Fourth Crusade. You know, and we kind of looked at some of the different groups that were around in that time, you know. So we're going to go to this article right here, a very fascinating article. And we are double streaming also on Twitter, although I don't even know how to find where we are on Twitter. So we are somewhere on Twitter as well. I don't even know where that would be. I don't know the link to click on. There's no link. So shit, man, we're somewhere in the ether webs. We're dual streaming, I guess you call it. I don't even know what the fuck it's called, guys. We're double streaming or whatever the fuck it is on YouTube and also on Twitter. So I don't know, you know. It says that people on Twitter can comment as well. You know, if you're watching on Twitter, let me know what's going on, man. You know, I don't see you guys, you know, or let me know where I'm, you know, where I'm at on Twitter. You know, where do I find my own stream on Twitter? It says I'm streaming to that location. Anyways, check this out, guys. Cromwell and the Jews. Jews were expelled from England in 1290, the reign of King Edward I. Their readmission in 1656 under Cromwellian protectorate is interpreted by some as evidence of Cromwell's toleration and compassion. This is open to challenge on several points. Although the Jewish community at the end of the 19th century highlighted the anniversary and linked it particularly to the mission of an Amsterdam-based rabbi, Manasseh ben Israel, there is evidence of an established Jewish community in London before 1655. Fearless of persecution, they did not declare their identity, living as Spanish merchants. Okay, and we talked about that, the Sephardic Jewish population. You know, whilst their commercial affairs were public, their religion was private. And we're going to talk a little bit about that, about the Marano crisis, also known as conversos. You know, in Spain, the Jews, you know, were known as, you know, I guess, crypto, you know, crypto Jews. They were, you know, people who feigned conversion to Christianity. You know, and this especially happened during Spain in the 1400s. But yeah, let's move on here, man. You know, it says there was an interest in Jewish matters of leadership of the Cromwell and Protectorate for two reasons: one pragmatic and the other doctrinal. The pragmatic reason was based on the international trade and commercial connections of the Amsterdam Jewish community. It was recognized that a strong Jewish presence in London would be advantageous, while flourishing links to the East and West Indies and to the New World Jewish traders in London could make the city of Amsterdam as a commercial center. The doctrinal reason, and this is something that we're going to cover in a little bit of detail today, is the belief among godly Protestants, including Cromwell, so-called godly Protestants. We'll see that the Protestants, you know, I think they had something else up their sleeve. You know, they were subverters of religion, in my view, you know, and subverter of politics, you know, like Martin Luther, you know, but, but more on that in a minute, you know. The doctrinal reason was the belief among godly Protestants, including Cromwell, that the conversion of the Jews to Christianity was essential before Christ would return to reign on earth. Okay? This is also called dispensationalism, and we're going to go way into that reason. Okay, there. Okay. This is the dual edge birth of Messianism. See, Jewish Messianism had a dual edge birth. It not only started with radical Protestant dispensationalist factions, you know, but also it started with the European Jews. So there's these two different beginnings to that. Yeah, bless you, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you. Nice. So I'm coming through on Twitter as well. Thank you. Yeah, next time we'll try to get up on Instagram as well. So yeah, we'll be streaming in different places. Rebecca, peace to you. Thank you for being out here with me. The Jews, I think you meant to say Jews wish they were white. Maybe, but yeah, definitely, it is one of the statuses of the Jews in our time. Ashkenazi Jews. We know the sons of Ashkenaz, the sons of Gomer in the Bible were not a Semitic people. They were not sons of Shem. So how did these European people become Jews? Well, that's something we kind of talked about in our last program, on medieval philosophy. Unfortunately, it didn't carry the same title as this show, but it is the last show I did on religious topics. I'll pull it up after this so you guys can see. But yeah, let me see here. Cromwell. So the doctrinal reason is important. It's going to get important in a minute. The key figure for this celebrance of the 250th anniversary in 1906 was that of Manasseh ben Israel. He was born in Lisbon in 1604, settled in Amsterdam, and became a rabbi. He was a polymath, author, printer, publisher, bookseller, and scholar. Maybe they could have just said polymath, because that just means you do a bunch of shit. but yeah, you know what I mean? Author, printer, publisher, bookseller, those seem to be like the same business. I don't know if you could be considered a polymath for doing just all shit related to books. It seems like, but yeah, they should have mentioned some other things this guy did. But yeah, scholar who cultivated links with the new Commonwealth regime in England. It was his belief that the Jewish Messiah would only appear when the Jewish people had spread throughout the world, establishing communities in England would help to bring about that second coming. Manasseh ben Israel published a pamphlet in 1651 appealing to Cromwell. This is a very short article, by the way. So yeah. In September 1655, Manasseh ben Israel arrived in London with a delegation of members and his family and personally petitioned Cromwell for the readmission of the Jews. Cromwell met with him and a committee of the Council of State, and it was agreed that the conference should be convened to discuss the issues. The petition requested citizenship, freedom of worship, burial grounds, freedom to trade. Okay, think about this. You could think of the birth of not only capitalism, and we're going to get into this, the birth of capitalism, but also the birth of religious tolerance or the secular state. This had to do with the liberation of the Jews in England, because they wanted to open up these two things. They wanted to open up trade, international trade. Of course, they were in the business of empire building. So one of the ways they thought they could do this is through international trade. And that was mainly why in the 1400s Christopher Columbus was sent too. They got Christopher Columbus. He's of course a kind of a commercial diplomat. You know what I mean? In a lot of ways. This is kind of how the British Empire did their business at the time. But yeah, man. A commercial diplomat in a lot of ways. He was an emissary. But anyways, okay, his family personally petitioned Cromwell for the readmission of the Jews. Cromwell met with him in a committee of the Council of State, and it was agreed that a conference should be convened to discuss the issues. The petition requested citizenship, freedom of worship, burial grounds, freedom to trade, all this I just read, and the withdrawal of all laws against Jews. The conference met several times in December 1655, but was in the end inconclusive. There was no formal decision to allow readmission, but it was soon evident that the presence of Jews would be more openly tolerated. Cromwell permitted Jews to worship in private, as they had done prior to petitioning. and within months, a synagogue and burial ground were allowed. The significance of the mission by Manasseh ben Israel in achieving the level of toleration reached in 1656 is a continuing discussion. Similarly, Cromwell's motives for debating the issue openly may not have been the result of a desire for liberty of conscience, as understood by the late 19th century or today, but it did lead to a significant advance in Anglo-Jewish relations. For these reasons, marking 350th anniversary is appropriate, even if it may not be. It may be an element of overstatement. Excuse me. Both Cromwell's and Manasseh ben Israel's roles. Interesting, guys, huh? Cromwell, Manasseh ben Israel, and the readmission of the Jews to England. Well, Manasseh ben Israel had some ideas about himself. He thought his wife was a descendant of King David. So he had all of these sort of messianic tendencies. Let me go to this here. Martin Luther recommending the study of alchemy, and then I'll move to how Martin Luther supported the Kabbalah. Okay, he recommended the study of the Kabbalah, in his table talk. Okay. Let me go ahead and open this up so you guys can see this real quick. Alchemy and religion in Christian Europe. Okay. Luther. That's right, Luther. Yeah, man. Bless you, my brother Grant, man. Thank you for being here with me, man. In his musings on the last days, printed posthumously in Table Talk, Martin Luther turned to the subject of alchemy, guys. Alchemy. Okay. In other words, magic. Okay. He said, quote, "The science of alchemy I like well, and indeed 'tis the philosophy of the ancients." Is it? A lot of what we know as alchemy was derived during the 2nd century. So not in the ancient world. Of course, in that time, they thought that alchemy was older than Moses. They believed it, But this was only thought of by the Freemasons and the Rosicrucians. So I wonder why Martin Luther came to that conclusion. Was Martin Luther a Rosicrucian? Could it be? Who knows? While Luther welcomed, quote, "the profits it brings in melting metals, in decocting, preparing, extracting, distilling herbs and roots," he was drawn to it for a context of his faith as well. He said, quote, "I like it also for the sake of allegory of secret signification." So much for sola scriptura, huh, guys? Which is exceedingly fine. Touching the resurrection of the dead at the last day, he observed, he says. "For as in a furnace, the fire extracts and separates from a substance the other portions, and carries upward the spirit, the life, the sap, the strength, while the unclean matter, the dregs, remain at the bottom, like a dead and worthless carcass, even so God, at the day of judgment, will separate all things through fire, the righteous from the ungodly. The Christians and the righteous shall ascend upward into heaven, and there live everlastingly. But the wicked and ungodly, as dross and filth, shall remain in hell and damned." There you got Martin Luther, the dirty, dirty, dirty. Okay, not only that, but he recommended the study of Kabbalah, guys. Kabbalah. Okay, it's one thing to recommend alchemy because they didn't really quite know what it was. They thought it was the same thing as science in the 16th century. Many brilliant minds like Newton thought alchemy was science, you know. But now, you know, Kabbalah. How did the Kabbalah? Kabbalah was occultism. It's the roots, the basic thing for occultism. Okay. Now in 1656, we have Manasseh ben Israel. Just in 1666, in Amsterdam, also, we have the Jewish Messiah Shabbatai Zevi. You know, so you have all sorts of messianism coming about at this around the 1600s. You know, you also have Isaac Laperere. You know, Isaac Laperere. You know, let me open this up around the 15th and 16th century. Let me open this up, you know, so you guys can see this, you know, because he is foundational thinker for the invention of Zionism. You know what I mean? Yeah, definitely coordinated. You know, Isaac Laperere, also known as Isaac Laperere or Pererius, was a born French theologian, writer, and lawyer. Laperere is best known in 17th century predecessor of scientific racialist theory in polygenism in the form of his pre-Adamite hypothesis. Okay, and we know that this pre-Adamite hypothesis, okay, that was seen, we saw where did this come from before? It came from the Gnostics. I know nobody's following this shit. But so remember, the Gnostics were talking about how we're the sons of Cain, the Cainites. They had an alternative story of the genesis of humanity as well. Okay, so this pre-Adamite hypothesis by Isaac Laperere, you know, look it up. It says that Laperere, you know, it says both sides of Laperere's family were Calvinists. Okay. And many Bordeaux Protestants were suspected of being Marrano or secret Jews. It says that right here. It says that right here in this article, guys. On fucking Wikipedia, guys. All right. Let me tell you guys. Look at this shit, man. It says both sides of Laperere's family were Calvinists, which is a branch from Lutheranism. The most prominent branch of Lutheranism, you know, is the Calvinists, you know. You know, it says both sides of Laperere's family were Calvinists, and many Bordeaux Protestants were suspected of being Marrano or secret Jews. Okay. Richard Popkin brings forward evidence for making the argument that Laperere was of Marrano ancestry on his mother's side. Okay, so you got this guy too in the 1500s to the 1600s. Okay, you got Martin Luther recommending the study of Kabbalah. You got Manasseh ben Israel theorizing that, you know, along with Cromwell, that if the Jews aren't converted to Christianity, that Christ will not return. Okay, so you have the birth of Calvinism, you have the birth of all of these, you know. Yeah, bless you, Aaron, man. Joe King, bless you, man. Aaron. Yep, coordinated as hell. Coordinated as hell. You know? And you got Martin Luther recommending the study of alchemy and the Kabbalah. Strange thing for him to do. His lawyer, Johannes Reuchlin, recommending the study of Kabbalah in his work, De Arte Kabbalistica. De Arte Kabbalistica. De Arte Kabbalistica. Let me fucking look this up for you guys so you guys know. So you guys know. So you guys don't have to worry. So you guys don't have to complain that the machine lies never told you what the fuck was going on. You don't have to complain that I never tried to educate you fucking people. and of course, everybody shows up for the panel. They want to see me interact with people, but they don't want this information. The Arta Kabbalistica in 1517, text by the German Renaissance humanist scholar Johann Reuchlin, which details with his thoughts on Kabbalah, guys. Okay, in it, he puts forward the view that theosophic philosophy of Kabbalah could be of great defense of Christianity. Okay, and of course, this guy and Martin Luther, they had a correspondence with each other. They sure did. A long time correspondence with one another. Okay. So we got Martin Luther studying Kabbalah. We got Cromwell and Manasseh ben Israel. We got Isaac La Pereire. Okay. We got all of these names coming up. You know, what are some other names we have? You know, okay. We got this guy, Earl of Shaftesbury. You guys know about the Earl of Shaftesbury? You probably don't. Earl of Shaftesbury. Let's learn about something about the Earl of Shaftesbury. Why? Why are we learning about some fucker called Earl of Shaftesbury around the same time period? Okay? Let's just see what we could learn just by looking this guy up. Okay? First of all, this was the guy who funded the study of John Locke. And basically his patron. That basically, invented capitalist theory. Okay. But yeah, let's go to this, see if we could find Earl of Shaftesbury. Earl of Shaftesbury. Let's see where it is. It doesn't really say much here about his influence on Protestantism and the Protestant Reformation. But him and Cromwell were very fundamental in this shift, you know what I mean? Let me see if I can find this. Earl of Shaftesbury. Earl of Shaftesbury. And John Locke. Oh, it's the second entry there. Lord Shaftesbury, his grandfather, the first Earl of Shaftesbury, oversaw his early upbringing and put John Locke in charge of his education. Okay, so John Locke's rise to prominence, due to this guy. And we know that John Locke, one of the greatest Enlightenment thinkers and educators of the secular age, literally wrote the statement, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property. Okay. That's where Jefferson got the line from, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He took it right out of the writings of John Locke, 2 treatises of government. Okay. And these guys were funded by the same people who funded the Protestant Reformation. You know what I'm saying? Like Cromwell. Now, these guys were huge during that time, of Cromwell. There's another article that I could look up about Cromwell. And that is highly illuminating on the subject, called Slavery and the Origins of Capitalism. you know. Slavery and the origins of capitalism. And, you know, before I read that, take a little break with you guys, you know, see what's going on in this chat. There's 18 people joining us right now. Bless you guys for being out here, man. 8:21 p.m., you know, on a Saturday night, man. That's what it is, man. We got 18 people learning about history, philosophy, mysticism, the occult on a Saturday night. Come on, man. You can't say we're not going to fucking win this motherfucker. Come on, man. This is crazy shit, man. You know, we got a whole crew in this motherfucker learning about real shit. That's what it is, man. That's how it goes, guys. You know, all those other motherfuckers on that weak shit talking about Boulder Dash, rubbing their feet of the fucking kowtowing to arrogance, ignorance, pride, fucking Humpty Dumpty, fucking mongoloid fucking bullshit, dude, out there for you guys, man. But we keeping it crazy out here, man. You mean? I'm gonna go ahead and get you guys going. Peace. Thanks for joining us, guys. Yo, assalamu alaikum. Peace, guys. As promised, we're going to read this article out here. Cromwell, Protectorate. More information, right, about his connection to John Locke. Let's see. You guys ever seen Lost? The TV show Lost? You know, they got this character in there called John Locke. You know, and if you guys watch the show, his character actually changes his name to Jeremy Bentham. Interesting. You know, because Bentham and Shelburne were linked to, you know, lots of interesting projects, you know, in terms of British spying during the 1800s. You know, but yeah, let's skip some of this. It said he's talking about some guy's book. We're gonna skip a lot of this shit. This is a lot of leftist garbage, you know. But look at what he says here. He says Trotsky epitomized the facile understanding of 17th century history, yada, yada, yada. He said, quote, if Lenin can be juxtaposed to anyone, this is Trotsky now, by the way. Okay, Leon Trotsky, who was one half of the Bolshevik Revolution, guys, okay? He said, quote, if Lenin can be juxtaposed to anyone, then it is not to Napoleon, nor even less to Mussolini, but to Cromwell and Robespierre. Okay, who's Cromwell? I just told you guys who Cromwell is. Oliver Cromwell, the Cromwell Protectorate. Okay? Okay, he cut the king's fucking head off. Okay? He brought Manasseh ben Israel in. Okay, who's Robespierre? Robespierre was the man who started the French Revolution. Okay, he slept with a copy of Rousseau underneath his pillow, guys. Sorry, brother, I got the Discord closed. Let me see what's up. Let me see what's up. Yeah. That's interesting information. Yeah, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, get this guy up here. You know, we're making moves out here, trying to get people on the panel, man. You know, if you guys are preparing to come on the panel, I'm gonna drop the link in about an hour. So you guys look out for that. You know what I mean? We dropping the link out here. But man, okay, look at this, man. Look at this fucking quote, man. This is a monster of a quote by Trotsky. Ugh, this is nasty. This nasty work, King. If Lenin can be juxtaposed to anyone, then it is not to Napoleon, nor even less to Mussolini, but to Cromwell and Robespierre. Woo! It can be with some justice said that Lenin is the proletarian 20th century Cromwell, guys. And I bet a lot of you guys never even heard of Oliver Cromwell, you know, before motherfucking today. And his role of the readmission of the Jews, his connections with Amsterdam Rabbi Manasseh ben Israel. Such a definition would at the same time be highest compliment to the petty bourgeoisie's 17th century Cromwell. Horn's take on Cromwell is much more accurate. In overthrowing the crown, he helped foster the growth of slavery and colonialism, while many historians have pointed out scorched earth attack on Ireland carried out by Cromwell's Roundheads. Interesting. The apocalypse of settler colonialism shines a light on the depravities visited on African slaves. Okay. What about the Irish? The Irish were considered lower than Africans by these people because they were considered a form of black albinism, Irish and Italians. Okay. This is part of this pre-Adamite, sort of hypothesis, or whatever. Anyways, we're not going to get too much more into this, but we are going to look at down here. He's got some information here about South Carolina. Okay, let me see here. About how Locke funded colonies in America, and so did Francis Bacon, Sir Francis Bacon. He funded the growth of American colonies. Okay, British settlement in America. Okay. It says South Carolina epitomized the contradictions of the 17th century, and the exemplars of capitalist democratic republic regarded slavery as property rights won through Cromwell's quote-unquote revolution. Okay, the royal adventurers of England had been transformed into the Royal African Company that retained its worst features. It was led by the Duke of York, whose name was bequeathed to the island called New Amsterdam. They called it what? New Amsterdam, motherfucker. New Amsterdam. Come on, dude. They called that shit New Amsterdam, just like Manasseh ben Israel was from Amsterdam. Okay? Seized from the Dutch earlier in the century, among the chief investors in this trade monopoly was John Locke. John Locke, the famous philosopher who invented the theory of private property, who served as a secretary on the Board of Governors in South Carolina. He has been attributed as the author of the South Carolina Constitution that stipulated, quote, every free man of Carolina shall have absolute power and authority over his Negro slaves of what opinion or religion soever, unquote. Most scholars believe that Locke only served as a stenographer, but there is no doubt that he considered chattel slavery to be permissible, despite the case he made against slavery in the Second Treatise of Government, okay, which is the same book that I stated earlier has the famous lines, life, liberty, and the pursuit of property as inalienable human rights. Okay, that's where Thomas Jefferson got that from. Okay. And remember, Jefferson was a big time slave owner, right? But yeah, which was likely directed against the Ottoman Turks who were in the habit of enslaving whites. The Ottoman Turks enslaved whites. They took them white Negroes. I mean, what are you gonna do? Took them white Negroes as slaves. The 1400s. They took over Constantinople. Okay. And in the 15th and 16th century, we have the Protestant Reformation, which I was mentioning some key points about in regards to this person here, Martin Luther. Let me go to this here, you guys. Show you some more about this racial sort of theory here, We'll get up in this. You guys with the legendary Truther Cooper Truther. Y'all want to be a Cooper Truth? Man, I'm feeling retarded out here, guys. But yeah, man. Bless you guys for being out here with me, man. Let's take a listen to some of this. Okay, let's go to this and let me know if you guys can't hear this. Okay. Because this is not coming in that clear. But it is what it is, man. You know, what you going to do about it?
They want to destroy my children simply because they're not pure Aryan. Now that made me very angry, and makes a lot of other people angry also. They claim that they are the true Israelites. Now this is the strangest claim I've ever heard in my life, ladies and gentlemen, because I've never met one of these people who speaks Hebrew, who actually celebrates the actual Hebrew holidays that the Israelites practiced. They can't read Hebrew, and they mistranslate all the time. Of course, they mistranslate in their favor, but nevertheless, they mistranslate all the time. They'll take somebody else's translation and twist the meaning to mean what they want it to mean because they don't really understand the original Hebrew. They are descendants of Northern Europeans. Now, this is really easy to research, folks. Anybody can do it. You can go back and research the records of the Roman Empire when they went into Northern Europe, when they met.
Yep. I hear you, Yugi. I mean, I fucking hate reading this shit too, you know. But you know what I hate more than nonfiction is fiction, man. You know, there's real shit going on. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Reality is stranger than fiction. You know what I mean? If you can't find good primary sources and read them yourself, then at least find somebody who can dictate to you what is read on those primary sources so you could learn it for yourself. Because the thing is that you can't be caught not knowing shit out here, man. Shit is moving too fast, motherfucker. You know, you can't be caught just dead in the woods watching YouTube videos with a fucking philosophy that can fit on the back of a fucking postcard. Okay, some bumper sticker philosophy that y'all be having. You know, which with this fucking, you know, pop psychology shit that you guys watching. Okay, come on, man. It's not the time for that. You guys got to think deep out here. You know, this shit is moving fast. Okay, cocksuckers. Don't be a blind motherfucker out here. I mean, and I'm not talking to anyone in particular, but yeah, man, it's time to read. For me too.
The Celts and the Picts and the Gauls and the Teutonic tribes of Germany. These were not Hebrews, ladies and gentlemen. They were not the descendants of Hebrews at all. These were wild men. And I mean wild in every sense of the word. They went into battle stark naked, covered with clay. The Picts were famous for that. I could go on and on and on. They were steeped in nature worship. None of the original religious aspect of the Hebrews came into play with any of these tribes whatsoever. Another strange claim by these people, the British Israelites, is that they are the original progenitors, so to speak, the creators of civilization. Yet in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Asia, there were great civilizations that existed long before these people ever even learned to put a loincloth on, much less become civilized. Their answer to that is that they descended from those Eastern and Middle Eastern civilizations and that they arrived in Northern Europe by some great circuitous route of migration. That doesn't wash either.
yourself, because the thing is that you can't be caught not knowing shit out here, man. Shit is moving too fast, motherfucker. You know, you can't be caught just dead in the woods watching YouTube videos with a fucking philosophy that can fit on the back of a fucking postcard. Okay, some bumper sticker philosophy that y'all be having, you know, which with this fucking, you know, pop psychology shit that you guys watching. Okay, come on, man. It's not the time for that. You guys got to think deep out here. You know, this shit is moving fast. Okay, cocksuckers. Don't be a blind motherfucker out here. I mean, and I'm not talking to anyone in particular, but yeah, man, it's time to read. For me too.
The Celts and the Picts and the Gauls and the Teutonic tribes of Germany. These were not Hebrews, ladies and gentlemen. They were not the descendants of Hebrews at all. These were wild men. And I mean wild in every sense of the word. They went into battle stark naked, covered with clay. The Picts were famous for that. I could go on and on and on. They were steeped in nature worship. None of the original religious aspect of the Hebrews came into play with any of these tribes whatsoever. Another strange claim by these people, the British Israelites, is that they are the original progenitors, so to speak, the creators of civilization. Yet in the Middle East, in Africa, and in Asia, there were great civilizations that existed long before these people ever even learned to put a loincloth on, much less become civilized. Their answer to that is that they descended from those Eastern and Middle Eastern civilizations, and that they arrived in Northern Europe by some great circuitous route of migration. That doesn't wash either, ladies and gentlemen. If you study these people, you'll find that they most probably came, and I'm talking about the Northern Europeans, they most probably, according to scientists, but you can't really trust them either. You see, they say the American Indians came to North America across a land bridge from Siberia, and they're really Mongols who changed over a period of time and became North American Indians. What we call Indians, they're not Indians at all. They're just North Americans. But the American Indians say that that's not true. They have their own history, and they dispute that. And modern science has a way of changing its story through the years anyway. But they say that the Northern Europeans actually migrated from India. Now, I've been to India several times in my life, ladies and gentlemen, and I haven't seen anybody in the country of India, even in the highest caste groups, that resemble Northern Europeans. Sorry, but there just isn't anybody there who has that kind of resemblance. The ancient Hebrews did not look like Northern Europeans either. Another claim made by these people is that Adam, the father of the human race, and I can't understand why they make this sort of distinction, because Adam was the father of Seth and Cain. But they claim Cain was not produced by a union between Adam and Eve, but by a union between Eve and Satan. And they claim that Cain was the offspring of that union between Eve and Satan. It's all baloney, folks. It's the biggest crock of baloney that anybody's ever spouted ever in history. One of their explanations of this is that the true son of Adam was white, and that Adam actually means blood in the cheeks. When you research that word, you'll find that that's not what it means at all. They claim that Cain was actually a dark-skinned child born of the union between Eve and Satan. You know, there is this it really gets wild, folks. It really does. And when you research this name of Adam, you find that it means no such thing. It does not mean blood in the cheeks. And it comes from a long line of myths that existed long before the Bible was ever written. Or the
Now, a lot of this stuff is also dealing with Lilith, who's a figure that's found in the Talmud, not found in the Bible, of course, you know, but the Jews made up the figure of Lilith in the Talmud about this kind of pre-Adamite birth process, you know, because, you know, Lilith was supposed to conceive children with Adam, and because she wasn't obedient to Adam, she got kicked out of the heaven. So they had invented this story, and they also had different Adams. You know, they had Adam Belial and Adam Cadmon. You know, so they had various levels in terms of what Adam stood for, anyways. You know,
the Jews became a nation, or the Hebrews became a nation known as Israel. And I'm just going to read to you a couple of short paragraphs from the Holy Grail by Malcolm Godwin, who himself is a British Israelite, but he tells the truth. And so that's what we're interested in on this broadcast. He says, and I quote, "So far we have examined the historical bloodlines, but the blood which courses through the veins of the Grail myth carries with it the hint of something far more dangerous and powerful, like some dark magical ingredient which runs far deeper in ancient tunnels of the collective unconscious."
I like what Yugi is saying. Yeah, this is true. Regard all information in any book or historical record as hearsay until proven otherwise. Okay? But regard these things as influential narratives. Okay? These are stories that people have told. Okay? And they do have influence. Lies have influence, Yugi. The bigger the lie, the more people will believe it. You know what I'm saying, man? But anyways, man, I respect your input, brother. Keep it coming.
We briefly glimpse the dark spring tides under the moon and the quickening of life. At the time when the Grail legends first appeared, it was generally accepted that the blood women spilled at the moon was responsible for new birth. They didn't know the biological functioning of the sexual organs or the process of the creation of a fetus in the womb. They had no idea at that time. So they believed that the blood women spilled at the moon, or their menstrual period, was responsible for new birth. Here's what he says about that. Blood which was retained in the womb was believed to coagulate into a child. Even Aristotle claimed that human life is a coagulum of menstrual blood, while the Roman Pliny, author of the Encyclopedic Natural History, insisted that it formed the material substance of generation. This curious notion was still taught in European medical schools only 200 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. Far earlier, the ancient Mesopotamian goddess Ninhursag was said to have created humankind out of clay mixed with her, quote, blood of life, end quote. The Jews, the Muslims, and the Christians borrowed this and similar creation myths to form their own. Now listen to this carefully. Remember, this person is a British Israelite. And he says, quote, "Even the name Adam can be traced to the feminine Adama, Adamah, meaning bloody clay."
Warning, warning. You're listening to the lies. You're listening to the lies. You're here listening to the lies. These are all lies. Don't believe any of this shit. This is what's going on. We're simply here reporting the lies. Don't believe anything you hear. This is a disclaimer. We now return to our regularly scheduled program.
So there you have it. And when you trace it back yourself, you'll find the same thing. Does not mean blood in the cheeks. Never did mean blood in the cheeks. Cannot mean blood in the cheeks. Now I'm going to give you the research of the Executive Intelligence Review, and this report is dated November 14th, 1997. This is one of the best research organizations in the world, as far as I'm concerned. I don't particularly subscribe to their politics, but I do have great respect for their research because I've duplicated it in almost every instance. I don't research everything they research, and they don't research everything that I have researched. But when we both research the same thing, the results are identical, which means these people are looking for the truth as I am, and they're not trying to put something in there that's not there. They tell it like it is. And so tonight, I'm going to tell it like it is. So take note of this. Make notes.
This motherfucker's so deep. Information is information. Humans' greed thinks it can collect and hoard information. Grrr, pesky humans. Yeah, man. Bless.
Remember, listen to everyone, read everything, believe absolutely nothing unless you can prove it in your own research. Here we go. British Israelites and Empire. One of the most glaring examples of British intelligence-sponsored psychological warfare against the United States is the bizarre ideology called variously British Israelism or Christian identity. Victims of this foreign-sponsored ideological virus can be found to hold key positions in the Patriot movement and other movements which may be committed to the destruction of the American Republic. Not all patriots are Christian identity or British Israelism. And I can assure you that British Israelism and Christian identity people who call themselves patriots are not. They have no interest in restoring the Constitution for the United States of America, ladies and gentlemen. They want to split this country, and they want the Northwest the four states in the northwest corner of the United States as their own nation. So all of these people running around calling themselves patriots who also believe in Christian identity or British Israelism are liars. They are lying to all of us. They have been linked, ladies and gentlemen, to the terrorist bombing of the Alfred P. Murrah Federal Building in Oklahoma City in 1995. There are many links to that bombing at a city in eastern Oklahoma called Elohim City, which is a Christian identity, British Israelist community. More broadly, a significant portion of what today claims to be Christianity in American society is consciously or unconsciously based on religious belief structures designed by the British colonial office to undermine Christianity in general and the American Republican form of government in specific. British Israelism is a syncretic organization which in its simplest variant claims that the Anglo-Saxon Celtic race is the true 10 lost tribes of Israel, that the British sovereign is descended from King David, and that as such, an all-encompassing British Empire is biblically prophesied to rule the world in the few final days before Jesus Christ touches down on the Mount of Olives and ends human history. That's what they all want you to believe. None of it is true. They are not descended from King David. They are not Hebrews. They are not the 10 lost tribes of Israel. The tribes of Israel, folks, were never lost in the first place, in case you didn't know that. None of them were ever lost. The Bible does not say that they got lost. It's a scam. There are many variations on this theme. Some versions say that the horrors described in the book of Revelations have begun, and others believe that the tribulations are yet to come. Almost all, even the militant anti-Semites, look to the Mideast, to Jerusalem, and yearn for the final rebuilding of Solomon's temple, which will be the incontrovertible sign that the end of the world is nigh. These people are also rabid Zionists, ladies and gentlemen. The roots of British Israelism are obscure, but some trace it to the late Elizabethan period in England, a time which coincided with the consolidation of the Church of England and the beginnings of Britain's maritime empire, as well as the creation of a full-time secret intelligence service. It's also the time, ladies and gentlemen, when the Royal House of England had to come up with some legitimate reason to oppose the Vatican and the Pope and pronounce their Anglican church the real and only true church. And remember, there was no need for an Anglican church until Henry VIII wanted to get a divorce, and the Pope said no. And that was the beginning of all of this. You see, all of a sudden, King Henry VIII told the Pope to go stick it where the sun don't shine, and he divorced his wife anyway under the Anglican Church. And you all know the story of the opposition in England and what happened to them. And then the British monarchy had to justify all of their actions, and that's when all of a sudden, right then and there, they became descended from the house of David and possessed the only really divine right to rule. Now, how did this happen? Well, folks, sometime in the near future, they're going to say that they've uncovered historical evidence that Christ did not really die upon the cross, that he fathered children with Mary Magdalene. Those children, along with Joseph of Arimathea, Mary Magdalene, and the children and the bones of Jesus Christ were taken from the Middle East to the British Isles and blah, 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 blah. Under the throne of England, there is a stone which they claim is Jacob's pillar. And anyway, let me continue with this report. We might.
And you could tell that these people were apostates to their religion when they were going around thinking that the Ark of the Covenant and the bones of Jesus were buried under Solomon's temple. If they could just find Solomon's temple, they could and dig underneath it, they would find all of these artifacts that they've been looking for this whole time to prove all of their false traditions, right?
I take 2 nights to cover this because there's a lot to talk about here. Remember, it's all baloney. None of it is true. One person who is reputed to have contributed to the early development of the British Israel ideology is John Dee, a fellow of Trinity College and advisor to Queen Elizabeth, who openly practiced black magic and prophecy. He was among the first to talk of England as an empire. Also, Sir Francis Drake, Elizabeth's favorite pirate, was notoriously partial to describing the fledgling empire of England as Israel and the New Jerusalem. You see, folks, if they can use these terms and convince the rabble, that's you, in case you didn't know that, the socialists call you the masses, if they can convince you that it's all true, and you believe in the Bible, then you have to bow down to these people and let them rule you. You see, one of the first mind control operations. The beginning of the 17th century saw the rise of hundreds of cults across Europe. The majority of these, including what would later be known as British Israelism, can be traced to the efforts of Venice's top psychological warfare officer, Paolo Sarpi. Venetian strategic interests demanded that Europe be kept controlled and divided, and that the scientific breakthroughs of the Renaissance and the implication of those breakthroughs for the growth of human mental freedom had to be destroyed. You see, Venice had long learned that manipulation of religion is one of the most potent methods to control societies. Heck, the Pope had known that from the 3rd century, when the Emperor Constantine called the Council of Nicaea, and they sat down and determined what were going to be the books of the Bible, and burned and destroyed and searched out and hid or completely obliterated everything that opposed what they chose to be in the Bible. There was no Bible before. There's a whole bunch of different books that all were written by different authors that claimed to tell the real history of the religion, not just the Christian religion, but all the other religions. And the Pope, over the years, combined the early teachings of Christ, the teachings of the early church, with all of the different pagan religions to create what is known today as modern Christianity. He even changed the day of worship from the 7th day, which is Saturday, ladies and gentlemen, to the 1st day, which is the venerable day of the sun, in order to pacify the sun worshipers and bring them under the control of the Catholic Church. Don't think so? Well, get your head out of the books that are written by those who want you to believe in them and start studying the real history of the world, and you'll find out that it's really true. Heck, the Pope even changed the 10 Commandments, which Moses claimed were handed down to him from God. Now that's pretty arrogant, don't you think? Now, I'm not anti-Catholic. I'm just pro-truth. I don't care which religion you worship, as long as you do it in the light of truth. And if you choose to worship a mixture of truth and lies, or all truth, or something in between all of that, I don't care. But all you're ever going to get from me on this broadcast is the truth. I'll fight and die for your right to worship at whatever altar, whatever God you choose. Because that's the only way I know I can have the freedom to worship at the altar and worship my God when and how I choose. You see, if I take your right away from you, I've also taken it from myself. But I've also learned over the years, ladies and gentlemen, that to live in a lie is to live a life already dead. And there is no such thing as choosing the lesser of two evils. Evil is evil.
Now, as you can imagine, I get behind some of his thoughts there, but I think ultimately the understanding of religious toleration, as I mentioned earlier, during the Protestant Reformation and also during the writings of John Locke and also these different religious conflicts, I think that was primary in the influence of secular liberalism, and for all of these religious cults, even the occult revival, to take place as the promotion of Hermeticism and the Kabala were underway. So I think that the birth of liberalism, especially secular humanism, has a lot to do with it. And you see a lot of these key actors like Martin Luther, Paolo Sarpi, all of these thinkers, Newton, Locke, at the forefront of all these movements as well. Anyways, Newton wrote a whole book on what the measurements of the Temple of Solomon were, how to build the Temple of Solomon, and he thought you could study the universe by studying the Temple of Solomon, the construction of it. This is part of the the origins of Freemasonry, because they talk about, you know, that architect who built the Temple of Solomon. That's one of the people they worship.
And if you choose evil, whether it's lesser or greater, you are living an evil life. I choose truth, and I hope you do too. See, these Venetian strategies and the interests of the rulers wanted Europe controlled. And they wanted the population divided amongst, or against, I should say, itself, just like today. And they foster and promote things that will divide people against each other. They didn't want the scientific breakthroughs of the Renaissance and any of the implications of those breakthroughs for the growth of human mental freedom to flourish. They had to be destroyed. These things were dangerous to those who ruled. Just like this broadcast is dangerous to those who rule today. What you're hearing on this broadcast, what you always hear on this broadcast, is the reason why William Jefferson Clinton, President of the United States of America, called me the most dangerous radio host in America. If you don't believe that, check around. Rush Limbaugh read it. It was written in a White House memo. Rush Limbaugh got a copy of it, read it on the air, right after the Oklahoma City bombing, in an effort to demonize me and vindicate himself. But whatever the reason, it was the greatest feather in my cap ever. It's a great compliment to me to have been so honored. Venice had long learned that manipulation of religion is one of the most potent methods to control societies. The Roman Empire knew it, used it. It's being used against you today, ladies and gentlemen. Venetian agents had a direct hand in the English King Henry VIII's break with Rome and in the creation of the Theocratic Church of England, or the Anglican Church. Venice, you see, was crucial to the transformation of Martin Luther's ill-formed movement into a Europe-wide Protestant schism, and Venice was equally pivotal in shaping the Vatican's countermeasures, thus ensuring decades of religious warfare. Martin Luther, whether you realize it or not, used the seal of the Rose and Cross on his correspondence. He was a member of the secret mystery religion known as the Rosicrucians. Within this Venetian onslaught, Paolo Sarpi's particular specialty was science. One of the greatest dangers to the oligarchical world outlook had arisen in the mid-15th century when Nicolaus of Cusa, in fact, founded modern science and threatened.
Okay, so Sarpi's on the scene. He's a promoter of science. He's trying to quell the herd in terms of Nicolaus of Cusa opening up the fucking faucets of the spirit, they put a cap on that shit until Hegel brought back the Hermetic tradition. But, that's neither here nor there, folks, But yeah, man, you guys, I'm going to sit here and chill for a minute. It's been some stuff going on in terms of what we're covering here. We went over briefly a lot of thinkers: Isaac La Prairie, John Locke, Martin Luther, Johannes Reuchlin, Oliver Cromwell, Manasseh ben Israel. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. Bless you guys. Thanks for being here with us, man. I'm taking a little break here, listening to this Spectre instrumental, smoke some weed here. Bless you guys, man. Yo, I hope you guys enjoyed that musical intermission. Bless you, brother Talcott. Bless you, Snafu. Um, be careful how you use that word, Snafu. That's a mean word. But you know, the zebras are kind of nice. You know, I always respected zebras. It's like a horse that you can't tame. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up. TML has Hank having a wrench. Yeah, you know. Let's see who's got a wrench up in this bitch. I don't know. Crystal Shaman's got a wrench. Hell yeah. Chris. Pixel T. Provo Planet got a wrench. Reddington got a wrench from way back in the day. DeFreak got a wrench. Man, there's people with a wrench that aren't even showing up in this bitch. I'm going to take the wrench from the people who don't even show up to the chat, son. But, you know, I rather people show up on the panel than in the chat. I don't even chat. I don't chat. You know, I sometimes chat at the Talcott show. As my wife wrote me into it, you know. But yeah. Yeah, I miss my wife, guys. But yeah, bless you guys for being out here with me. This is a book I wrote and published while she was here with me. You know, Christ Protagonist or Logos Dethroned. I'm going to read some of the passages from this that pertain to some of the things I'm talking about. And then I'm going to go ahead and drop the link and open up the panel for you guys. You know, if you guys want to holler at me and say anything, you know, you guys feel free to jump on the panel and talk to me about any of those issues that I presented so far. You know, I presented a variety of themes, you know, and we can get deeper into any one of those things that I presented. But here it comes. In the mid 12th century, the competing rule of the English against the French had put Richard the First, or Richard the Lionheart, as the leader of a new crusade after Philip II of France departed. Richard led campaigns against Saladin, died in 1189, but not before leading a third crusade, which was primarily financed by prominent Jewish serfs in the risky but innovative world of credit loan finance. That's right, medieval credit loan finance. Okay. You know what I mean? Okay, that funded the Third Crusade, inadvertently contributing to the economics of Northern Europe and Eastern London, as commerce was seen as another business for the church to clean their hands with. The Jews of France were expelled by Philip II, and French and Avignon Jews found safe haven under reign of Richard I. Scholar of Crusades, Dana Cushing put Jews of the 12th century in England as a significant source of funds, but notes that they were under the protectorate of the king and treated as legal chattel. As already mentioned, however, slavery in the past was not equivalent to even the modern day prison sentence or concentration camp, but some slaves were allowed to own wealth and property. One estate was that of Aaron of Lincoln, whose estate was so large that it had its own separate branches of the treasury. Anyways, in 1290, Jews were expelled from England. Through the 1300s, France, Saxony, Hungary, Belgium, Slovakia, and later Austria and the Netherlands. You know, that created a religious tension in several countries, okay, leading up to the Protestant Reformation. Okay, now I'm going to go to a little other section here where I talk about some of the newer things here, including Martin Luther, okay, some of his writings, okay. Says science became a metaphor for God reincarnating in human flesh. Logos was brought down, and God was equated with truth and goodness through pressure and change. Symbols were removed from the sacred, made sacred on their own account, and then placed back in kinship with the divine. The Jewish and pagan influence was obfuscated. Nomos, or divine law, had shifted to natural or universal law. And telos, or purpose, was reverted to a faith in the future through the coming of a new age. That's the dispensationalism I was talking about. On the other end, only a detached and contemplative mood could bring one to the essence of the divine. And on the other end, if man came to truly know God, it did not matter how many sins were committed. All were fallen. One had to be raised to be lowered. All needed to be redeemed. Redemption only came by grace of God and not by works of man. As Luther said, quote, no sin will separate us from the Lamb. Even though we commit fornication and murder 1,000 times a day. He says earlier in the same letter, quote, let your sins be strong. A letter from Luther to Melanchthon, Philip Melanchthon. Quote, if the mercy is true, you must therefore bear the true, not an imaginary sin. God does not save those who are only imaginary sinners, but a sinner. Be a sinner, he says. Be a sinner. That's what he said. Be a sinner. Let your sins be strong, but let your trust in Christ be stronger. Fascinating. And rejoice in Christ, who is the vicar over sin, death, and the world. We will commit sins while we are here, for this life is not a place where justice resides. Unquote. God does not make salvation for fictitious sinners. Be a sinner and sin boldly. The world is not a place for justice. And Luther makes no bones about the fact that this is clearly derived from St. Paul. He says, quote, St. Paul's voice is the voice of divine majesty, unquote. He writes, and Luther declared that the epistle of James should be burned, in saying faith without works is dead. He called it an epistle of straw. He said it should be burned, taken out of the Bible. So he actively said that the Bible should be changed. You know, the reform was coupled with the tiring with the use of abstractions and symbols into an age of nominalism and humanism. Salvation by faith alone and never being able to attain absolute certainty came from one's own innate limitations. The fact of God entering into the world to do physical signs and coming to a new world encouraged a radical empiricism. This sought to replace the belief that reason was transcendent with the belief in doing work with one's hands and living a quiet life. Luther was raised studying Aristotelian philosophy and signed his correspondence with the Rosicrucian seal. He most famously declared reason to be a whore. Matter was seen as something with no inherent essence. But man's ability to manipulate matter was because of his rule over it. This rule was not determined by reason, but by natural order imbued by God. This was also reflected in the literal interpretation of Scripture, as well as the claim that Scripture speaks plainly for every man to understand it. This was a radical individualism as well. Each man had his own responsibility to draw inward to the Scripture and shun away the rest of existence. It was an outward collectivism doubled by an inward resistance, an urge towards sacrifice and redemption. Malachi Martin noted that Martin Luther, Philip Melanchthon, Johannes Reuchlin, Jan Amos Kamensky belonged to occult societies. He's also a Jesuit, you know, that performed exorcisms. Okay, by the way. All right, which is fucking weird shit, guys. You know what I'm saying? You wrap your mind around that. What is another interesting trend is the development of British empiricism that suggested that the mind is like a blank screen. This coincided with the belief in science that actions could be perceived as if they occurred in a vacuum. Reality is a hollow projection. French rationalists made the claim that perceptions were themselves formulated by internal cognitive framework of mind as it corresponds with reality. Whether the mind was like a blank screen that projected reality or like a filtering device, which showed us some median between our own thoughts and only what reality suggests, was essentially the debate between British empiricism and French rationalism. A final view of German idealism seemed to portray the whole of reality as a generation of the mind alone. Quite plainly, they had borrowed this from Eastern mysticism and the Western occult. In this view, reality was inseparable from the activities of the mind. In all three, the mind and reality were two distinct realms, and experience was a mediator between them. This led to a rise in occult and scientific elements, which felt that one could manipulate one's reality by altering how one interfaces with the world through the activity of the mind. These ideas can properly be called pre-modern. The same way that faith was the bridge between suffering and grace, the mind was the mediator between experience and reality. The manipulation of natural law in order to gain a desired end with the proper incantation, formula, application, or interpretation could alter reality. By changing one's inner state, one could change how one interfaces with the world. By changing how one interfaces with the world, one could change reality. Okay. And I hope everybody's doing good in the chat. The negative, dark, female material impulse in matter is not absolute or necessary. It was the malleable nature hidden by the divine. This was the quote unquote prima materia, or the philosopher's stone. It had fallen from being the absolute into the realm of the universal. By becoming universal, it was brought down to the world, spread out in every direction. It was made valueless and abiding through exactness and equality in everything. This was the view of Isaac Newton, who is often seen as the greatest scientist who ever lived. Upon his death in 1727, a box of unusual papers was given to his niece and were later discovered unread, sold to a public auction. These letters fell into the hands of some notable people, including John Maynard Keynes, who, upon reading through the papers, declared that Newton was a Judaic monotheist of the school of Maimonides. Okay. Like Jefferson, who appeared around the same time, Newton was probably a deist, naturalist, and Unitarian. Jefferson read the Bible and the Quran, commented on the flood myth, questioning that it happened, famously presented a version of the Bible without miracles. Newton and Locke studied the Kabbalah through secondary sources and corresponded on the subject. In his correspondence with political philosopher and proto-capitalist John Locke, he anticipated the apocalypse and supported and expounded on many traditions of Jewish Messianism. He meant to uphold the cosmology of Aristotle and Maimonides. These thinkers appeared to have accepted these 7 Noahide laws and the Mishnah Torah as the basis of civilization and thought, of laws and civilization, as well as learning as well. Newton showed concerns over knowing the exact measurements of the Temple of Solomon and considered the reconstruction of the Third Temple. He believed that Egyptians had learned the secrets of the Temple of Solomon and used it to construct the Giza Plateau, taught to them by Hiram the Phoenician. In his chronology, he states, quote, "The Greek antiquities are full of poetical fictions because the Greeks wrote nothing in prose before the conquest of Asia by Cyrus the Persian," unquote. He also linked the Christian belief in the Trinity to a belief in emanation. Newton was a practitioner of alchemy and magic, just like Martin Luther. He felt that sexual energy could be preserved for creative ends and complained that John Locke had embroiled him with women. What kind of shit is that? Ask yourself. He theorized of matter as God, as a process of drawing back known as quote-unquote zimzum in the Kabbalah. The concept is seen in the Lurianic Kabbalah, whose symbol is an eagle representing Maimonides and a lion representing Isaac Luria. This man, Isaac Luria, combined elements of Neoplatonism, Jewish mysticism, into one system. Around the same time as the life of Newton, the Cromwell Protectorate in England was making key reforms in a move towards the acceptance of Jews. During the height of the Protestant struggle, certain Protestant sects held a doctrinal belief that salvation or conversion of the Jews was necessary for the return of Christ, who they felt would eventually reign on earth as God. Manasseh ben Israel was born in Lisbon, settled in Amsterdam, and promoted a belief that Jewish spread around the world and operation in every country was necessary for the return of the Jewish Messiah. He established communities of Jews in England by cultivating key relationships with those in power. Cromwell attacked the cathedrals. The cathedrals. He attacked the cathedrals, but petitioned to help the building of synagogues. He created significant advances in Anglo-Jewish tribes, which would interminably foster the beliefs of British Israelism, but also fostered the spirit of religious tolerance that was necessary for secular reform that came later. The Protestant Reformation brought both inward and outward divisiveness. Not only had it questioned the absolute authority of the church, but John Wycliffe and the Hussites had suggested a sort of anti-clericalism, which not only led to the formation of Protestantism, but also created political instability. Of the power sought through an appeal to the church. No longer was the church only to manage its own affairs, but faith was set free. Faith was made neither political or on the basis of church authority. It was put in the domain of the individual. Calvin's support for the separation of church and state, as well as his defense of usury, was essential in the shift. This came with the belief that each man should be able to determine the cause of his own salvation, and that the course was the same with each man, for each man had but a positive affirmation of faith. You know, this was an inner quest apart from institutions who were a quote unquote necessary evil. Necessary evil. The concept that government was minimal but necessary evil was discussed by Thomas Paine in Common Sense. Okay. This thing of necessary evil, of built-in sin. You know, sin built into the whole cake of the thing. You know what I mean? Baked in sin. You know? Anyways. That man should overcome by attaining necessary evil, that man should overcome by attaining the spirit of the law, or rather the letter of rather than the letter of the law, the spirit of the law rather than the letter of the law. The concept of what it meant to be a citizen was set forth by Paul, who declares himself an exemplary Roman citizen while opposing the state. He is a vessel of improvement within the state, which embodies the true essence of the state in being the true servant of God. Paradoxically, the so-called reform added new rituals and themes from heterodox sects and Kabbalistic interpretations, and it was said to have purged from church practice. The church had its own list of trials and issues, especially through the promotion of the liberal arts. But Protestants cannot be seen as a suitable replacement. Proto-Lutheran doctrines can be found in various medieval Gnostic sects, and Luther himself recommended the Hermetic science of alchemy. In his table talk, he proclaims, "The science of alchemy I like very much. I like very well. Indeed, 'tis the philosophy of the ancients." He says that he says what he likes most about alchemy is the promotion of eternal life. Okay. He also sought secrets of the Bible. Okay. By Rucklin's work on Kabbalistic science. Nearly all of the philosophers of the European Enlightenment were under the intoxication of Lutheran values. It's been 2 hours here, so let me go ahead and drop this link. Bless you guys for being out here, man. And I'm going to go ahead and check this chat in a minute. I'm going to check you guys out in a minute. You know, I know we're also streaming on Twitter, and I got to go get my charger out here. So, I still got to read a little bit, so I'm going to grab my charger and, I'll fucking be right back to read for a little bit. And if you hop up on the panel real quick, just wait for a minute. All right. Just wait for a couple minutes, and I'll be right with you there, Give me a second. All right. Nearly all of the philosophers of the European Enlightenment were under the intoxication of Lutheran values. Their personal salvation and cries for reform and return to classical period had to do with the quote unquote see it for yourself mentality of Luther. First, God became flesh, then humanity became God, and to kill such a God meant the death of humanity. The rise of liberalism can be connected with these teachings. Those who look for it in the scientific revolution are constantly deluded. Enlightenment thinkers capitalized on the heretical mood of the day in order to advance thoughts that were used for religious subversion and political propagandizing. The foremost was Thomas Hobbes, who was a philosopher and scientist, naturalist, and hedonist. He devised the Commonwealth and rule by consent for the purpose of commerce. He formulated the concept as a, quote, covenant of every man with every man, unquote, as opposed to the, quote, bellum omnium contra omnes, unquote, or, quote, the war of all against all, unquote. He then writes, quote, the generation that great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, of that mortal God to which we owe, under the immortal God, our peace and defense, unquote. His use of the term Leviathan, quote, mortal God, unquote, and quote unquote artificial man shows an almost alchemical and occult understanding. He fashioned as the final cause or end of man the birth of an quote unquote artificial man. Artificial man, akin to the golem of the Kabbalistic lore, who was likened to an immortal god represented by the state, the machine that speaks for man on behalf of God. This was clearly the construct of a perfect idol. Perfect idol. He wrote one book on monarchy called The Leviathan, and another on parliamentary state called the Behemoth. These were the two beasts, one of the sea and one of the land, that encircled the throne of God and would be released at the coming of a new age. The quote-unquote beast of the land was the landed military force organized bureaucratic wing of enforced agriculture and labor. The quote-unquote beast of the sea was the maritime trade and empowered wealth of the nations through the control of major sea routes and ports. Hobbes used religious symbology to secular ends, which is the trend employed since the outset of classical liberalism and seen in the liberals of today. Following this same line of British empiricism was John Locke, who fashioned the democratic and parliamentary state on the basis of natural law and civil rights. Like Hobbes, Locke agreed that nature hid her gifts, and to avail nature of her gifts, man would have to use concerted effort and the concerted effort of his own labor, which maximizes the barely usable products of nature. This was the alchemical and Gnostic belief that nature was a curse, but could be transformed by the use of reason, whereby man could form an understanding of his godly duty. Locke writes in the second treatise of his quote-unquote 2 treatises of government in section 42, quote, and that prince who shall be so wise and godlike as by establish laws of liberty to secure protection and encouragement of the honest industry of mankind, unquote. Once again, the notion of becoming godlike is employed. Locke changed the idea that God gave Adam, quote, private dominion, unquote, to the notion that God imbued Adam with the right of private property, quote unquote, and secured only what is his by labor and skill. This was a radical reinterpretation of the Bible that reversed the notion of patriarchy into a narrative of transforming nature into profit. Each man had to claim what was his and was ordered by God to do so. Locke gave recommendations for the development of plantations and the modern banking system, and his ideas were the fundamentals for devising the secular state. Another of the Enlightenment thinkers is often regarded in modern philosophy was Descartes. And we'll start there next time. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and read some of these comments and see how you guys are doing out there tonight. And go ahead and pin this link up. If anybody wants to come and talk to the Machine Lies, now is your chance to do so. We got 42 people in the house. And this motherfucker on a Saturday night listening to me read all types of shit. What you guys about? You guys got nothing to say. Other times you guys got to say a lot about all types of situations in the world. Now you guys got nothing to say. Nobody's got anything to say to me. Wow, isn't that special? Isn't that incredible? Man, you guys are a piece of fucking work, man. I'll tell you guys that, man. You know. But I will talk to all of you. I'll talk to you guys in the chat if you guys want. You know, let's see what it is. You know, let me scroll up to where everybody was at. You know, I already see some of my homies out here. Oh man, Yugi's going off. Nice. I like it. Somebody said something about a taco. Something about eating tacos. Yo, what's going on, bro?
Hey, Hank. How's it going?
Hey, Chris. Going great.
Very good.
Where's
what's
Joe Jack? He wanted to talk to me on the show. Let me ping him.
Browns boy, nice. Thank you for being here. Crystal Shaman, thank you so much for being here. Brother Talcott, thank you for being here. Anna Faye, God bless you.
Hey, Jack.
God bless you, Anna Faye.
Welcome.
And bless your family as well. I hate books. Oh, yeah, I read that before. I'm trying to read all of these comments because I'm trying to be more interactive with the people that are in the chat, you know, but because if I'm just reading stuff, Reddington, of course, man, the OG of the channel, Reddington, man. Yeah, got my books.
Hey, Simple
Right.
Jack. Welcome.
Bless
Hello,
you.
good day, mate.
Good day.
Good day, no Jack.
Yes, thank you. I honestly don't have very long to talk right now, but I wanted to bring up something based on that point that you brought up the last thing that you were talking about you were talking about how something about how your God is trying to become a man through transhumanism. I mean,
yes, pretty much. Yes.
Right. So I wanted to mention this really quick because last time I talked to a priest of an Orthodox church, I asked him directly. I said, "How does theosis? Do you guys know what theosis means?"
Define
Yeah.
it real quick.
Yeah,
How
it's like the closest sense in which man could resemble Jesus Christ and transform from the inside out into becoming into
Right.
that.
And
You know,
and,
so,
and, I,
but-
and I asked him directly. I said, "How does theosis relate to the idea of being saved?" And he said it's exactly the same thing, essentially. So I wanted to mention that in relation to what you were just talking about, and why Christians should be very wary when people
well, that's what they had to do. They had to do kind of a 1-2 step and subvert it into transforming it from the outside inward. You know, so just like they had to bring the pressure. So that is essentially how they transform materialism into this infinitude of understanding through these fixed laws. You know, so I've been trying to explain how this modality is actually, because this thing of the artificial man, you know, that Hobbes is talking about, you know, this kind of sounds like AI to me. You know what I mean? Like, think about that. In the 1600s, there was some guy in Britain talking about quote unquote, an artificial man. You know, like what? Like, if you just say that, it's weird, you know?
Yeah, and I'll say two other things, and then I'll got to go, and I'll come back as soon as I can. But second of all, I know why Bill Cooper's dead now. Third of all, I hope you guys will go back and really listen to what Machine Lies is talking about tonight, because it basically kind of sealed the deal for a lot of my own research about what's really going on. And number 4, Machine, hopefully this isn't the end, but if it is, it's been really nice knowing you, because I think that Bill Cooper stuff that you're covering is why he's not around anymore. So I just wanted to say that up front.
Yeah, the British Israelism. A lot of people didn't know that he covered that, probably, you know?
Yeah,
so
I had no idea why everybody kept talking about him, but now I know why he's not around.
But here's the thing, Jack, that the stuff Bill Cooper talked about is pretty wide open now, so we can just say it.
Yeah, I had some fun on Hoax Wars last night, guys. I went on the channel Hoax Wars, and man, I had a ball on there talking to that man who runs that channel. He's an excellent host, and actually, yeah, we got to talking about certain things, and triggered Jim Bob in the chat. I wanted him to come up because I know he watches that show. So he was feeling a little triggered. So I thought, why don't I just kind of, you know, rain on his parade? And yeah, I successfully triggered Jim Bob in Hoax War chat last night. He was going off. So that was a fun time.
Guys, ever hear of the Hebrew Israelites?
Oh yeah,
I heard that they ripped their doctrine off from the British Israelites, whatever you said. You're talking about the British Israelites or something like that. I heard that their teachings parallel to each other. I haven't had a chance to check that out, but you know, tend to look into that.
Yep.
Yeah. But I think it's from the very beginning, you know, because Moses' wife was a Moabite, was a daughter of a Moabite priest. So she was technically Ethiopian, you know, for modern standards, you know, so historically speaking. So I'm pretty sure, yeah, and you guys can look it up. Moses had a black wife. So, you know, it is what it is, guys, you know. I'm not making this stuff up. I mean, you know, I'm just talking about what historians say. And like Yugi said, you know, here's Yugi. You know, he said that, you know, shit is made up. The history shit. And that is partly true. You know, these are part of greater narratives that they're employing. So we have to take these things with a grain of salt. It's, you know, it is what it is, and it ain't what it ain't.
That's exactly it. Life is a mystery, and yet it's always been there. The answers are just waiting to be discovered. It's an incredible gift. I admittedly, I'm going to have to go back and catch some of the first part of the stream.
Yeah, that's okay.
The end, right before you opened up, you were getting into, I think you said it was Hobbes, but talking about the beast being the from the sea being the commerce, from the land that is the regulatory state, and the beasts of rule. That's what kept mankind divided and at wars.
It made the war smaller. It made the wars are smaller being organized than being man against man. It would be total anarchy. It's far worse than what we have right now.
Potentially, but I believe that we've grown in time. I mean, mankind as a whole, our past is a mystery, right? There's been a lot hidden and a lot that hasn't been discovered or put together properly. So the past is a history, or the past is a mystery. What we do, though, is really up to us. I lost my train of thought there for a sec, but
you know, they're talking about the Bible. Machine was talking about the Bible tonight, and he's saying that something was the Council of something or other. They were putting together the Bible, and
Nicaea, I think.
Council of Nicaea, yeah, that's it. And he was saying that there might have been some books that they left out or that they omitted or something, or put extra ones in that aren't even supposed to be there or something. So talk about mystery, Jack, you know.
It really is. Damn it. The point was right there. There was I was gonna land somewhere and it just disappeared again. Sorry. I lost it. Oh, well, it ties to the illusions of the beasts of rule. They don't have to control us, but they started a long time ago, and generation after generation, it was kind of normalized. That was the point. I was trying to get to what Hank said regarding without the state and without the rule and the commerce, we may not have grown the way we would have. It served a place. It brought some sort of order from what could have been absolute chaos. But I think over the past few hundred years or so, you know, we've explored the world enough that we shouldn't be frightened of each other because of different colored skin or different shape in our eyes, or, you know, all these other weird differences that humans have and that our ancestors used to make a big deal about. We don't have to be afraid of each other. Hey, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to point out that I actually have that book, Secrets of Divine Love, because when my wife left, she left it here. And because a girl at the mosque gave it to her in Ramadan. So yeah, that Secrets of Divine Love book, I actually have that book that she's holding in that picture, you know, the Divine Spirit 313, the picture. I actually own a copy of that book. Yeah, I should bring it out. But yeah, that's
so Jack,
funny coincidence.
Jack, the difference between order and disorder is an illusion. It's all chaos, and that's underlining substrate. But without just the organization, the state, explain how we're going to have Walmart, how we're going to have a chain of commerce, how we're going to have software. It doesn't make any sense how we could have all that if we're all still fighting each other, because those are all team exercises. You have to agree on stuff before we can scale. We couldn't have an internet if we were all by ourselves, atomized.
Well, that's the thing about the invisible hand and order out of chaos. and kind of the unseen hand and the spirit of the laws and the necessary evil, all of those concepts I went over, that it's kind of hidden in between, it's kind of within the design of the system. There is the artificial man, but the artificial man is a reflection of what these people who are individual hedonistic creatures, and they're all at war against one another. When they're in nature, they have to fend for themselves. So they create this concept of this artificial man to save them from, essentially ripping each other apart. So that's the thing that he has, that Hobbes is really the heart of darkness. And that's where Locke comes in to kind of act as a force, because Locke takes it even further. But what he has to do is he has to turn the chaos into this notion of the blank slate, of the tabula rasa. That no, man's just born with this just empty mind, and you can just imprint on there whatever you want. But yeah, go ahead, Brother Talcott. Did you want to get in? No?
I didn't want to interrupt, but I'm going to step out for just a little bit.
Oh yeah, go ahead, do your thing. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, feel free. Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Hey, so you were talking about chaos. And there's that one lady you were talking about, that communist lady. What was her name? Ayn Rand. She had like a chaos religion or something, didn't she?
She's anti-communist. She's an ANCAP.
She's an objectivist, as she termed her own philosophy. She created her own brand, if you will, But yeah, the guy I was I was talking about Trotsky for a minute, and I was talking about how Trotsky was referring to Lenin as a modern day Cromwell, and that's the guy who brought the Jews back to England. And it's funny he's saying that because the Bolsheviks kind of brought the Jews back to Russia, So it's just kind of like, he's paralleling that train of thought, But yeah, man,
It's about the Jews. Were they responsible for the Holodomor? Do you know? Remember when they starved all those Ukrainians?
Yeah, there were definitely something going on there. The Holodomor massacre. One of the most heinous acts in history. Unfortunately, by the Bolsheviks. But I mean, colloquially speaking, you can't just call them, Jews. You know what I mean? So that's the problem. Is that they're traditionally branded atheists. Even though they had a large majority representation, Jewish, and that's because they were a minority group in terms of Russia. The kulaks were like the Orthodox farmers, and over time, the communists learned, not under Lenin and Trotsky, but under Stalin, that you actually had to co-opt these groups, so they actually had the KGB infiltrate the of the Eastern Orthodox Church, so they could, bring the kulaks into, subjugation, a wider form of subjugation, because then it could be also religious,
Okay. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy history. It's a crazy, wild history, and it has its ups and downs, but in terms of going into, the 14th century, the most notable things you have is like Christopher Columbus. I didn't even go over like Christopher Columbus. I got a whole fucking book here. Shit, where the fuck did it go? Son of a bitch.
I don't manage a library. I have no idea.
Yeah, well, somewhere around here, I have The Conquest of America by Todorov. So
that's why I like ebooks, because it's hard to lose them and it's easy to find them.
Yeah, by Zvitan Todorov. Man, this is a key work that describes how the the conquest of Columbus and also of and what's the guy? Cortez, Cortez, when he went to go pay Montezuma a visit, over there. But yeah, eventually I'll find, oh, here it is actually, Conquest of America. Fuck, I can't even, I'm just zooming up. Yeah, Conquest of America, by Zvitan. Yeah, maybe I'll read that next time, but yeah. That's a key work describing the conquest of America, the discovery of America, even, yeah, the Indians and all that type of stuff.
You heard of Columbus being associated with the name Colombo before?
Yeah. And, there's whole presentations on how he's linked to the conversos, a lot of the conquistadors were linked to them. Like Cortez had a lot of those guys on his ship. He had a lot of conversos on his ship with him to go to South America. So so there was that going on. So they were just a prevalent force within Spain, because Sephardic Jews, 1400s, the Inquisition happens. A lot of them just went underground. They're not going to leave the fucking continent or the world or whatever. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me go ahead and throw up this shit so I could see who the fuck this is real quick. Because somebody trying to come up in here. Yeah, what's going on, friend?
Hello? Yo, yo, yo.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up, dog?
Is this somebody I know or?
Nah, yeah, I just seen y'all doing a live and shit, and I want to talk about, Machiavelli and God and shit.
Yeah.
Is that what y'all do?
Yeah, man. I mean, nobody can see us right now, but do you want to throw up a cam real quick so I know that you're a real person or whatever this is? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I can plug my camera in real quick. I just leave it unplugged because that should give me a headache. But I'll plug it in right quick. Hold on.
Yeah, because Pete's got. I don't know like what it is, but like, isn't that how you verify people? Is that what it is, guys?
Yes, we use the camera to make sure they're not some kind of porn bomber.
Nah, yo, hang tag, I got you, bro.
Yeah, this is a real dude. Yeah, I already got a good feeling about this dude, man. He's got a bunny rabbit. You know what I mean? He's coming with the real shit. I already know it. With the shadow bunny, you know what I mean? The shadow bunny shit, you know what I mean?
Yo.
Hell yeah. Yo, what's up, man? All right, thank you, brother, man. Yeah, you can turn it off if you want, man. Bless, man. Yeah. Shit, all right, let me come on with this guy, man. This guy's cool as fuck, man. He's chilling. He wants to talk about Machiavelli and shit. Yeah, what's on your mind, man?
I mean, like, yo, I've read, I've read Machiavelli, The Prince and whatnot, All the War, whatnot.
Shit. That's what's up, man. Machiavelli's Prince, huh? You like that book, huh?
I like some of it, but like, I'm not really too much of a fan of like Machiavellian, like philosophy as far as like a way to approach life.
Yeah, I feel you on that, man.
I am a fan.
Yeah. Hank likes philosophy. Chris, I feel like Chris is like, he's either white or Mexican. Are you white, Chris, or Mexican?
Yeah, I'm white.
Okay, so yeah, you probably like philosophy. I'm brown. I'm brown skin, so I don't fucking like philosophy. But yeah, you don't like philosophy either? We got another non-philosophy vote, huh?
I like philosophy. I just don't like Machiavellian like philosophy.
That's one of the philosophers I like because he really goes against philosophy.
As a way to live your life, right? Machiavelli, right? You be operating like in almost like it's like based on straight logic, right? So you're gonna make decisions that aren't necessarily like with the.
No, he didn't believe in. No, he didn't believe in. He didn't believe in logic.
Not necessarily logic, but he's not operating with like compassion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
well, he is. You pretty much. If you don't have the power, you can't get anything done. So he's telling you how to.
Yeah, one of the things.
Hold on to the power so you can do what you want to do. Do the needful.
Yeah, right. One of the things he said is you should build on the people, you know, because the people is a strong foundation. Actually, Machiavelli wrote a book called The Prince, but he wrote a much bigger book on republics, you know, called Discourses. You know, of Livy. You know, his actual major work was on the republic. He actually favored the Roman style of government of republicanism way more than principalities, and he just goes over you know, republics like in one chapter of the Prince, if y'all remember, because you read it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
you're
like, I like some of the things he explains. Like, look, a man needs to have something to come back to after war, right? Like he needs something to look forward to. Otherwise, he's just, you know, in a society with like skills that he can't, you know what I'm saying, sustain himself with. And so that it evolves into like mafia type criminal activity because, you know what I'm saying, this dude don't have no way to make, you know what I mean? And like you see that, like, for example, I got a lot of brothers that came out of Iraq, you know what I mean? And they came back to America and they didn't really have no way to make, you know what I'm saying? Like they didn't have nothing to fall back on when they got back here. And so what happened? You know what I mean? They fall into drugs, homelessness, crime,
Damn.
you know, just fucked up shit, right?
That's fucked up for somebody to send you to go do that, make that crazy heroic sacrifice, and then treat you like that.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what
Well,
I'm
it's
saying?
not
Like,
really that.
they
It's
should have at
that
least gave them like a house, like health care, like all types of shit. Like I
they
don't know, like,
did.
but they just kind of experiment on these motherfuckers, throw them out there,
So,
motherfuckers
yo,
be traumatized, all shook up, just on the
Yes.
street.
with the VA, they do that, right? But then
Yes, they do
sometimes they
do
do
that.
you dirty.
Well, here's the thing.
Ridiculous.
When you're in with the military, they break you down and make you government policy enforcers. But when you come home, we're kind of in a pick, choose, roll, and venture thing, and then we don't tell them everything to do back in stateside. So a lot of them just feel useless because there's no one telling them what to do. They don't have the regiment anymore. They could sign up and get a regiment, like they could always join fires the police office or something like that. That's pretty similar, but some of them just don't decide not to do it, and some of them do get their minds broken and go homeless.
Yeah, I mean, it's the question, like, what they even went out there for. I mean, it's just like, what the fuck? Like, you know, first of all, this rigged ass like shit that they pulled out there, man. Like, what did they even go out there for? You know, like Iraq didn't even attack anyone. You know, and then motherfucking, you know, ended up homeless for that. I mean, that shit is crazy, man. They should have at least gave those people something. You know, I mean, even if I'm not calling it a heroic sacrifice, they damn sure called it that.
I can
So they
tell
could
you
have
what
awarded them, you know, or something. I mean,
Well, we pay them when they do the service. We pay them and give them a college grant as well.
college grant, yeah, so you could go learn shit and then make your own fucking money. I mean, what good is that?
Yeah.
So,
It's
yo,
crazy. So you had to do the whole effort. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
if you want to know why they went into Iraq, I could give you a little bit of what I know, and I mean, you could take this for what it is. I don't got no
Go ahead.
evidence.
Yeah, dude, lay it
Certain
on us.
shit
Yeah,
where
for
like
sure.
there ain't gonna be no evidence, you know what I mean? But I've been told by some people who were there, you know what I mean? And
Yeah, for sure.
essentially, like the cover is like, you know, it was for poppy and all that and oil, but that's not what it was really about. The backstory of Iraq is that Iraq was Babylon, my dog, you know what I mean? And so they went into Iraq essentially for artifacts because they were looking for something. You know what I mean? They were looking for essentially like, you know what I mean? They need Babylonian magic or whatever, rituals or something, symbols. I don't really know, to open up some kind of portal. Look, you know what I mean? They were going in there for something, and I'm pretty sure they found it. They were going into these underground, you know what I mean, vaults and tombs.
No,
looking
that's
for
some spooky
artifacts.
shit, bro. That's fucking Scooby-Doo mysteries and shit,
It's
bro.
some Scooby-Doo mystery shit, yo. But I mean, look, it might not be true, but this is what I've heard. You know what I mean?
That
They
shit
was
is
looking for
crazy.
some shit.
I mean, that's some Indiana Jones, you know, for real. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think Indiana Jones went to India. I never watched any of this Steven Spielberg or what was his name? Steven Spielberg. Yeah, man.
Yeah, still Spielberg.
Yeah, I don't really watch any of those movies, you know. But I did watch Star Trek. Yeah. Go ahead, Cecil. What's up, man?
So I just wanted to add to that I believe during the Iraqi theater of operations was when the giant of Kandahar was discovered.
Oh yeah, they had that crazy report of that fucking Yeti. You know what I mean? Yeah,
well, bro. They could have been looking for the
you
giant.
You don't want to fuck around in those mountains, man. You know, brown people know, man. You don't go up in those. You know, white people go to the mountains and shit. They're like, we're going camping and shit. Good luck, motherfuckers. You know, it is.
White people go to random caves, and like I know the Nutty Putty incident came up on YouTube. The algorithm spammed it.
Yeah, that's why them brown motherfuckers they didn't even know that shit
little dark holes for fun.
Yeah,
and the Bible says that like the wicked go and worship in high places. You know what I'm saying, on mountaintops and shit.
Shit, man. I was just talking about the Zen monasteries. They built the Zen monasteries up there. But I feel like what it is the high altitude. You know, the high altitude trips out your blood because it switches the oxygen in your blood for fucking nitric oxide, and your blood be moving fast and shit.
You know Aleister Crowley?
I got a question for you guys. If you're in a higher atmosphere, you know, higher up in the mountains, is it easier to get high up in there? Like off of engines and things, if you're less oxygen? It's easier
it is.
It is.
I don't know.
That makes sense because
they grow. You could grow really strong weed up there because the air is really dry. So it's like,
Aleister Crowley.
Religions, they take drugs to contact spirits. They claim, you know,
bro.
You don't need drugs to contact spirits.
If you can get higher up in the higher elevation, you know. Be more potent for contacting spirits, maybe. You know?
Yeah, this dude trying to come in with the Aleister Crowley. What's up, Mos?
Aleister Crowley was known for two things mainly, like being a top Satanist founder, and he used to climb mountains. Like he was obsessed with getting to the tops of like all these different mountains. So I'm telling you, there's some type of connection.
Yeah,
that's not the only two things. He screwed with Nazis too. He screwed with Germany during both world wars.
The Nazis.
Yes,
I don't know about that one, Hank. I think you're reading some other history books that nobody else has heard about. But
that's
really,
you guys see this shit? Banana milk, motherfucker. It is
banana milk sounds okay.
Banana milk, motherfucker. You know.
So I went to high school with this guy who ended up being an Iraqi vet, right? So he did 20 years in the Marine Corps, got out, right? And he's like, oh, so all I know how to do is fucking kill people, you know? So he's like, oh, I know, I'll go become prison guard, right? So the guy goes and becomes a prison guard, I don't think he was a prison guard. I think it was like a jail guard, right? And so they're transporting some prisoners one day, and one of these prisoners gets out of line and he like body slams the motherfucker, like breaks his shoulder. I mean, this dude's big. He's like 6'4", 280 pounds, like big motherfucker, right? And I remember him telling me about it. He was like, man, it was like I was back there. Like, I don't know. So there was a freaking loud pop and I was freaking back, like being shot at. All I know is I had to break this motherfucker down, right? So the correctional outfit that he was with was like, they're like, thanks for your service, but you're too qualified. Please don't kill me because I fired you right now. You know, just like, okay, dude, yeah, you're good. You can go over there, right? So now the dude's a freaking bartender at a golf course. And he's one of those cats that just rides around in a tuxedo with a freaking golf cart full of drinks and freaking, you know, could kill you with a shoelace. But I mean, that's what he does now. Oh, and he's on 100% disability.
With the shoelace.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
You know, you guys talk about going to war. One of the main reasons why they might take us to war is when the economy starts going in the toilet, they'll take you to war to stimulate the economy, because unfortunately, war is extremely profitable for
certain people.
Profitable. So you look at the numbers and it matches up. You know,
Not you and me, but certain people make a whole bunch of money off of war. Yeah, that's true.
Well, yeah, it helps the economy too when they take you to war. I'm not saying it's good. I'm just saying that the numbers wise, it helps. You know.
No, well, the only reason war will help your economy is that that you have a advantage over your competitors. You're actually going to lose economic power because you have to dedicate to fighting a war.
Right. Of course. But the thing about Aleister Crowley was he modeled himself in the in that whole faction between the British and the other side, in the same way that he modeled himself from John Dee, because that was a prominent figure that was mentioned, in the Elizabethan era. And this guy John Dee, he was like the original Aleister Crowley. He wrote this Enochian script, and he was talking about all of this shit, and he actually joined the war against the Armada. Against the Spanish Armada. And it was theorized that he used magic against the Spanish Armada to help Francis Drake win the war. You know what I mean? On the British side, the same way that Aleister Crowley, there's all these theories about how he helped, like the war, World War II and shit like that. So there's all this fucking
I could go deep on like John Dee and all them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
So a lot of what they was doing was not only like magic, but they was masking it under the guise of alchemy, right?
Yeah, I was talking about that. Yeah, go ahead.
People look at the alchemical texts and then they sit here and say, all right, so it's chemistry, right? But that's the exoteric meaning of this stuff, right? And they're confusing people, telling them it's chemistry. And then they got a second layer of confusion where they tell you, nah, it's actually a spiritual, system for this bullshit, right? It's a self help guy, it's a self evolution system that they've designed to be able to transmigrate their soul and achieve immortality through the Philosopher's Stone. That's also bullshit. That's the second layer of deception. The reality of alchemy, black magic, Satanism, all this bullshit, right? It all comes from one simple thing. The mystery schools, all of it is all tied to one thing, and that's mind control. Now, what do I mean by mind control?
That's right. Yeah, and I was talking a little bit about that, change your perceptions, change your reality.
No. I'm not even talking that. That's like a lesser key of Solomon mind control. I'm talking the real deal fucking mind control where they take
Oh shit. Go ahead. Yeah.
They take a person and they break them down. And you can look this up. This was done by the Nazis, the CIA. It's all the same shit. All right. It was done by the Satanists, the Kabbalists. They take people and they break them down from when they're born, and they create a person that they could completely control. And that is how they secure overthrow in the whole world. And that's how you have people doing stuff that you're like, human beings don't operate like this. Well, that's because these are not normal human beings, right? Now, you might believe, the people that are running this world, they're possessed by demons. That is true up to a point. Part of this, the reason why it's always involved with black magic and weird stuff is because part of this process, right, that could be found in the Kabbalist tree, is that they have to essentially attach demons to these people in order to keep them in line. These are outside intelligences operating on the consciousness of these human beings. You know what I'm saying? And so what they've done is they've systematically separated in our world, they've separated mental psychology from religion, right? And they've done this intentionally so that they can't make the connection with demonology, right? So we live in a democracy,
Yeah.
right? What's a democracy? It's a demonocracy. You feel me?
Yeah, that's one of the trips that the word psyche back in the day, it actually meant spirit. And then they changed it to mind, you know. So it was one of those words that psychology, you know, psychology back in the day would have meant study of the spirit.
What
So,
runs
you know,
this world, right? You got pharmakia, the pharmaceutical industry, right? You got Moloch, bro. You got the you know what I'm saying? You got people worshiping money. You got the banking industry. All these different things is run by greater demons that control the people operating these systems, because these systems are beyond the human being. You know what I'm saying? A regular man born into this world doesn't just sit there one day and be like, you know what? I should make a financial enslavement system and perpetrate it through like hundreds of generations of bloodlines. You know what I mean? Like, this is way beyond a human.
So the machine lies. You got something wrong with psychology. So psychology was named after the Greek goddess Psyche, and she was the goddess of the soul. Psychology was the study of the soul.
So what did I say? That's what I said.
Was it say so? You said, I think you said mind.
Yeah, I said it. They changed it to that, but originally it was the other thing.
Machine
You said
did.
spirit, you said spirit, not soul.
Yeah. You can make a distinction between spirit and soul, but in the ancient Greek world, they never made a distinction between those two things. That's like a more,
yeah, that's true. You didn't.
Yeah, that's a more nuanced. Like
I'm not sure. I
yeah, that's
that would check.
Yeah, that's kind of like a more kind of like Kabbalistic interpretation. But yeah,
I double check if they did distinguish or not. So
yeah.
So this mind control thing you're talking about, is that the same thing they do like in MK Ultra processes? Like they shatter the mind and create altars, and then they tie demons to them, I guess. Is that
so it's like that's part of like all of this like all these different mystery schools, these initiations, these degrees, right? This is part of the processing of a human being into a fucking slave, right?
No, because they didn't make masters all that too. So it really depends on who you attach, what spirits are attached to them. So you can make slaves, you can make masters, you can make anything you want, really.
Are you denying the whole thing I just said, or
no? I'm saying that slaves are not the only thing you make with that thing.
Slaves. Okay, I'm just saying that like these degrees, like the Masonic system, like this is all like different types of slaves that they create. Right. By slave, I don't mean like they work for a person. Like it's just like they are not in control of what is happening. Right.
You can make people who are in control over what's happening with the same process. That's what you're not.
They all believe they're in control. That's where the deception is. It's like all the way up, they're deceived up into a certain level where they believe they understand.
Here's the thing. All the doctrines have been leaked already. So people are using the same techniques to train people into whatever image they need to be.
I mean, there's doctrines that have been leaked, but they leak exoteric meanings, and the true meanings of things are never actually written down or like revealed in a way where it could be leaked. It's like you have to come to these understandings.
It's up into interpretation. You don't understand. It's up into interpretation. So there may be no true meaning at all. It's a how to view.
Well, my point is the whole thing is a mind control system, and
I agree.
Have the different paths that can be taken in that mind control system, and they control every path outcome. It's a octopus with infinite arms.
They do not control every path outcome
of their system. They do.
Yes, but you can take the same. They can take the same source and make another system.
Yeah, you could take anything and make anything.
You don't have control over
that. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying that the way it's been laid out in the world currently, right? We have layers and layers of mind control systems. Some of them are like really serious where it's 100% control, and then others are subliminal, like propaganda Edward Bernays style shit going on the mass scale. And like the reality is they want to just basically put some shit in you to control everything that everybody does and thinks and says, but they haven't been able to do it yet. So until then they have to resolve with these lesser means.
Who do you mean by they?
They are the people who control this planet, this Earth, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so
This
the machine
world.
lies gave me a wrench. Am I they now?
I think what he means to say is evil people or just evil.
I consider myself evil. Am I
Hold
they?
on, man,
Like
hold on.
the enemy of humanity is them.
Yeah, because obviously only an evil person would want to do, or evil incarnate would want to do what this man is describing. So who they are, you don't really need to worry about that. It's evil, period.
Okay, then I consider myself they. What do I do next? What's on my agenda?
It's not a label that you put on. It's an action, set of sequence of actions that people take.
Yeah, I applied the label to myself. What's next on my agenda?
I think we would need to propagate a system of events that would be considered by most people to be highly evil.
But partly evil. We'll do a 1 hour interview with Snaps. Then there we go. That sounds evil.
Yeah, I kind of did that last time. Do you remember when I was talking to him?
Yeah. So we already did it.
Yeah, I put him up on the stage, and I pulled him aside, and I had he was trying to talk about some of the motives of what I'm trying to present here, and I try to communicate that to him as clearly as possible, and ask him, whether he could clarify some of his goals. You know what I mean? So like that's how really we handle shit. But yeah, it is what it is. I think we had a very constructive conversation. I seen him here in the chat earlier, so thank you for watching. I mean, we also got this guy here, Pineal Power.
I thought Snaps was like somebody's sock puppet or something. He's never been on cam. He's just somebody who talks with a retarded lisp or whatever.
I thought so too, but Venus Cupcake showed that he did actually have a crew, and they are upset with him for not going on bigger shows.
Okay, bro. When he starts getting up on camera like me or you or Machine and like starts doing that thing, that's what it'll lend to his credibility.
I agree.
Yo, I would be on camera, but I'm gonna be real with you, bro. I got this camera made by Razer, and when I start talking some shit on the camera lately, bro, I be getting crazy ass headaches. And I cannot explain that to you, but when I unplug the fucking camera, my headache goes away.
Okay, you get a shit camera. You're getting hit with probably some bad radiation. Get a Logitech.
Yeah.
I have a Logitech camera. I've been on just today around, I guess, 3 or so hours. So I feel fine, and I worked early this morning. So
bro, I can't
your camera, get a better one.
Yeah, the radiation will fry up your whole dome, man. That's what it is. You can't eat this fucking microwave food. It vibrates this fucking water in your shit. Like the electrons in the water vibrate at such a quick rate with fucking microwaves and shit.
Yeah, it's a whole molecule of the water. The molecule of the water gets
I don't
zapped by
even
the
have a
microwave radiation.
So it
Yo, I
fucks
ain't
up your
fucked with a
dome.
microwave in like fucking 20 years, bro.
Yeah, but I mean the cell phone is the same shit. It's based on the microwave.
I don't use cell phones either, bro.
Put your phone in the microwave.
I do not use cell phones. You could ask anybody that knows me.
For real?
Yeah, I don't believe in them. Haven't carried a cell phone in fucking a long
I don't carry my phone either, but I still have one because
my wife
no
has a phone. You know what I mean? But I don't got one.
I put mine in
your wife has
I put mine in a case.
Yeah.
I put mine in a case so I can use the power, but it doesn't hurt me.
Yeah, I had one phone between me and my wife. That we both used, and that's how I really did, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm real big in the EMF and all that crazy shit, bro. I'm crazy like that. So I
then you do know your microwave is shielded so it can't hurt you.
I don't use a
Right?
microwave.
But it's shielded so the rays don't get out of it.
I wouldn't use a microwave because it destroys the nutrients of the food.
That's true.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, it is. It makes it so the food is incompatible with the human body because it destroys.
Okay, citation needed. I'm gonna challenge on that. Give me a citation for that.
Yeah, you can look it up. It's the most destructive.
No, I'm not gonna look it up. You know it to show the evidence.
I mean, yo, I'm
Citation
gonna be honest. I don't carry around statistics about how much percentage of nutrients is destroyed by microwaves. You know what I'm saying, in my brain, because it's like. But I'm telling you with great certainty, like steaming your vegetables is like the least destructive.
I could
boiling.
read a lot of shit on the health risks of the fucking radiation. I have tons of material on it.
Microwave.
Yes, but the health risks, they don't know what's going to kill with the food. They go back and forth.
I have statistics on hand, motherfuckers. So if anybody wants it, you know, let's go.
I've not owned a microwave. I've eaten microwave food in probably close to 20 years, bro. No.
So do you agree with that machine? Microwave's bad for as far as the health.
Well, look at one thing I show a lot of times is the you know, the ratings for the phones. You know what I mean? Because you could readily look up the ratings for the phones. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So it's actually called specific absorption rate. You know, and you can look it up per cell phone, and actually it's FDA regulated, because if you have a device that emits too much radiation, it's harmful to human health. So they actually have a rating system for absorption rates. So like, you know, like here's an example. If you type this in, right, you could see like SAR is a measure of radio frequency energy absorption by the body from the source being measured, in the case cell phone. SAR provides straightforward measures. So anyways, you could look these up per cell phone. You know, the manufacturers of the cell phone are required to provide you with the SAR rate. So you could go like look up I don't know. Let me see.
Samsung S23. I don't know.
SAR ratings. Well, I guess I'd have to type in cell phones, but yeah, you could look them up per cell phone. So like, you know, you guys probably have some of these cell phones. You know what I mean? Let me see if I can find this shit.
So I just posted link in the outside chat from Harvard Public Health on microwave cooking nutrition. They say some nutrients break down, but that always happens when you expose stuff to heat. And microwaves doesn't use a whole lot of excess water, and it cooks it by short amount of time, which makes it one that retains more nutrients on average than other forms of cooking.
Yeah, this page.
Right, those people are trying to kill you.
Oh, of course, Harvard's trying to kill me, of course, because if they don't agree with you, they're trying to kill me.
Yo, Harvard said the microwave is safe and effective, bro.
Okay.
Okay, then why don't you find the source? Find a source for your claim.
It's like radiation, bro. It's no good.
Yeah.
Oh, so radiation's bad. So the sun, we had to destroy it because it's like radiating the whole planet. Is that the case?
Just like, all right. So watch. How does the heat get into your food, right?
Yeah, that's
it
true,
vibrates
though.
the molecules.
So the radiation goes into your food, right? And then you eat the food, which has the radiation.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat it right now, right in front of you. Look.
So the radiation alters the molecules and it makes the molecules incompatible with your body. That's what happens.
Wrong. I'm eating right now. I'm not dying.
Radiation changes the chemical structure of the food.
Me and popcorn right now, not dying.
There's different kinds of radiation also. You know, you got like
name three
radiation, you know what I mean? You got electromagnetic radiation, you know what I'm saying? And then you got fucking, there's another one, bro. There's like heat radiation, bro. I forget the name of it. What is it called, bro? Thermal radiation, right?
Thermal
Infrared.
Infrared. So you got different kinds of radiation. I'm saying the one that the microwave putting out is bad.
Microwaves. Microwave puts out microwave radiation, and it actually contains it because it's shielded.
I know, but it goes into the food, and then you take the food out and eat it, and it goes.
Yes, because what it does is it vibrates the water molecules, so it warms the food. So I don't eat something raw like Liver King, who
I'm saying
lied
like,
about.
it goes in there though. The radiation.
That's the point.
Food and the chemical structure of the food then changes because of that.
Yes,
radiation.
I'm trying to cook it. Yes.
I feel you, but it's not the kind of cooking radiation. It's the microwave radiation, and even though it's gone, by exposing the food chemicals, right, that's in the food, the base materials to the microwaves, you've changed the chemical structure of the food nutrients.
I'm cooking it. Yes, that's the point.
Not just cooking it though. There's different ways to cook something. You're cooking it
and
vibrational friction, right? At what?
Do you have any thoughts on this, Keith? About this microwave thing?
Well, yeah, the radiation is using a high frequency to create the heat. That heat is just like any other form of cooking, like he said. It does break down nutrients. Look at the reports, and it's non-ionizing radiation, guys. Read upon non-ionizing radiation. The only non-ionizing radiation that has ever had any evidence of being cancer related is ultraviolet. Nothing else. Don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Alters the chemical structure of the food, though, Keith. It makes it so it's incompatible with the body.
I got another.
No, you don't. Where is your source? Again, all it's doing is breaking down the nutrients.
I got another point that I was going to lead in.
That of course is also another chemical breakdown. And when you talk about the alchemical body, our body goes through electrolysis. We have all kinds of different anodes and canodes and stuff. And we have all kinds of fluids, both acidic and alkaline, that travel throughout our body. It's a matter of keeping them in balance with the nutrients that we do take in.
So,
we are natural batteries.
So you got the microwave. You microwave the food, and you create the heat with the friction of the water, right, inside the food.
Affirmative.
All right. So water has memory, right? And you're made up of how much water?
In liters,
what I'm saying is you're basically putting water, right? Especially vegetables, because most microwavable food is high in water. So here's what I'm trying to say. Not only are we breaking down and changing the nutrients, but the main component of the water, right? We're basically torturing the water before we put it in our body. And you could go and talk to any, spiritual people that know anything about water, and they'll tell you water has memory. You're made up of mostly water. And if you torture your water before you put it in you, you're going to have bad problems with your body.
There's only one issue. Both wizard and I are spiritual people, and we say microwave is fine.
I hear you.
But you said ask any spiritual person.
I'm saying people who really know about water.
He disagrees with
me. I said spiritual people who really know about water.
Oh, so I don't know anything about water.
Yeah, do you know about water memory and
so the water up there at Yellowstone National Parks, the hot springs, that's being tortured. Who and what is the mechanism of that torture?
I'm saying, are you drinking Yellowstone water?
Please explain.
So do you know about water experiments with intentions and water and growing plants with different
Yes, I've heard of that, but you're conflating as if though this is tortured water. Please explain that.
It is, because you're hitting the water with so much frequency that it's causing heat.
Do you know what they mean? Do you know what they actually mean by water has memory? It has multiple phases.
That's not exactly what they mean.
Oh,
though.
yes, it does. Oh, yes, it does. So while boiling water is torturous too, what about freezing water? Is there another extreme that creates another torture element? If you want to talk about feeling,
I'm not saying boiling water is torturing it. I'm saying the microwave is, because of the frequency that it's hitting it with, right? It's not
So
a
again, you're
natural
talking
frequency,
about torturing.
right?
You're talking about torturing water
This
as
isn't
if though
this isn't
that's the
natural. Like
memory it's
freezing is
got, which is a
natural.
feeling. Water
Boiling
does
is
not
natural.
member feelings.
Well, it does because they did experiments, and when they
Then,
crystallized water with
then
positivity,
no,
it
they
crystallized
they
in symmetrical
no
patterns. And when they
each
used,
feeling as it's expressed coming out of the mouth, just like every other sound, creates
I don't
different
know what you're doing.
toroidal currents.
I
Ke-
didn't. I'm not.
creates. Shut up
changing-
and let me finish,
Are you
because it
changing the
creates
experiment
different
they did?
toroidal. It creates different toroidal currents, and we can see this in visible effects by a sound table and sand. Get with it. It has nothing to do with
What does
feelings,
cymatics have to do with what I'm saying? I'm
because
not
you're
talking
not
about
able to
cymatics.
connect the sound that you're conflating as torturous with actual true vibration that has no feeling.
I'm not talking about cymatics though. Why are we going from cymatics from water? I'm
Because
talking
you're
about
you're
intention.
claiming sound, which is vibration, has feelings,
Yeah, and
right?
like if
Isn't
you
that
put water,
cymatics?
if you
Isn't
put
that
water through a
cymatics?
natural,
Isn't that cymatics? Wasn't that the topic? Cymatics,
well, I was talking about
sound
intention.
vibrations.
The sound doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. So you can have intentions with no sound and
Yeah,
have an effect on water, and it would be torturous.
yeah.
Good one.
There was intentions placed on water.
Okay,
right?
what else?
And then,
Okay, what else? What
you know,
other
like
intention is torturous to
water
water?
also having memory, right? If it goes through certain kinds of like natural formations, like in rocks and waterfalls and stuff, right? That water is actually more hydrating and better for you.
That's falling from a 300-foot waterfall and hits the bottom. Does that hurt? I mean, that's got to be torturous. Get real, dude.
I don't think you fully comprehend what I mean, but I'm saying it's torturous to the
Well,
water.
yeah,
because
maybe
it's
you're
not
using the
natural
wrong
to the
term.
water.
Maybe you ought to learn what torturous means.
Well, it is. You're
It's a
torturing the
fucking
water molecule,
intangible
right?
feeling that is pervaded by its actions. Tell me
All right,
how
so
water is
let's say
tortured by natural actions that it's
let's say
supposed to
it's
go
not
through.
torturing the water. You're right. It's molesting it. You're molesting the water.
Boy, you are of a thick mind, dude.
Oh, well, I'm just saying. I don't know why you're over here defending water molestation, but I'm not supporting it.
So now you're going to project that I support water molestation as if though I have feelings about water. Good projection.
I mean, I have a
This guy's
question.
an
Are we allowed to
idiot.
drink the water still?
I mean, you are defending it.
How am I defending water? I'm
You're
questioning your use of the terms that you're using.
I feel
Listen,
like you're
guys. Listen, guys. A man's intellect is limited and biased by his vocabulary.
Listen, my name is Intellectual Imbecile, okay? Calm down.
That makes sense.
That's a really good statement, Keith. I like that.
See, truth means no defense. The research is there. It's already done. If you know what you're talking about, you would be speaking the same thing.
I'm just saying.
You can go ahead and pull it up. You said go ahead and research it. Well, we researched it, except there's some problems. See, you run across people that may have already researched this shit, and you are one that doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about.
I mean, I could pull up scientific documents that literally prove lies.
Then pull them up and let's show how water is tortured. Or is that something you invented?
Listen,
or is
sir,
that something you invented? Then you switched it to molestation. Is that another one you invented?
Molested water is more correct in the terminology, I would say.
And that's another one you invented. What does the survey say? You know, the research
terminology.
Did you take the terminology they used and reconvert it for your own through your own interpretation for your purposes? Again, I think you're sick.
You think I'm sick? I think all that microwave food's getting to your brain, bro.
Keith, you be nice. Be nice, Keith. He's just trying to...
Yeah, I microwave the roadkill and stuff that I gather as I eat the natural sources that are given to me in a stove.
Do you have like a microwave?
So I have a question, intellectual idiots. So you're saying if you hit the water with infrared, it's good, but microwave is bad because if I use a stove, I'm hitting with infrared radiation. Is that the case? Infrared doesn't torture water, but microwaves do?
Correct.
So if I hit you with infrared radiation, you will not feel tortured. That's correct?
I'm just saying, like the electronic frequency going through the microwave coils, you know what I'm saying? It's obviously invented by the devil.
So the devil didn't invent fire?
No. God invented fire.
Okay, so if I put you in fire, you will not feel tortured. Is that correct?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that, like, if you cook food with fire, it's not going to give you cancer.
So if I cook coal with fire, the smoke won't give me cancer. Is that correct?
Nah, it's fine. Humans been breathing.
Okay, that's false.
Forever, bro.
So what gives you cancer? Do carcinogens give you cancer? When you're grilling that meat, over a campfire, when you're grilling the meat over a campfire and all that smoke and carcinogens going up in your meat, is that possible cause for cancer? Are you a logical and reasonable man here? Because I think you sound like a babbling idiot.
It's all the frequencies from the devices fucking up the water in your body, giving you cancer. All right, look at your router. It causes water to rotate on its axis.
What about the cancer that is converted to the meat that you just smoked over an open pit grill that has all that carcinogen in it?
Nah, bro. Isn't
that how you're conflating that all of this water stuff reacts and it's torturous?
I'm telling you.
You make it sound like you literally hold water over a fire and it's torture.
Look at the food pyramid,
idiot.
right? The food pyramid's all bullshit. You got to turn it up.
What about the water cycle? What happens when you heat water, folks? It evaporates. So if you don't heat water to the point that it evaporates, what happens, folks? You have no fucking weather cycle. Get the fuck over it, dude.
Wait, listen. Everybody knows they're engineering the weather with chemistry.
That's terrifying. Yo, what's up, hard hat? What's going on, brother? Peace.
Not bad, man. I saw Wiz up here. It's kind of nice. I haven't seen him on your panel before, but
Wiz is always here for real. Yeah, he's one of the regular guests here.
Yeah, good to see you, Wiz. Yeah, no, I'm just I'm back doing my fucking snow removal kind of in the winter. Just finished doing some shit and saw you're live, and so I'm just jumping on some good conversation.
Oh. Yeah, he's selling this shirt. They're selling shirts. It's like I don't understand. Like they're selling t-shirts, literally. But yeah, it is what it is. But
I'm gonna screenshot that later.
Yeah, we should graffiti that shit around town, whatever that says. Shit I don't. That's the shit I don't like.
Shit I ain't got time for. Any shit that ain't got nothing to do with me.
Damn. Wiz out here telling it like it is. Well, keep it real, old man. I respect that, because Wiz has got to look out for Wiz. He's a loving man. I've seen how he acts with his dog. Beautiful relation that he has. He's a beautiful, caring man. So bless him, man. You know what I mean? May God keep him healthy. You know what I'm saying? That's what it is.
Yeah, I like all these different perspectives in here too. Like Hank has his, the other guy, Yellow Black Bunny's got his.
Yeah, we got Black Bunny, man, too. What it do?
Yeah,
he's doing it. He's doing the thing out here. Bless, man. We got a new panelist out here. We got Cecil Drake. Cecil Drake, how the fuck did you get upside down, dude? What? How did that happen? Did you defy physics?
I know how he did it. It's simple. Let me do it.
My alter ego, you may have heard of him, is Bat Boy, and I actually know how to hang from the ceiling and shit.
This is easy. See, I got it upside down too. It's pretty easy.
Oh, it's on the phone. Yeah, because you
You
guys
just
have the
turn the
cell phone.
camera upside down.
Oh, I guess
Trivial.
you guys have the cell phone, huh? Man, I'd have to hang from the ceiling because I'm on that laptop camera.
Hey, hard hat, how do you remove snow from stuff? Do you use like a snow shovel or the machine, or what, or a combination, or like what do you do?
I got a pretty good little gig. It's I got a flat deck dually that I do my snow removal, and it's basically just with a fucking shovel, and I got a big load of salt on, and I do go around, do the city bus stops, city little pedestrian intersections, shit like that, and got a little iPad, so it's just handwork. But they don't push you. It's fucking it's a pretty I get paid $50 worthless fiat cash, so it's not bad an hour. So it's kind of a good little gig. I've been doing it for about 5 years now.
Oh, that's good. You know, not too much overhead and all that.
Oh, there's just the gas I use in the diesel I use in my truck, which might be $20-$30, right? So no, it's pretty cool. It's a really good gig. So yeah,
Did you use
I don't mind it.
Mechanical advantage with that, like I use the truck to remove the snow, or do you have to use your body, like a shoveling?
No, I shovel with my body. I just use the truck because you got to pull off on the road where it's all deep snow and shit, so traffic can still go, like at bus stops and shit.
Yeah.
So nice 4x4 fucking to do that. No, get out, shovel it, and then have a little bucket of salt. Throw some salt out if it needs it. Pretty brainless work or whatever, right? But
Well,
you
that's
just
awesome.
motor along and fucking $400 or $500 for a day, right? It's not bad cash, so fuck it.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Glad for you, man.
No snow around here. Last time this year, or last
What
year
the
this
fuck is
time,
going on?
there
There's
was a lot
no
of snow.
goddamn shit. Something's happening with the fucking weather rotations, like modification, like some shit's going down. Like I don't even know what the fuck
That's
it
what I
is. But
heard.
the winter is hurt. The winter is starting a lot later. I don't know what it really is. I think it might just be because you know, you go to space, all types of shit is happening. You know, like you said, we get all types of radiation from space.
I kind of think
of space.
I mean, the weather is changing a little bit, but I mean, it's you got to look at over time, and if you pick a little, this decade, you might see some trends and shit aren't. But I mean, last winter, right now, it was fucking cold where I'm at. Like it was back -20, -30 below, and yeah, this fall it's been mild, man. Like I've been out 3 times only for snow. It's not too bad out, but I mean, it's every year's different. I don't know, but I'm getting we get chemtrails here, the fucking planes all the fucking time, right? And then once in a while, it's that's the one thing that people, you could say, hey, at least look at this, right? Like what the fuck do you know? But now what's that do? I don't know. I think it is seeding it for the towers, possibly. But I mean, it's just the chemicals, right? That it's raining down. I went down some rabbit holes where they say the chemicals that are using, and then you wonder why people say, "Oh, I've got this 1 in a million fucking cancer," right? Well, it happens.
Well, isn't that torturing water? I mean, that's where they're spraying it up in the air, and that's where we have that's where water it
is.
Evaporates. I mean, that's water torture. Not crying out loud.
Hey, look, it is. All right. So they're spraying nanoparticulates in the damn air, right? And then what they're doing is they're using all the cell towers, all the 5G, and other things that they've got deployed in the damn firmament, hanging on helium balloons with antennas on them. You know what I'm saying? To direct the weather patterns.
They're called satelloons.
Yeah, satelloons, right? So at the end of the day, they're basically controlling the weather. Now, recently, why is our weather all crazy? I believe that, this might be crazy, but I believe China launched some shit into space, and they said, oh man, China's launching some shit into space, and it's dropping little seeds, and now we have radio signals over North America, and then all of a sudden we got, boom, winter storm. I'm just saying, I think they might have gotten their weather hacked. I'm just saying, look, you know what I mean? We got America trying to flood the country with migrants, right? They're letting it happen. So China's like, hey, if they want that to happen, let's fuck them up. Let's hit them with a storm. Let's see how the migrants deal with El Nino down there in the Texas border. And if you look where the storm really hit, it hit places that it never hits, like New Mexico. Why the fuck is there a storm in New Mexico? Well, that kind of fucks up your plan on getting more people in the country. I'm just saying.
Well, I do think HARP definitely is weather modification, whatever, right? Like we see that the cloud patterns and shit like that. Like HARP definitely can fucking change the weather. And I think this seeding that they're doing with the chemtrails, I bet you any money that it's working in conjunction, right? The seeding of whatever these chemicals are helping when they use the HARP.
Chemicals are providing a physical matrix for the frequencies to interact with. So like if you have air, right? Air, you can't control air with fucking frequencies, but you get particulates, really tiny nanoparticles. You spray it all over the air. Now you get those things moving with frequencies. Now you're moving air. You know what I'm saying?
Why is that necessary? Light can travel in a vacuum. You don't need a medium for light to travel.
What the fuck are you talking about? Light? We're not talking about light. We're talking about frequencies.
Well, frequency of what? What's
electromagnetic?
What's being frequent? Electromagnetism is light. It's not named for light.
Electromagnetism is light.
Yes, absolutely.
You're gonna stand on that.
Absolutely. Totally stand on that.
All right. So, like, why can't I see it?
Because you can only see part of the spectrum, visible light.
Maybe you can only see part of the spectrum.
Yeah, that's correct. So
I'm
we
just
got to
saying.
use tools to convert the other parts to visible light.
So it's not visible light, right?
Yeah, it's not visible light, but it is light.
How do you define light if you can't see it?
It's photon to electromagnetic radiation.
Photon to electromagnetic radiation.
Yeah, photon to electromagnetic radiation.
Are you saying if you have something that light can't pass through, you're saying that frequencies can't pass through it either?
No, the sound frequencies.
Because like
you said electromagnetism, that's light.
Well,
So
like
do we-
electromagnetic frequencies, radio frequencies is what I'm saying is controlling
that's right.
nanoparticulates in the air, and you're just saying something about light, but
I wish your face could travel through
irrelevant to what I'm trying to describe is what I'm saying. You're just throwing me off course for no reason.
Yeah, because you haven't studied it all.
I don't
You
need to
go back to
study it
school
to
and open
understand that we
Wikipedia.
have nanoparticulates in the air being moved by a frequency. There's nothing more that we need to know. It's right. It's all right here.
Frequency of what?
What more do you need to know about light?
A whole bunch.
Does light come from electromagnetic energy?
I mean, umbrellas prevent rain. Like I'm just
Does
saying.
light come from electromagnetic energy?
Light is a type of electromagnetic energy.
Exactly.
Okay.
Again, you prove yourself to be a dumbass by one simple question.
What does that have to do with what I'm
The fuck
saying?
is this guy?
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
We need some more talent because this guy thinks you don't need to know about this stuff in order
I'm gonna
to
be honest.
speak about it.
I think
You
you're
sound like a
bro.
babbling idiot.
I think you're a shill, bro.
Yeah, I'm a shill. Go do your research.
I'm just saying.
Light
you don't-
is
you're
emitted
not
from
bringing up any points,
electromagnetic
man.
energy. Light is an emission from electromagnetic energy.
But what does that have
Therefore,
to
it
do
is an
with what I'm
electromagnetic
Okay.
what?
What does light
Wave
have to do with what I'm saying, though?
vibration
What does that matter?
frequency.
What does that matter, though?
Oh
there's
yeah,
nano-
none of
there's-
that matters
there's
when we're talking
magnetic-
about frequency.
There's
None of that
magnetic
matters
dust.
when we're talking about frequency, right?
There's
Go back to
magnetic dust.
go back to torturing water.
In the
I'd rather have you torture water than torture us.
There's
later.
magnetic dust in the air controlling the weather. What does that have to do with light? Can you explain this to me, sir? Magnetic dust in the air controlling the weather. What does this have to do with light, sir?
You'd have to be able to overcome the electromagnetic force of the light. You know, when the light shines on the earth and it heats it up and causes water to what? Evaporate. What does it do when it's evaporating? It's separating from the particles. The particles remain and the water still evaporates. You're an idiot.
What does that have to do with the weather being controlled, though, with dust? I don't understand.
It's not the weather that's being controlled with dust. It's your mind. It's called MK Ultra. You are indoctrinated in a public education system. And here you are trying to profess that you don't need to know this stuff in order to speak on it. But yet here you speak on it. You sound like a babbling idiot.
What do I need to know about the dust controlling the weather?
It's controlling your mind, not the weather.
So how is the weather being controlled then? If
Light.
it's not the dust.
They're evaporating the water.
Okay, so they're using light.
Yeah.
Which is electromagnetic frequencies, right?
Affirmative.
Okay, and they use that in combination with the dust to control the weather?
No.
No. So what's the point of them spraying chemtrails nonstop with shit that is, you know, conductive?
The contrails?
No, not contrails. Chemtrails. The ones that just like make the sky look like it got gassed out by like 100 million people just smoking doinks.
Those are contrails. That's the engine compressing the air.
Hank, are you serious that you don't believe in chemtrails, or you think that's just the planes?
This guy doesn't even believe in chemtrails, but they're still controlling the weather with the light.
There's limited dust sprayers to get make sure the water molecules can adhere to someplace to force rain, but generally most of the planes are just making normal contrails, and that's because of how the engine compresses the air to move the plane.
No, hey Hank, I can show you vids of two planes traveling. You can see one is a bit higher than the other, but they're traveling along the same track. One has a contrail that's about a foot. When you're looking up in the sky, a foot longer, and it disappears, right? Then there's the other plane that has a contrail that just keeps fucking going and expanding and Buddy goes back in the sky. So the one is a plane, and you're right. There's the heat from the engines, the moisture up there, you get this shit, but it dissipates right away. That shit that stays, and if you watch it over a couple hours as it dissipates, and all the chemicals that do different shit. Some dissipate differently. Like you have to, and that's the shit, bro. It's not just planes, man. This is really simple shit, man. Like to see and go, yeah, you know what I mean? Or no?
I know what you mean, but you don't believe everything you read. You have to look deeper into stuff because some people make shit up. It's not.
Yeah, and that's what I've done, and that's what a small percentage of the population on Earth has done. Yet you're still at this is just planes and the condensation coming from an engine, right?
No,
buddy, this world.
There's some cloud seeding, but that's
you have no idea, man.
Because it's so.
Okay, hold on. I want to address Mr. Bunny and tell him something about the particles that are in the.
What do you got for me, Bolt?
Okay, so there's this sci-fi video game series called Fallout. Have you ever heard of it?
I've heard of it vaguely, yeah.
Okay, so the whole series takes place in the future after America's been hit by a bunch of nuclear weapons. Basically, America and China had a nuclear exchange, right? And so in one of the games, you come across this abandoned military base in, I think, Nevada or Arizona somewhere. And they have this missile defense system that's set up over this base where they waft this like aerosol of particulates into the air using these big fans. I mean, we're talking like a big area though, like a miles and miles high cloud, right? And then so these particles are like aerosol level microparticles that are in the air. Then normally they would not be able to take down missiles using beam weapons, right? But because they are capable of charging the particles that are in the air with these special energy beams, they're capable of charging the particles to an extent that they can use them to explode incoming missiles.
Facts. It's a look. It's not just for controlling weather. There's a lot of reasons why they're spraying shit in the air.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
So I know,
I
I
agree.
know that what you're saying. I know what you're saying is.
So
I know what you're saying.
They originally were just using it to
Name's
control
Derek
weather, but
Rose.
you
For
notice
the last 8 years, I've Bill Jacob, acting administrator of NOAA, testified to Congress that an internal study had found 5G-related interference could cost NOAA 77% of the water vapor data it collects at 23.8 gigahertz and could degrade weather forecasts by up to 30%, essentially sending us back to 1980 levels.
5G uses the frequency of 24 gigahertz. Gigahertz is a unit of measurement along this larger electromagnetic spectrum. You know all about this. You're familiar with this. AM radio waves, FM radio waves. There's cell phones and Wi-Fi. You get into the higher wavelengths, you get into things like TV remotes, visible light, medical x-rays, so on and so forth. So you're probably saying at this point, but what does that have to do with the weather, right? We've got these satellites up in orbit around the Earth, and those satellites pick up on different frequencies. Satellites, though, see atmospheric water vapor at 23.8 gigahertz. So if you've got that 5G signal emitting out a signal at 24 gigahertz, then our water vapor is at 23.8 gigahertz. That's really close to each other on that larger spectrum. So if the satellites are looking down to Earth, they're going to get confused. Is it the 5G signal? Is it water vapor? Ultimately, we're not going to be able to determine that. And that data that's used for forecast models is taken right from those satellites. If we can't use that data, those forecasts are going to get worse.
Due to their concerns, NASA and NOAA were seeking a sizable buffer zone between the frequency bands used for weather and those used for 5G. This buffer is measured in units of decibel watts. Unfortunately, in late November 2019, at a meeting of the International Telecommunication Union, international regulators agreed to a buffer of 33 decibel watts until September 1st, 2027, and a 39 decibel watt limit after that. The goal was to allow 5G companies to start building networks now and to add more protection for weather forecasting once the companies have established their networks.
The U.S. has been slow to get into the game, but the president said the FCC would work to make it easier for companies to do so. That includes freeing up high-frequency airwaves or spectrum to carry 5G. And the FCC plans to spend $20 billion over 10 years on expanding 5G broadband for rural communities.
Erica Leix, a meteorologist and head of World Meteorological Organization, called the idea of having 8 years of lax regulation of grave concern to weather forecasters. Once again, regulators chose policies that benefit big wireless and failed to protect.
Did you guys catch the same concept that I did?
Yes. Well, I did.
Like,
I'm not sure about the other ones.
The whole internet thing. It's a big net. It's a big web. And when you try to imagine that from an objective view as a web around this earth, whatever shape it is, it's a web that's covering the earth. Does that sound kind of like they're trying to create their own firmament?
Yes, of course. And in fact, they're trying to make a framework over the whole solar system. They don't have that material yet.
We mean over the whole solar system.
I mean, all the way around the freaking star.
What star?
Sol, the main star that keeps us alive.
So, you believe that? What do you believe the shape of the layout of the Earth is?
It's a ball. It's a ball. Yep.
And is it rotating around the sun? Or
It's,
is it
it's
rotating around it
orbiting around the sun and spinning around its own axis. Yes.
at the speed of light?
No, it's going much slower than the speed of light.
At the speed of sound?
No, it's slower.
I think it rotates faster than the speed of sound if you go by the scientific model. Like Mach 8 or something.
Mach 8. Well, it rotates one time a day by angular model. So.
And you believe we live in a vacuum?
Vacuum's just a
And
place
welcome
with
back.
just not a lot of
And
material.
it's going to be a fun hour to talk to Dr. Pat Flanagan, who has been on the program for quite a few years now, unfortunately. But he's back tonight. His website is PHI, dedicated mass scientific mind control and social engineering that the world has probably ever seen and may ever see ever, because I don't think it's going to last too much longer before it comes down on itself. But the media has been, you remember when it was said,
This is such a classic, like, conspiracy show. You guys know about Jeffrey Renz? Jeff Renz?
I think I've heard of him.
This is such a fun, like, guy. Like,
I remember the Jeff French show. I remember him. Yeah.
Yeah. This is an OG show, guys. This is such a funny show.
said that the Marshall McLuhan said the message is the media or the medium. All right, well, it was TV. And just as some people were beginning to grasp the overwhelming power and influence and psychological, emotional, mental, spiritual subjugation of that media, TV, along comes the internet, which I think geometrically takes the issue of mass control and influencing that much farther. And then we can, of course, stir into the pot that cauldron of hell, cell phone radiation, electromagnetic fields, which literally drown us. We're living in a fishbowl. 150 years ago, there was no EMF to speak of, except for a few lightning strikes and maybe something from space that dropped in now and then. But we are living in an environment that the human body simply cannot adapt to quickly enough. And the controllers are, well, 20, 30 years ahead, 40 years ahead in some disciplines, maybe 10 years ahead in others. But the idea of controlling the human mind now is so advanced and so exacting, I'm sure it would have shaken Edward L. Bernays in his grave if he were to be woken and told about it. I mean, it's just amazing what's going on. You see that as well as anybody.
Oh, yes. I've been observing it for years. And of course, I've studied it extensively, and they took one of my inventions and put it under secrecy for years, because some of the technologies I've developed can be used for mind control. They can also be used for the greatest good that the human being has ever seen. That's always a two-edged sword, when you develop.
The human being will never see in this case, unless the planet is completely turned over and retooled to put good on the throne of evil. And I don't see that happening anytime soon, although I'd love for it to happen. I don't mean to sound negative, but it is what it is right now. And we are in the hands of people who do not particularly care about the value of human life, happiness, and
See, it's just incredible that these guys could sit there and think that, that good people are going to use tools that bad people created because they're bad, for good. I mean, you could see, like, that seems like an unlikely proposition for sure. But like for them to think like that way, I mean, it's just incredible.
I don't see it. I don't see how it's unlikely. It's got like a normal thing.
It is what it is, bro.
What part of that sounds normal?
So we're using the internet to have this conversation, but people will also use this very same network to scam people.
Yeah,
he's talking about mind control.
Yeah, but this is part of this is part and parcel. Like, this is like, since it's being used that way, it's 90% scam. Is what it is. Like, I'm just also talking to people, but everybody's being scammed. Like what? Like, you know what I mean? Like, but
Well, the reality of mind control, though, good people could not bring themselves to do what is required of actual mind control. To do that to somebody requires you to be basically sadistic.
Are you asserting that sadistic people can't do anything good?
I'm saying that it requires someone to be sadistic in order to perform mind control.
So, David Wood, Dr. David Wood does no good. You know him, the Christian apologist?
Well,
I don't.
There's hypnosis, right? But it doesn't work on even a fraction of the amount of people that the level of mind control that Mr. Rabbit there is talking about.
Well, have you heard of Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss? It's hostage negotiation tactics to get a you use hypnosis techniques to get a good agreement, get a good deal. So maybe to save people or
right, you have to do something to the person's mind. You have to drug them or do something to them in order to get hypnosis to work. Because really strong-minded people, and especially people that have studied mind control techniques, hypnosis does not work on them.
Oh my!
And hypnosis can be used for bad. You know, it's been proven. One of the main things that breaks the influence of mind control is what the person knows that somebody's trying to control them, you know, or hypnotize them.
Well, a lot of these people are so a lot of people just don't think for themselves at all, and the hypnosis works whether they know it or not.
Yeah, there's different degrees of hypnosis. Like when you watch TV, that could put you in a slight hypnotic state. You know, it's easy to snap out of it, but it can put you in a hypnotic state.
I wouldn't call TV hypnosis slight at all. I would call it
right. But
like the essence of hypnosis, right, is to bring someone right into a state where they disassociate from reality, from what's happening. That's the core of it. It's the core of all mind control, is to cause the person to be disassociative from what's happening. And that's how they build altered states of consciousness and shit like that. It's how they build into multiple personalities. But the hypnosis, the idea is that you're trying to get someone to disassociate. This is the problem with like certain kinds of like fucking mantras and meditations and shit, is that people are going into these disassociative states, disassociating from reality, while these things could be used to like look within or whatever, right? At the same time, you know, a lot of times people is contacted by all kinds of different beings and shit, right?
Yes.
And so not all these beings are good beings, right? And like this is where it really gets into it. It's like black magic and all these rituals is a process, a systematic process of like opening up this person to some specific form of demonic possession and then inserting that into the person's personality. And then these different demons are all under the control system. And so we have what appears to be order out of chaos.
So here's you got almost everything right. The problem is not all the demons are under the control system. So you gotta use some discernment to pick the ones that will help you and reject the ones that would not help you.
No, I don't believe in any demons. Like they're all just nonsense.
You got to torture water too.
Of course.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, like you don't really need any demons for anything. All right, that's the first problem.
You need some demons to help you do some research. So
not at all.
Okay.
Integrity or anything else.
Well, that's true, and you know it's Iblis fair seeming. All the TV shows and movies program people. They think that the darkness wins, and that it's good to have no integrity. The people with no integrity, they're always, you know, they're rich, they drive the best cars, and they end up winning and beating the other people out. So greed is good. And then
greed wins. Greed is good, and that message goes in on several levels. And remember, it is also being enfolded and embedded into the subconscious through these technologies we've briefly mentioned. We'll get into that more as we continue.
Exactly. Yeah, the technology is reinforced, so we're getting it subconsciously and we're getting it consciously on multi levels. The TV sets, scan rates, and are designed to put people into alpha states or below, and hypnotic trance, and then they've got the modulations coming from the Wi-Fi towers, and the modulations coming in through subliminal programming on the TV sets, and then also through the power lines. There's plenty.
Now
of,
let me say one thing, and then I would like you to please tell us that anecdote again. That is a classic, and it's crucial, and it was many years ago. Now, the idea that the human mind is an electronic organism, an electronic machine, is certainly not what most people envision. They think we're chemical first, what we eat is crucial and all that. It is crucial, but we're electrical first and chemical second. And they, being the scientists who are behind this effort to control people, have decoded much, if not all, of the valuable parts of the human emotion spectrum. The emotional spectrum is known in terms of hertz, megahertz, and other kinds of electromagnetic radiation and frequencies, and can be programmed. We know that people who go near secure military installations will all of a sudden become very nervous and frightened and want to leave. They want to get the hell out of there. And that's because the frequency for fear is being broadcast on a perimeter basis all around that facility. This is really older technology. It's not new. Now, what Pat just said is critical. We all know about cell phone towers. We know about the Gwen towers. We know about satellite applications of electromagnetic fields. We know about the HARP program to pump up into the ionosphere tremendous amounts of electronic energy and then use that to beam back down specific and selected frequencies which can affect small groups or large groups of peoples and populations. But there's another main platform, a main venue that these kinds of frequencies are actually placed into the human mind at very close range, and it's called the power grid. And Pat was the first one that I ever knew to figure it out. So tell us that story about how those nice, friendly 60 hertz wires in your walls and your 60 hertz powered electronic devices in your home can have a dual purpose at the very least.
Well, John Lilly was a good friend of mine. We worked together for the Navy on dolphin projects, and John Lilly developed technologies for bypassing the mechanisms of the human brain that resist programming. And he developed, I'll tell it this way. My friend Adam Trombley was also a friend of John Lilly's, and he was in Hawaii looking at the power grid, and there are signals coming in the power grid that have some ultrasonic waveforms and certain wave shape, and so Adam was looking at this grid on the power line, and I was.
He went over. He went over to Lilly's lab, didn't he? And there was a screen showing a waveform. Wasn't that the way?
Lilly walked into to Adam Trombley's house,
okay.
And Adam Trombley had the waveform up on the screen.
I see.
And John said to Adam, he said, "Oh, you know about my waveform?" And Adam said, "What are you talking about?" And then Adam said, "No, this is coming in on a power grid." And then John Lilly said, "Oh, so that's what they're doing with my waveform, the Lilly wave." And if you Google the Lilly wave, you'll find just one reference to it. But basically, it's a waveform that enables you to bypass the resistance of the human mind and program the brain. And you can transmit fear, you can transmit any emotion, any kind of information you want on the lily wave. And basically, Adam had discovered that they're using it through the power grid. And subsequently, I've been all over the country, all over the world, and measured these things. And apparently, there are black boxes in the power companies that produce the lily wave, and they're associated with, Homeland Security or whatever. And basically, these devices put ultrasonic waveform pulses riding on top of the regular 60 hertz wave. And they are mind control waves, and they're coming into everybody's house.
So the lily wave basically disarms the brain's ability to discern and decide. It just puts it in a neutral state where things just flow right in, much like the flicker of the old TV set will do. First time you watch TV, it takes about 2 minutes to get into that altered state. It's not beta, it's down in the alpha, almost theta range. You become really a zombie. And then after the first time, it's a matter of seconds. The second time you watch television, you're taken right into that state where things can pour right into your subconscious mind. So the lily wave was used first to disarm the mind. And then your theory is, and Lily's, and I'm sure Adam's as well, is that the lily wave was then piggybacked with any kind of known decoded electronic signature that would cause a reaction in the human brain and consciousness. Fascinating.
Well, that is correct. And we know the signatures for every emotional state. The signature of fear, the signature of bliss, the signature of anger, all.
I need to get me one of those.
Oh, psychotronic. All that media that you soak up all your life. Remember I tell you about the people that want to sit there on their couch, stuffing themselves with that processed food, drinking down that poison, and watching somebody else's dramatic life on the boob tube because theirs ain't worth a shit. It's psychotronic. You're being programmed. Welcome to our day, the beginning of the day in TV programming back when I was growing up. And then at the end of the day, when they shut it all down and everybody had to go to bed, they put a nice little rainbow thing across the thing and said, "Thank you for watching our programs. You've been programmed."
I got a new psychotronic instrument, I think late last month. It's this thing. It's Casio SA51. I don't know how to use it yet, though. But I'm trying to use it to, what's it called? Arrange music eventually, as soon as I figure out how that audio maps to the keys.
All of these signatures are very easy to duplicate, recreate, and you can, disarm with the lily wave. It goes right in, and then you put whatever you want in there, plus whatever subliminal programming you want. You can create unrest, you can create civil unrest, you can create riots, you can do anything you want.
And the amazing part about it is it can also disarm the brain to the extent that the other platforms, cell towers, the Gwen towers, HARP, can also pump up and pump out any number of electronic frequencies that will then have a free ride and entree right into the human mind en masse. This is not just an isolated issue. It's an amazing thing to consider. We are under such control and influence that the average American, the sheep, will never figure it out. Wow. Hang on a second, Pat. We'll be right back in just a couple with Dr. Pat Flanagan, our friend of a long time, who's been really looking at this like few people do. Back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back talking to Pat Flanagan. Here's a little piece on the lily wave and why it is the wave of choice, the waveform of choice. The goal was to find an electric current waveform with which animals, that can be us, could be stimulated through implanted electrodes for several hours per day for several months, without causing irreversible changes in the threshold by the passage of current through the tissue. All right. Many waveforms, including 60 cycles per second sine wave current, could apparently be used safely for these limited schedules of stimulation. They could not be used for the intensive long-term schedule of chronic stimulation. Electric current passed through the brain can cause at least two distinct types of injury, thermal and electrolytic. The technical problem in chronic brain stimulation, and they're using electrodes in this particular study I'm reading about, is to stay above the excitatory threshold and below the injury threshold in the neuronal system under consideration. This result can be achieved most easily by the proper choice of waveforms and their time courses, and less easily by the choice of the range of repetition frequencies and trained durations. So they worked on this and came up with this final statement. The previous waveforms used in neurophysiology and in neurosurgery injured the neurons when unidirectional current passed through the brain. Dr. Lilly developed a new electrical waveform to balance the current, first in one direction and then, after a brief interval, in the other. Thus, ions moving in the neurons would first be pushed one way and then quickly the other, stimulating the neurons and leaving the ions in their former positions within the neurons. This new waveform was called a balanced bidirectional pulse pair, or the Lilly wave. Now, what we're talking about here is the Lilly wave has been introduced and basically piggybacked on 60 hertz AC, which is in every home, every office, every building. And the idea is that it transmits it. We do know from an electronic reading of any 60 hertz power box with a simple EMF meter, you can pick up electromagnetic fields 5, 6, 7 feet away. So people who are living in a box, in a hamster cage, which is a bedroom, an office, a living room, are surrounded with this stuff. And if they send the Lilly wave in, piggybacked on top of it with other, well, we won't call them control, but we can call them influential frequencies, we have the perfect way to directly affect masses of people in their homes, offices, and other structures where they hang out. Pat, go ahead.
Well, that is correct. And it's used in multi-levels. It's used in microwaves also. Microwave stimulation of the brain. The problem with stimulating the brain continuously with microwave or control frequencies is that you can cause damage. You don't want to damage people's brain unless that's your intent.
They're doing a good enough job on their own.
Yeah. But basically the idea is to stimulate, transmit the information in, return the nerves to their former state, and then the brain doesn't resist it. Because if the same signal keeps coming in over time, the body can develop a defense against it. The Lilly wave is a waveform that prevents you from building any kind of defense.
All right, very good. Now, what we have then in sum are a half a dozen primary venues to deliver electromagnetic frequencies to elicit some kind of a response in people. It's not to say that everyone's going to be driven out in the streets into a riot status tomorrow morning, but again, they have decoded successfully electronically most every basic emotion and thought process pattern in the human mind. Is that correct?
Oh, that is absolutely correct. And they can do it over the telephone. They can do it, when you're talking on the telephone, they can modify your speech waveform, put a Lilly wave on it, transmit that right back in and put any emotion they want. Like if you're talking to someone, they can take your voice waveforms and they can make put you into fear, put you into anger.
Yeah, they kind of get up on that thing. They kind of get kind of repetitive there, but yeah, it is what it is, but yeah, I got like a article about it too, where they could hijack your emotions through the cell phone by changing different things that they show you on the news feeds and shit. You know, they could change your emotions through changing your news feeds and shit, changing you certain status updates and putting little things and running little things by you could actually change your mood quite substantially, but just by looking at different news stories and shit. Yeah.
And yo, that was the old way. You know what I'm saying? We moving into a whole new fucking frontier on this shit. And like, I can't even talk about it here because this whole shit will get fucking straight nuked.
Get beamed up.
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we can't really get into it. You know what I'm saying? But you already know. If you know, you know. You know what I'm saying?
It's part of the reason why they're trying to get everybody to move into these cities, these smart cities, all with their electrical grids and their electrical cars and all this crap. If you live out in the country, you're not exposed to anywhere near as much as the like EM shit as if you live inside of a city. And the pollution and the sleep deprivation and the malnutrition, it's all like you were saying, people who are really into mind control, they're sadistic.
Yeah. Straight up.
Yeah, they're doing fucked up shit to people to control their minds.
It's a multifaceted war. You got like fucking mind control hardware, then you got mind control propaganda, then you got a million different psyops all running simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? You've got spiritual mind control, spiritual deception just coming every angle. You know what I mean? In reality, there's only like one path to the truth, and everything else is just fucking another fucking way to Luciferianism. That's the reality.
Yeah, I mean, really, the techniques or the technologies are the hardware, and then really the propaganda is like the software. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the shit. That's the programs you run on the shit that's already technology. I don't know why everybody just gets thrown out like that, but yeah, I guess Chris, Hard Hat, Hank, you know, and also Wizard, you know, bless for being here. Oh, well, Hard Hat's back here, but yeah, bless you guys, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, sir, I don't know what had happened. I thought it was just throwing people out. I was like, what the fuck? I
No,
thought my
no,
stream,
I'm fucking
yeah,
touching buttons and shit. Sorry.
yeah, I thought my stream was crashing for a minute, but yeah, you know, it is getting up on that time on the East Coast, midnight. You know what I mean? Close to midnight. You know, so we're coming upon midnight, and we got 4 hours here into the broadcast or the show or the telethon. Verbal queries have been unleashed. You know, and you know, I provided a 2-hour presentation on the Jays and other topics in the beginning of this stream. You know, you might want to go over talking about, you know, Manasseh ben Israel, Oliver Cromwell, some of the history of the political structures of our times today, some of the origins of classical liberalism, if you may. So we did indeed touch upon some of those actors, key actors: Newton, Locke, Manasseh ben Israel. You know, different guys, possibly guys you've never heard of. Some guys you've never heard of. Martin Luther. I think everybody's heard of Martin Luther. That's a guy who's everybody's heard of. Yeah, yeah. Where are you at? Where are you at? Neuro. Hank, can you go back up an hour? Yeah, man. I don't know if Neuro wants me to show some of his unreleased tapes, man. Let me know if I could just show those tapes, man, that you made. You know, because I'm down to present some of that shit.
But yo, like, isn't liberalism like a design of the system in order to push people into communism?
I mean, I guess liberalism, I mean, the goal of liberalism is not communism. Rather, communism is an offshoot of liberalism. Classical liberalism is starting all the way in the 16th century. You know, so it's starting way like maybe 200, 300 years before communism. But the thing is that it was far more related to the Protestant Reformation, you know, in the spiritual sense, and also the Kabala of the Jews, you know, the relation between alchemy and science, and also the foundations of empiricism, you know, the theory of knowledge known as empiricism, which has to do with the mind being a blank slate as well. You know, you know, that you can imprint things on the mind, you know, and also nature having fixed laws. You know, that's another thing. Nature having mechanistic and fixed laws. That's one of the main ideas that they came up with. So all of these, I mean, I would say not really one of these main ideas. There's also one main idea that ties it all together, which is that man is the measure of all things. You know what I mean? So, so this ties to the alchemical concept of as above, so below. That this is just a microcosm of the macrocosm, if you will. You get what I'm saying, brother?
I'm familiar with you know, I'm saying the Hermetic principles and all that.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. But those came a little bit later. See, what I'm saying is that they refined these things in the 16th century, and the subsequent time, 16th to 18th century, you saw a huge occult revival. Whereas, you know, these things were really lying dormant since the 2nd century. When but they thought like these things were much older than most in the 16th, as late as the 16th century. They presumed that Hermes Trismegistus was a figure that was older than Moses. They later
Right.
found out that actually these things are post-Christian.
Yeah,
So they were
it was a
after.
Greek invention, like basically.
Well, they were a Hellenistic invention,
Right.
by some of the Hellenistic Jews that came after Christianity. So basically, certain of the Jews didn't follow Christianity, and they started coming up with all this mystical shit. You know,
Yeah.
so
Yeah, I mean, it was coming from like they were trying to essentially
we
take
already hey, hold on. I want to tell this guy we already had Adam Green on. You know, we had him on. Let me show you guys the episode. Where is this episode? Do you guys remember the episode we did? Actually, Hard Hat was on the episode. You know what I mean? For real. He asked Adam Green a question. You know, so we were out there. Yeah, we were out there doing it big out there, man. Let me pull up the video right now.
Yeah, you got somebody backstage too.
Oh shit, for real? Yeah, because I can't look at the screen right now while I'm pulling this up. Give me a second. Whoever's backstage, I'll pull you up in a minute. And man, how the fuck is this video? All right, here it is, guys. Cause yeah, I might as well go ahead and promote it because this is my most watched video of all time. 1.8K views on this one video alone. It is what it is. Let me see what. Okay, let me let this person back up first. Yeah, this is Hank right here. Thank you, Hank, for being out here.
New Jack said he was coming up, but he just self-destructed his messages.
Oh.
Yeah, we had what is this? Okay, yeah. So this is for you, dude. We had Adam Green on, you know.
Delusional, man.
Yes.
We exposed their Jewish cult that they're in, their Jewish Torah, Messianism, Moshiachism cult, their God of Israel, God of Zion temple cult that they're in.
See, dog, this guy went off. He went off.
Yeah, no, I agree with a lot of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, That's what it all come from. You know what I mean? A lot of the alchemy come from the Kabbalah movement. You know what I mean? Like, I'm real familiar with the topic. Basically, it's all just a remix of, you know what I'm saying, the same mysteries, which is basically just Luciferianism. You know what I'm saying? It's like a Baskin Robbins of Luciferianism out there.
Oh yeah. But that's kind of the point of Luciferianism itself, is that you gain personal revelation. Going back to the time of Valentinus, I seen the time of the Gnostics, you know, the concept of personal revelation was a big thing. And that's what we see with some of the philosophers that were influenced by the Rosicrucians. They had came up with all sorts of you know, conceptions of God that they borrowed from arcane, extremely arcane notions. You know, you see like Spinoza, you know, his concept that nature is God, expelling him from the Jewish community of Amsterdam. You know, like that was such a radical concept for them. You know, they couldn't conceive of such a thing because to them, God was immaterial. You know, so they couldn't fuck with that. You know what I mean?
That's why the mysteries is always hidden, because that shit is some bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, perhaps. You know what I mean? Yeah. A lot of people come to that theory that once you get to the inner knowledge, you find out, oh God, this is just really just a bunch of shit to get you in, to get you hooked on, because like you just did a bunch of shit with these cocksuckers that you don't want anybody to know about. So you're just gonna say, all right, I'll just go along with the next thing now. You know what I mean, right?
So like everything
that's
that's
usually
out,
what it is. Yeah.
if you really study it, right? Like if you sit there and pick apart the books, you grab like the Secret Teachings of All Ages, you know what I'm saying, the original copies, you sit there and really break down what the fuck is happening. This is all psyops. You know what I mean? And when you really read the book, you know, it's like this dude's breaking down all the secret teachings, but the reality is he's simplifying the psyop for these people that can't even comprehend the original psyop of masonry. You know what I'm saying? Because it wasn't working right. And when you try to pick it apart, you know what I mean? It's mind control. That's why it goes into the Hermeticism and alchemy and the Kabbalah. It's always the same thing. It's all about the mind control, bro. That's the crux of the whole scheme. When you really unveil that, you realize you're not really dealing with normal human beings, right? You're dealing with someone who was created, essentially, like manipulated since birth to be something that you can't even relate with. This kind of person, you feel me? You can't relate with the people who would do this. You know what I mean? These people.
No, I don't.
Specific bloodlines.
I know you mean, brother. It's torture, brother. It's torture.
Yeah, like you can't even relate with these people. You get what I'm saying?
Well, I relate with you, man. Fucking, I like what you say, and you're bang on. And I don't know, man, Hank. Like, fuck, I love you, man. Right? Like, I love you as a human, but it's like there's some things like during that whole tyranny we just went through, right, for 3 years. There was some like this basic kind of like you didn't have to be a doctor. You could be a tradesman. You could be a fucking just some like things that don't add up. Where that intuition, that spark inside you goes, what the fuck, right? And you're not giving in to fear. But I don't know, Hank, I love you, but you got a long way to go, bro. Like this world is fucked.
I worked in logistics the whole time. They're working my ass off. So if I had a long way to go, I'm not even sure even left to start.
Yeah, I worked at Amazon too, bro. That's one of the things that opened my eyes up to actually what was going on. Okay. Because they were running around telling everybody that you need to jump to these hoops and blah, 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 blah. The Amazon Center wasn't even wiping down the fucking handrails on the stairs where people were walking up and down. But they're telling everybody else, oh my God, it's spreading. Buy your Amazon, though. Buy your Amazon.
Yeah.
Like, come on, dude.
They didn't take it that seriously. The work didn't verify that I even got back to them and care. They said they give you a coupon if you said you did. They don't check. So,
you know, but they had us all trying to, oh, you better social distance. you know, so that we can see on our freaking signal monitor so you don't overlap your signals, and we can see, you know, spread out 6 feet apart from each other so that they can your little name on their freaking signal reader doesn't overlap, and they can see who's who and everything like that.
Which is impossible to do on the manual short slide. So
I don't know even what that is, bro.
you don't know what short slide is? Oh well. Well, people who actually work on just will know what I said. They will understand what a short slide is. I'll leave it up to them. No, Jack.
Short slide, you just don't slide it all the way in. Just a short way.
No, sort, as in organize.
Oh, sort.
Yeah, sort slide.
You mean sort side?
Yeah, sort slide.
Which is to do with pick. It's not. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Pick. Yes.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't work over there. I worked on the dock and I worked in the packing.
Hey, Hank, I got a question. Hank, I got a question for you. You good for it?
Hurry up and ask your question.
Yeah, okay. I think you're saying that you were, and I'm being serious here, and I'm not, no disrespect, but you said you're bisexual?
Affirmative.
Okay. So do you know about the AIDS scam and what actually was happening back then and what happened? Or do you think AIDS is an actual fucking deal?
Well, here's the thing. HIV is a real thing, and it can be prevented with PrEP. But the AIDS, I'm not sure. I didn't research AIDS that much. I don't do butt stuff, so I don't really need to worry about it.
Did you know that they actually have a patent for a HIV cure?
Yes.
You gotta be rich in order to get it, though.
Yeah, Magic Johnson could get it. So
just take
let
a
me
little
just
more
say
up the
this.
ass.
No, let me just say this, and I'm gonna be, because it's TML stream, and I'm not fucking. We don't want no bad words and shit. So just kind of
no medical advice. No medical advice now.
Yeah. So go with me on this. But back in the AIDS thing, way back, they were doing these things in the AIDS. Like I partied lots, right, back in the day, and in the club scene in this. But anyway, back in the gay scene, in that there's a lot of drug use, right? A lot of drinking, all night partying, dancing, and they're using these things called poppers, right? Which was this basically, the chemical in poppers is some kind of fucking crazy chemical that they'll use in emergency rooms to fucking get your fucking heart going again and shit. But they don't want to use it because it actually damages you, and they know it, right? So it's only for those times, but they've got this chemical and they have these poppers. So in the gay club scene,
those poppers, right?
Yeah. So back in the
amyl nitrate, bro.
Yeah. You guys got to fill me in because I'm like basic. But anyway, so when you're partying and not sleeping, not eating, fucking doing, unhygienic kind of shit, taking these poppers, your immune system goes down. Well, that Fauci guy and shit, buddy, it was all a sham. There was a lady, and I'll end it quick here. There's 12 people in a fucking city when the whole AIDS thing came about, right? The drugs they were giving you, the AZT and shit, they were killing you. But anyway, this lady was got AIDS. She was a mom, not cheating. She's like, how did I get this disease? So she's got a help group, right? Like, let's all help each other. We got AIDS now. We don't know what it is. There's 12 of them, right? 2 of them didn't take the drugs. They're like, no, we're not going to take these medical drugs. We're just going to live healthy, eat good and all this stuff. Within a year and a half, like fucking 9 of those people were dead that went on the fucking drug treatment that they say, and fucking she's still alive, right? And it's like, yeah, this HIV thing, you just have to keep your immune system up, eat clean, eat fucking, like, live clean, and you could be okay without But anyway, it's just like, it's a sham, bro. And Hank, you're a good dude, but you need to fucking really like get out of your bubble and learn about what the fuck is going on.
You're assuming I'm behind you. I used to be deep in conspiracy theory, but I actually studied stuff and know I can actually discern the
Hank, you'll never be behind me, Hank. Hank, you'll never be behind me, bro. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm ahead of you.
Hey, Hank, I wanted to know if you could cover your topic if you didn't already. I lost service, sorry, but could you cover your topic that you were doing the stream on before? Or just mention what the topic was at least, because I can't remember exactly what it was.
I forgot it. So let's get to the
the topic that you did with the topic that you did on your stream on your channel.
Oh,
other guy.
Yeah. We did ethics. He would. It was I wanted to talk about conservatarianism.
Yeah, what is that? Because I didn't quite understand what that is. What is that?
It's some kind of system of government that will work if we had angels instead of people.
If we had what?
Angels instead of people, that little form of government will actually work. So
you're against that, but you also, part of your argument was something about how there is no Abrahamic faith at all. Like you basically think that all of it, all Abrahamic faith is a scam. Essentially, is that tied to your?
Yeah, I think.
Right?
Yeah, I think original sin is a refund scam. Yes.
Can you kind of try to explain that a little bit? Because the way you fleshed it out on that was very interesting, but I didn't get a chance to really catch all of it.
So he's not contesting the Abrahamic religion; he's contesting some interpretations thereof.
Yeah. I mean, I worship Jesus myself, so I don't contest Abrahamic religion per se. I do, but I do think that original sin is a refund scam. So first of all, the first step is to get you online. Then they accidentally send you too much stuff. Then they ask you to pay it back to them, but they didn't actually send you anything, and you gave them a whole bunch of your wealth for free under the mistake that you owe them money back or whatever.
Do you think that the defense of technology could relate to that, what you're talking about there? Like, what I mean is the way the system is now is kind of developed, in a supposedly secular manner, is kind of the same thing, but from a secular political standpoint as well.
Well, yes, but a lot of people, a lot of secular stuff is literally bullshit. Like, I know, like the Atheist Code of Austin claims to be secular, but they're actually Abrahamic misotheists. So they're deep in the Abrahamic paradigm. They just hate God.
What is the God in that paradigm?
The Abrahamic God, which you can refer to as Yahweh or Saklos or
well,
Jehovah.
What I mean is for people who think they're secular, what they still have the same God, they just don't call it that. Is that what you're saying?
So some people are actually secular, but typically a lot of these like atheist YouTubers are Abrahamic misotheists. They can't actually make an argument against other deities without invoking the Abrahamic God to get rid of them.
That's what the Jim Bobs and the Crucible, this is like their argument. They say that basically all these atheists are actually using Christian framework, but they're just trying to secularize it. So they're basically trying to make the argument that to even make an ontological point or even make any point at all, you have to accept the God of the Bible in order to make any epistemological or ontological arguments whatsoever.
Yeah, which that's actually not correct, but that's an argument that's called presuppositional apologetics. That was how to get rid of that atheism. Oh, I just don't believe it. Oh, I just don't know. That's a counter argument to the atheism.
So what is the problem with that kind of argumentation in your opinion?
Because you can feed it to yourself, feed the argument to itself, and break it via the halting form.
Can you put that in layman's terms for people like me and the audience?
Yeah, simple. So if you have to invoke an omnipotent entity, it can perform any possible action, including contradictions, and you just have to run it through. A contradiction you can't stop an omnipotent entity with a contradiction. It's because you always assume omnipotence. It means the contradiction that is irrelevant.
Well, but here's the thing: is they say that God can't lie. So how does that congeal with the?
Then their God is not the omnipotent one. It's an egregore.
With himself and that.
Then their God's an egregore. It's not the omnipotent one.
And for the layman, what does that mean? Like, what can you break down what an egregore is versus their God? Essentially?
So God would be like the monad, wuliad, the whole of everything, and they're worshiping a spirit, and not just the whole of everything, the God, the capital G God. They're worshiping I wouldn't say lesser deity, but a deity, a spirit, but that spirit's not it's not the Tao, it's not the universe, it's not the Wuliad. It's two different things.
Would you say it's like the God of philosophy or something like that, or God of the gaps or something like that?
I wouldn't say God of the gaps. I would just call it Yahweh. I would call it Yahweh, but I just say Yahweh isn't. Yahweh's limited, unlike the I guess chaos or whatever it's called, the Tao, the unlimited one. There's a limited one subset and the unlimited one, and they worship the limited one. But the limited one has characteristics, and if definable characteristics. So, like, if it doesn't lie, then it's not. It's limited. It's not the unlimited one. So I call it Yahweh. I call it the Holy Spirit, but that's not.
So that's why you say that Yahweh is a scam, because God must be unboundable by any rule or law, or essentially you're saying that God is pure chaos, and order simultaneously, essentially.
Yeah, the capital G God will be unbounded. Period.
Yeah, that's a very interesting argument. I appreciate. I have to really think about what you're saying, because I know that most of the audience probably doesn't understand what we're talking about, so I don't want to, distract the whole show. But that is a very interesting way to put it.
I would say the term itself, God, would be a noun of action, and then the noun of action, as it would be capitalized G, would be the name, and then of course if you capitalize all three letters, that would be a title. I believe that's correct according to the English construction.
I think you're confused.
I may be.
I'm just saying.
What do you think?
I don't think anyone's bad people on this panel, to be honest. I just think that, I'm saying, like, a couple people.
I didn't say they were. I didn't say they were.
I'm just saying highly confused. You know what I'm saying?
Well, what's confusing?
Like, the nature of reality that y'all live in is not reality.
Y'all? What's y'all?
Oh, mainly you and Hank.
Oh, just me and Hank. Okay, now we got it down to the ad hominems. So
mainly.
What do me and Hank do that's at odds?
Are you like an English teacher on the side or something?
No, I'm just asking questions.
Just wondering.
We need to get to we need to clarify this.
I'm just saying, you're really concerned with syntax and shit.
Well, yeah. Well, I beg you to tell me how I'm confused. That's why I'm concerned here. Again, you speak up as if though you know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm saying, like, we got Hank over here saying that, you know what I mean? You got Yahweh, who's like a limited, omnipotent God, but he like worships Jesus. And then you got you over here talking about God is like an action and like a verb, right? And then there's a big G. You know what I'm saying?
So what is the word? Is that a vibration? Is that an action? In the beginning was the word. And it wasn't until that sound came, and all of a sudden now we have in these modern times our concept of God through the word.
So are we talking like the biblical God of the Bible? Because you're referring to like, is that a biblical verse that we're talking about? Are we speaking of the Bible?
What's God? Wasn't that the topic? How do you define God?
Right. I just want to clarify. Are we speaking about the biblical God?
Well, it depends on what your definition of God is. Again, like I just explained, is it G-O-D, capital G-O-D, or capital G, capital O, capital D?
All right. So if we're looking in like, for example, if we look in the Bible in Genesis, the word God that appears there, are we speaking about that God? Capital G.
Again, it would depend upon your definition of the differences of how God is put forth. Again, you're the one trying to define it as God, and I'm telling you, as a noun, it's either a noun of action, a noun as a name, or a noun as a title. Now you try to figure out whether it's really an action or a noun.
So the word God, right, where it like derives in English is Germanic, pagan in origin. But if we go to the root word of the Bible, where we find the word God in the beginning of the book, the word is in Hebrew, it's Elohim. Elohim is a plural word that means mighty ones. So is that the word we're speaking of? Or are we speaking about the capital all God in the Bible, which is the word Yod-He-Wah-He in Hebrew, which is the tetragrammaton? Because
again, you're trying to profess so many different categories of gods as if they're all in the same category.
Well, we got to break it down.
Which God you changed from G-O-D as a regular lowercase G-O-D to a uppercase G lowercase O-D, and then again to an uppercase G uppercase O uppercase D.
I'm saying the biblical
Who
God.
is Apollo? Who is Apollo? Did he have title as the god of gods? See, now we have to.
Okay, Apollo was considered a god, right? And if I were to write,
so what do you consider a god?
So the word God would mean mighty one, right? Because that's what it means. The word God.
So Elohim is mighty ones.
Correct. And Eloah is mighty one.
So what's the difference between God and Elohim?
This is an easy one.
Because a lot of people consider the word God to be like a name. Like people pray to God, right? But people aren't praying to Elohim. Most people's connotation.
So we're supposed to. So we're supposed to pray to gods.
So that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is most people.
Well, that's what Elohim means, correct?
Yeah, that's also what it means.
Okay, so we're supposed to pray to God or gods, and if it's God, then what God?
Oh, the Almighty Father God.
And which one of the Elohim is that?
So that would be the Father. So like
And so the Elohim are image and likeness of the Father.
So if the Father was conversing with a being and said, "Let us make man in our image," then we can assume that one of the Elohim looked like man. Potentially looked like the Son of Man. Right?
Well, if God created man in our image, meaning Elohim.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, so man is the creation of our image, which would be all of the Elohim together.
It doesn't name how many. It could just be two. It could be God and another. That would be still considered we. Doesn't mean that there's three, but it definitely means that there's two.
So that's the precept of where Jesus claimed to be God too, or was that somebody else that claimed Jesus was God too because of that precept?
So that's where that comes from, but then people confused it and made Jesus into God, the Father. So that's where the confusion is. But like,
that's why I asked. I thought you had answers.
Yeah, I do.
Then tell us.
What do you want to know?
Please.
I mean, yeah.
What's the deal? What's the deal with Jesus being God?
So, I mean, at this point, I don't necessarily believe that Jesus is the Father because he prays to the Father.
But is he not a man and was not God? Wasn't it God that made man in our image?
Yeah.
So he really wasn't God then, was he? So he really wasn't God then, right? Was he?
So he could be God, but
So it was easy to tell by that. So it was easy to tell by that precept that if you really thought it was Jesus, you could defeat the belief that it was Jesus, that he was made in our image and therefore wasn't God, because God didn't create Elohim, or excuse me, Elohim didn't create God. God created Elohim and man.
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but what I'm saying is there's a God the Father, and then there's a word that means mighty ones. So if God the Father was working with another mighty one, and they were both more mighty than man, and they created man, right?
Right.
That would still be considered God in the context of Elohim, but it would not be considered God the Father alone. Because God the Father alone does not speak in the plural as we. It wouldn't make any sense unless the word is wrong. So that's something that we have to rectify. It's either that the wording is wrong or we're wrong.
Rather than rectify, why not use something like atone?
Atone?
Yeah, we are talking about frequencies, right?
No, what time were we talking about frequency?
Here's my general question for all you guys, if you don't mind me asking. Where do you guys get your general interpretation from? Like, like we were talking about British Israelism, for example, and I think it's plain to see that all of Christianity has been infected by such ideas like that. How do we gain a solid interpretation of what all this actually means and where it comes from, if you had to say your source on that?
Honestly, bro, and you might not accept this source, but I'm saying you can't get it from man. You got to get it from God. So, you know what I mean? And like man ain't gonna accept that as a source, but like at the end of the day.
Well, do you take all 66 books, or do you take all 180 total books of the Christian faith?
Me personally, I've been through many books of Enoch, you know what I'm saying, stuff in the Apocrypha. I've been through all the different books, and what I can say is that if we want to sit here and see what is the whole story that we're meant to see, most likely all in its one context, you can sit there and take the whole Bible. I couldn't tell you which books should be in or shouldn't. You have to basically read everything, and just like every piece of information we get in life, right? I don't just sit here and say, I'm going to base my reality on the Bible. I'm going to read every piece of information and discern what is truth. So I say whatever in any book is truth, that is good to build a foundation on. You know what I'm saying? And if there's something in the Bible that's not true, then you know what I'm saying? It wouldn't make sense. Like if there's a book that's not in the Bible and it has stuff in there that's not true, then you should be able to discern that. So like reading all books, you know what I'm saying? Reading all books is good. I'm not going to sit here and say like this book is the word of God. The truth is the word of God, and lies is the word of the devil. We already know that the books have been altered, right? So we can't sit here and say like, oh, this is unaltered. We know it's been altered because it went from many different languages. The texts got remixed. There was councils in Nicaea where they decided what books were going in, which were going out. You know what I'm saying? This was all done by Rome. And at the end of the day, we know what Rome was doing. They was consolidating faiths and trying to bring in as many people as they could under one roof, right? In this universal religion that now is Catholicism. And at the end of the day, it all goes back to Rome, right? It was them the whole time. And if you really look at the scope of the world, it's weird. And I've looked at different groups of people and tried to say like, oh, it's this group of people, it's those groups of people. But the reality is it all go back to Rome.
All roads lead to Rome.
All goes back to Rome. So where did this idea that Jesus was God the Father come from? Rome. Appeared in like the 3rd century. There was no debate on this. Nobody ever debated if Jesus was the Father. The apostles, it would have been documented telling people what it was, because they had records of them debating all kinds of stuff and talking to people, and Jesus was out there refuting this and that. But we don't see no problems, no arguments, you know, and it took a few hundred years for the people and councils to even decide if they were going to consider Jesus God the Father or not. If it was clear cut, they wouldn't have took a few hundred years to figure that out.
Well, there's a clear cut. Jesus is a prophet. That's clear cut.
He's more than a prophet.
Yeah, but we need to get to a baseline. He's definitely a prophet. We need to get to that baseline before we can expand.
Hey guys, what does a fable mean? What does a fable mean? Like that, it's been a long time, but what does a fable mean?
It's a story.
It's a story. It's a short story that you learn to listen from.
Well, I believe it specifically is a type of story where it's implied that not everything being told is true.
Right. Okay, thank you.
I mean, yo, I've not believed in what I believe. I've believed against it. I've wrestled for many years and searched and done a lot of research, and I've landed on what I believe on reasons that I couldn't even convey in human words. You know what I mean? So I respect everybody's decision in their travels and in their path in life. You know what I'm saying? I know that I always didn't believe what I believe. I may not believe this tomorrow. You know what I mean?
If you can't show it, you don't know it.
We need to seek the truth in all times. What is it that
if you can't show it, you don't know it.
What is it that you want to see? I'm not sure what you want to see from me.
I understand that. I understand you don't understand what you what I want to see, but I probably told you a bunch of times already with other subjects, so I'm not sure I can explain it to you.
I just feel like you're very convinced by things that people write on paper who have titles of perceived authority. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this doesn't mean anything to me. You can cite 100,000 sources. I've seen 100,000 lying people.
Okay, then what people influence me the most?
I mean, you think the Earth is flying around the sun and rotating at Mach 8?
I usually go by angular momentum, so I say it rotates once a day. which is
I'm just saying that your basis concept of the place you live is fundamentally flawed, and solely based on the citations of perceived authority.
No, not just perceived authority, but perceived observations too. So I go with the narrative that's most consistent. And
no, but Hank, to be honest, and to fucking like just show you lots of love and say I like you. You need to fucking keep get out of your bubble. Keep getting your knowledge base bigger about what's up and whatever, man. Because like fuck, man, you got a long way to go, bro.
I know. I've been in your bubble. You think you're outside, you're inside. So I go with the narrative that's most consistent, and that includes observations, tests you can do yourself, and that's I conclude that the planet's a ball. So I go with the narrative. So I could say, well, the truth is that's plain, but then the narrative itself is just going all its way to deceive me because it's showing me results consistent with it being a ball. So I could say the planet is lying, or I could say it's a ball.
So I'm not necessarily agreeing with Hank, but I'll tell you, like, I don't really care what shape the planet is, but I'm gonna go with the option that it makes me sound like the least crazy person, and that's the globe Earth.
That's exactly what they want you to do.
That's not a globe.
I don't really care
without sphere.
What they want. I still need to maintain a certain level. I'm not all about it, but I still need to maintain a certain level of integrity. And it's better to pick and choose your battles. Okay. And if you start flying off on the Earth is not a globe, a lot of people are just gonna be like, okay, I'm not gonna listen to anything you say then. Okay. So the Earth is a globe. I don't care about some video you saw somewhere or whatever the fuck,
It's not about a video. It's just literal, like, just reasoning, right? I mean, if you just reason with me for 2 seconds, right? I can take
my final opinion on the subject is I don't care.
I'm so excited to hear this one.
So we live in a vacuum, right? Is that your understanding?
I have no idea. I don't really care. I still have to go to work.
Well, I mean,
I still have to interact with other human beings.
If you don't care, then why are you participating in a debate?
No, we're debating now. This is hilarious.
I'm just saying, a conversation. If you don't care, why'd you ask the question? Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just
a minute ago.
Actually, you brought up the shape of the Earth. Okay,
yeah, so,
and I'm telling you that it's so that I can interact with other human beings, and I can like pick and choose my battles because it may be important that I need to convince them of something else. Like, I don't know, mind control or something like that. I'm not going to start going off on flat Earth and all that because that's going to reduce my credibility.
I did not know I was among normie NPC sheep. If you guys are normie NPC sheep, then we won't talk about the hard truths. But I don't think that's the case.
I don't need to if I got my narrative.
And your man's over here.
What's a normie? What's a normie? What's a normie?
You're a normie.
I think I'm a normie now.
Yeah. With your electrical bracelet over there, bro, plugged into the Matrix. The toaster manual Bible. You know what I'm saying?
Bro, I don't that bullshit.
I'm just saying.
This guy's funny as fuck.
We
should be charging $5 for this comedy show, dude.
He's
everybody, Annie up. Everybody in chat, $5 for this comedy show.
Do you claim we live in a vacuum or not? Is space a vacuum?
No.
Anyone? Is it a vacuum?
Not really.
Not a vacuum.
There's a lot of spots where it's not very populated, and we can call it a vacuum.
So space is not a vacuum.
There's parts of it that is a vacuum. But
all right. So is the pressure of outer space less than the pressure in Earth?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. So why does the Earth not depressurize?
Because it's big. It's a big thing. It's not pressure coming from.
What I'm saying is, what is containing the pressure? What container? Because you
Gravity.
can't have a vacuum without a container.
It's gravity. It's a force field.
Gravity is a force field.
Yeah.
Okay, so why can't we observe it on a local level? Acting as a force field?
Because it only works over large. It's a weak force. It's a weak force.
It's a weak force. It's
yeah,
weak, but
we can't observe it at short levels. But yeah, set up an experiment like the Cavendish experiment.
The pressure of the entire Earth's atmosphere.
So you can observe it on a short level via the Cavendish experiment, but it's not that strong of a force. So
it's because it's bullshit. That's the reality, and it's buoyant.
So then explain why the Cavendish experiment works if gravity doesn't work.
Balloons.
No, I asked first. Explain why the Cavendish experiment works. So if gravity is bullshit.
The reality is it's buoyancy, and that's what Einstein proposed.
There's no buoyancy in the Cavendish experiment.
You don't need
they had like 4 masses,
real,
and they checked the angle of a rope. There's no buoyancy there.
The truth is, if gravity was real, right? You take the dimensions they propose of the Earth and its proposed gravitational field, then you take the dimensions of the moon and its proposed mass, and then you would realize the Earth should pull the moon directly into it.
No.
Are you proposing to us? Because that's a lot of fucking proposing.
Yeah, I'm saying
right
that's the real math.
Is it real math or is it proposed? Is it real math or is it proposed?
Do it for yourself, man.
Do it for myself. No, give us the answer.
Tell me what you propose then.
I'm saying, look up Operation Fishbowl. Look up Operation Dominic when the United States government tried to break the firmament that is over the Earth and could not.
What do you mean it cannot?
They cannot break.
Then how we get a flag on the moon?
We cannot go to the moon. NASA admits that.
Holy fuck, Hank! You think we've been to the moon, bro?
The moon.
Oh my god, fucking Hank, bro!
How to get
Hank.
there?
It's not there, Hank. There is no the moon that we landed on. That was a Stanley Kubrick film.
He filmed it on the moon.
No, he didn't. He pretended he filmed it on the moon.
Then why is the mirror there?
It's a lie, Hank. NASA, okay, means deception in Hebrew. Nasha.
Okay, it means deception.
Check this out.
But
Check
there's
this out, Hank.
a mirror there.
They tell you we live on a planet, right, with a T at the end. But NASA says T minus. Do you know why NASA says T minus? Because when you remove the T, you live on a
fuck
planet.
up, bunny faggot.
And then
how long is it going to take you to realize you're calling out a fucking autistic dude? Now, if you want to talk this fucking science shit, bring your punk faggot shit to me.
Are you angry?
Yeah, I'm a little angry that you're in here talking shit with this faggot Canadian that saw.
Why are you so angry?
Oh, because you don't have any facts.
Is that all you got?
Why is your boy angry?
You got Paul Powers? You got Paul Powers, do you faggot?
He's angry.
He's always angry. Not a big deal.
He's an angry anime character, bro.
Yeah, he's always angry. Don't worry about him. But he's mad because you say you got all this knowledge and you're not showing anything. You just
I'm telling you what it is, man.
But you're not telling me how you know it. You say,
Look,
well, you can find it somewhere.
We live in a world of lies. What do you want to know how to find?
I want to find why the Cavendish experiment acts as if gravity works.
Because it's a lie.
Then why does the experiment work?
Because it's a lie.
It's a lie, okay.
Yeah.
What isn't a lie?
I'm just saying, it's a lie, man.
Yeah, that's what you always say.
I'm saying the rockets that we see getting shot up in the air, they're just helium balloons.
The Cavendish experiment doesn't use rockets. It uses for masses.
Look, I don't care about the Cavendish experiment. It doesn't prove anything.
It now proves gravity.
It does not prove gravity. They can't prove gravity. That's why it's a theory.
No, you don't even know what theory means.
They could prove it. It'd be a law of gravity.
No.
Yeah. It's a theory. Bro, I'm telling you, gravity's fake. It's just buoyancy. That's why you have a helium balloon, right? And you take a balloon full of air. You take them to the bottom of a swimming pool. You let both balloons go, right? The helium and the regular air, they don't really weigh too much of a difference. But the buoyancy, the density, the overall density of it, right? We're going to see the helium balloon go up to the top of the surface of the water. So is the air balloon. But then the helium balloon's going to continue into the air because it's less buoyant.
Okay, then tell me what happens when you put both in the vacuum chamber. What happens to both of them when you put in a vacuum chamber? Tell us.
What vacuum chamber?
Any vacuum chamber is big enough to hold them. What happens when you put both balloons in a vacuum chamber?
A vacuum chamber of what?
It's nothing. It's a vacuum. Okay,
is-
I'll tell you. I'll tell the crowd. I'll tell you. What happens is that both of them will fall to the bottom.
But we're in a pressurized environment.
But you said it was buoyancy.
You know that we have air pressure. So it's not a vacuum.
All right.
Because if you're saying that we live in a vacuum, then you have to admit there's a container.
Yeah,
and then if we're in a container, then you can't go to space because we're in a container.
Okay, then show us a piece of the container. You said
all right, I'll show you the container and I'll show you our government shooting a nuke at it. How about that?
No, you should have a fragment somewhere. You should be like a fragment of the container on display.
Something that they failed to break.
Yeah, it should be a fragment
I
of the
can't provide
container.
you something that doesn't exist. They
It
tried to
doesn't
break
exist because it's
the
not there. There's no
There's a dome.
The grains are filled.
We got a dome over the earth. All right. They tried to break it. They failed. All right. They tried
Yeah,
to
Mars that space shit up there. What Elon Musk's doing?
it's not in space. It's in helium balloons stuck to the top of the ceiling. All right. Imagine you took a balloon full of helium and just let it go in your house.
It won't
not
go
in
high
space.
enough.
It's in the ceiling.
Then what's with the rocket? If a balloon does it, what's all the rockets for?
It's all for show to make you believe that there's space so they can tell you there's no God. That's all it is.
But why couldn't there be a God without space?
Because there needs to be aliens, and they can't explain the fucking things that have been living under Antarctica for thousands of fucking years, control the planet. So they have to say they came from fucking outer space.
Yeah, real quick. Yeah, with Tommy, dude, you gotta be more creative with this shit, man. I mean, it's just the same shit over and over. You know, it's the same F slur shit over and over. Hearing the F slur, fucking black jacketing my stream with this fucking hate, with the hate shit, bro. Come on, dude. You know they're gonna strike my shit for the hate speech. I made a simple fucking request. You know, like wipe your fucking feet on the carpet when you come into the fucking house, dude. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is you know, that shit is trash, man. You know. So,
Yeah.
like, you know, think real hard, fuckhead, if you want to be on the show, you know, like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you know, I was very, very cordial with this cocksucker. I don't know why the fuck he's got to come at me like that. But the thing is that, is like, you know, yeah, Tommy's got to get his head out of his ass, you know, because there's lots of work we could be doing out here in terms of video editing and shit. So I don't know what his deal is, but yeah. Man.
Hey, Machine Lies, I just made a comment and I got fucking deleted saying basically fucking Tammy, which is Tommy, should fucking clean his fucking shit up. And anyway, my comment got deleted. I don't know if Tammy still has a wrench, but bro, you got to put him down to the bare minimum. He's a fucking retard, man. I tried to go up on his shit to say my shit, and he won't even put me up and then talks like, buddy, the guy's a fucking retard.
Your comment's still up there. I don't know what you're talking about. Or wait, I'm trying to see where it got deleted. Or
I see the comments still.
it could be, yeah, it could be that somebody accidentally deleted it and then undeleted it. You know what I'm saying, Hardhat?
No big deal, then. No big deal. It's all good.
Because they might hit that shit on their phone by accident. But yeah,
yeah, no big deal.
Yeah. Usually
That's
the
cool.
mods in here that I have now are pretty cool, but
Yeah, I think our poll says that YouTube may have hit it. I see it still.
yeah, that's the thing too. If you say certain words now, YouTube will hide your comment and shit.
Well,
But
then
it's
that's possible because I say a lot
I
of
don't
shit, so that's cool.
I don't know what the thing is with the F words and the, you know, the jabby stabbies and the N words and the fucking gun shit, pulling out the gun on stream. But yo, these motherfuckers do that shit every stream. I'm tired of it. and I don't take my streams down, and I just make simple requests, like, you know what I mean? So like, I don't even know, like, my shit's not even like monetized, monetization, whatever, fucking manatee shit, like it is what it is. I just do this shit. I'm trying to get a little bit of information out there, so I don't even care about like what these people have to say. You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
Machine, that's all liberally themed stuff. YouTube is a liberal platform. You can't
That's what
talk
I mean.
about. You
That's
can't
what I
talk
mean.
about
Like, I'm trying
2A.
to couch my shit in like abstractions and philosophy, and then this guy's trying to come up here and just say stupid shit for no reason and claim it's like for some stupid fucking game he's playing.
Yeah.
I just talked to this guy last night, and I'm just like, I wasn't really impressed with like how he was coming at me. But yeah, the thing is that, and I'm talking about on Hoax Wars, because I was trying to have a conversation there, and I don't even know what kind of.
Yeah, so
but yeah.
Tommy, I know you put a message in the inside chat. I let them go to lies because it's actually working for my narrative. I'm still driving the narrative, so they can have whatever lies they want because they can't make it coherent. I go with the most coherent narrative because that's how the universe is going to choose what results. That's why the cannot find the firmament. They can't break a piece out of firmament and put on display. Because the Earth
but you're
is
going
working
on about
against them
this
to
thing.
disguise the firmament because it's not really there.
Right.
The Earth is conspiring against the flat earthers.
No, I know. You're going off on a side point, and I think that's the point, is that he wanted to go off on this side fucking point, or get you to go off on this side fucking tangent. You know what I mean? And he's on some shit where he's like, I'm gonna defend Hank. Well, he just came in just throwing F slurs at you. So I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Or no way, Bunny. Oh no way, he was talking about this dude right here. And like, you could talk to Bunny or whatever, you could fight with Bunny, but it's like, man, it's like if I say like, don't fucking say like, all right, like don't say this thing. Like if you say like, man, don't say like this fucking thing. And then motherfuckers are like, all right, I'm just gonna say it again and again. It's like, dude, you're acting like a fucking child.
Yeah, Paul says the
We're
same
talking
thing.
about saying words. Wait, what'd you say, Hank?
Yeah, Paul Enslaved says the same thing about Tommy.
Yeah, I mean, but Gimp Unslaved is a fucking comedy show where they bash people or whatever, roast people, and this is a fucking not that kind of a show. You know what I mean? Like, so it's just like,
that's debatable.
Yeah. I guess we do that. We did that with the Gimp Unslaved fella too. But it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to like because people come up and they have criticisms. And if they have legitimate criticisms, I mean, we have to entertain their views. I mean, it is what it is. But it's just like see, the problem is that Tommy is acting this way on this stream, playing a character, when he'll go on other streams and not play that character, and he'll act very smart about what he does over here, and on other channels. So I've noticed that behavior, and I've watched the channel where Tommy goes and does that shit, and I'm just like, I just wasn't very impressed, and I caught him lying about a few things too, and I tried to confront him about that last night.
TML, it's manipulating, right? And the thing I noticed too is when you have someone that won't let someone else talk, right? When you go back and forth, right? Okay, what do you have? Okay, let me go back and forth. When you have someone, it's fucking, man, they kind of know what ground they're standing on. You know what I mean? And I tried to be cool, Tommy, because I didn't even come at Tommy. Tommy and my deal was, he said, okay, we're good now. He was trying to say I was daddy this and daddy that. I'm like, bro, he says, we're good now. But then I hear him talking shit because he's a left nut, right? Which is fine. Like I think he's hilarious in a lot of his shit. I think that bit he did with when he actually got his hair and shaved his head and did all that shit, that was brilliant, man. Right? But then he said this shit. So anyway, he there's a lot of people that can't take criticism, right? And it's like, and they'll just blow up. It's like, bro, Tommy, you were brilliant on that. You know what I mean? But he won't get that far. He's just like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. But I don't know. I tried, and he put me in his backstage, you know, for whatever, half an hour. Wouldn't let me come up, and so I unsubscribed. It's like, fuck that shit, right?
I'm most disrespectful right in front of you. That's why I'm most disrespectful.
We got the Paul Unslaved Mongoloid fucking circus act right here, guys. So you know it is what it is. It's fucking freak show over there. You know, it's fucking.
I thought we could put Wizard in the middle.
Yeah,
oh well.
Yeah, it is what it is.
Wiz is good. Wiz has stood on his own fucking ground and what he fucking backs, and he's never fuck that shit. Don't knock Wiz, bud.
I'm a huge fan of Wiz. But I thought we could put Wiz in the middle.
Albino shit, like fucking theater party, like whatever, dude. Like happy trails, cocksucker. You know what I mean? Yeah, the shit is like I don't participate in that shit because I was just talking about like, you know, like British Israelism and, you know, Manasseh ben Israel. Before that, I was talking about medieval philosophy. Before that, I was covering Gnosticism. Before that, I was covering accelerationism and Discordianism. Before that, I was covering technology, philosophy of technology. You know, who knows, man? You know what I'll be into.
Yeah, so
I gotta get into Buddhism next. The Buddhism debate. We're gonna have a debate, Buddhism versus Islam, coming up on this channel. So yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, go ahead, Neuro.
You know, I just want to say one thing really quick. I would say to Tommy, why choose to become enemies with machine lies when there's really no cause for it? I mean, that's my one thing I want to say on that. On otherwise, I just noticed like what Hank and Cecil are saying. I agree with, which is, why don't we pick our battles when it comes to trying to change people's mind? I mean, you know, who gives a fuck about the flat earth if you can't convince people of, you know, stuff that is way more plain? And on a related note, I want to ask this question to the panel, which is directly related to what I'm speaking on, which is that, do you think that math exists without human beings to use math? Is math, does math exist without human beings, essentially?
Well, let me just throw, because I'm probably the most uneducated guy right now, or here on the panel. I would say math and that etymology and the words and the fucking numbers, like Penel guy, he's on all that numbers and shit. And I guess Smith, like, buddy, there's a whole bunch of shit that's part of this universe and part of this creation that it's like, you know, and it's kind of true. Now, what it equals, I don't know. But yeah, I think that shit's kind of true. But I mean, I don't know. What is it, right? But
we didn't invent math. We discovered it, bro.
Well, see, that's exactly what I'm talking about. What do
yeah,
you
that's
mean
right.
by that? What does that mean? No,
it existed before we understood it.
Back up. Let's start at basics. What do you mean by we just discovered it? What does that mean?
What I mean is it existed prior to our finding it.
Right.
Like,
okay. Explain that a little bit more, because this is
where did
a
zero
very
exist?
strange narrative.
The color red, right? Did it exist before we had a word to describe the color?
No.
No,
Yeah,
it did
the
not.
frequency existed.
So you're saying that you couldn't see the color red because we didn't have a word for it?
Before we labeled red, we didn't know what it was.
But so what color was it?
We didn't know till we invented a word for it.
But it still had a color, right?
It had a frequency, but we didn't call anything till we started calling something.
My point is, though, it existed prior to us making the word.
How do you know that? How could you possibly know that?
That's not the same
argument. Know that.
That's
so
not the
you
same
can't
argument.
make a word for something that doesn't exist.
Yeah,
How
we
could you
can.
know
have
that it
nothing to
existed before
describe.
you observed it?
That's how I
could
know
you know
that.
something existed without you observing it?
You want my
It's
citation?
impossible.
It's logic. That's my citation.
No, that's not an answer.
That's
So,
not the
How
same
could you
answer.
make? How could you make a word for something that you could not observe prior to?
I could draw
word?
it. I could just draw it.
talking
I
about
can master draw it. Simple.
What I'm saying is, if you saw something, in order to want to make a word for it, you had to have been able to see it. So it
False.
existed prior to the word.
But I can imagine it.
The fact that you can't even agree on that goes to show that you're not actually thinking.
To answer Reddington,
That's ironic. Oh my,
to
that's
answer-
ironic. That's
to answer
hilarious.
Reddington, it is related to everything we talk about on this whole on these panels. This is coming from a source. This is not just someone's idea that they just came up with on their own. This is like the foundation of everything that we're talking about. You're saying that math existed without human beings to make it up.
Right.
How do you know that? How could you possibly know that?
Because numbers existed before we described them.
Hey guys, how about humans actually found the math in the creation of all the nature and you know what I mean? All the fucking all the shit.
Well,
that-
here's the thing. How can you say math is a direct 1-to-1 ratio with reality? That's what you're saying.
How many fingers do you have?
Math
saying
did
that
exist prior to humans. Math did
Are you
exist
saying,
prior to
are you saying that all of reality is a 0 and a 1? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying, how many fingers do you have?
You're not answering my question of what you're doing.
I know, because it's an arbitrary question that doesn't lead to
Just like your
anything
answer is
useful.
arbitrary.
It's
Your
not-
your
it's
answer
not.
is completely arbitrary.
It's not, because we had fingers before we counted them.
We had fingers before we could count them. Okay.
Yes, which means there was a number.
So do you
before we
think that
could
math
describe it.
represents 1-to-1 ratio with reality? You think you can describe all of reality in math?
I think that our number systems were derived, right, from the Sumerians who used their fingers to figure it out. I think that our calendars and everything is based on the turnings of the stars, which existed before we were able to see them. And they were turning before we looked at them.
Well, that's coming from man. That's coming from men, not from reality.
I think that lengths of things existed, right? I think everything was in an increment, because if it's not mathematically done, then you got to understand the patterns you find in nature can't exist.
So do you believe
They're
in
all
God? Then?
mathematical patterns.
Do you believe in God?
Absolutely.
Is God made of numbers?
No.
Why not? He said it existed before humans or anything else could
No,
interpret it.
God made them.
Well, how do you know that God isn't numbers? Because you're saying God is, numbers came before everything else.
I'm saying God made the numbers.
How do you know that?
Because God made everything.
Did God make himself?
Nope.
So how do you know that he's not numbers then?
He always existed.
Could numbers have always existed?
Nope.
Why not?
Because they wouldn't have had anywhere to exist. See, numbers are order, right? Something has to bring order. You can't.
Well,
just
without interpretation, then there is no order, anyways.
I'm just saying. We did.
Okay,
We did
well,
not.
you can build something, but that's different from interpreting something.
So what do you want to know? Like, what's the point of this whole? My point is that math, right, existed before we discovered.
Okay, so my point is, you're going on and on about the Antarctica and the aliens underneath and the flat
It's
Earth
not
and all
aliens.
this.
It's not aliens. Hold on, I never said aliens.
Whatever it is.
They need
My
to
point is,
explain
if you
these
can't convince people of basic, if you can't convince people of like very basic stuff, then what use is it to go and use this as a way of,
Do you
arguing about
believe?
nature reality.
Do you believe that I'm trying to convince you?
I'm pretty sure that you wouldn't be talking about it if you weren't.
You got to realize that while I am speaking to you, there's more people watching me speak to you. So
Yes,
I'm
I
here to
understand.
demonstrate truth. Whether or not you accept it, I don't actually care.
Well, my point is, do you think in general that the shape of the earth is going to free humanity?
I think that I like to use the shape of the earth as a baseline for determining how asleep somebody actually is. That's the baseline. If you don't
Okay.
realize that,
Is there a
been
better
lied to.
baseline? Is there a better baseline than that?
That's what I use.
And I'm just look, I agree with you on most of the stuff you're talking about before. I'm just saying, like, if you're trying to, convince people of the way things are being manipulated, I don't know if I would lead with the earth is flat. I don't know if I would start at that point.
I don't try to convince people, like I was saying. I just try to put out the truth. And,
Well, then what's the purpose of putting out
you know,
truth if nobody's convinced of it? It doesn't make any sense to me.
just because you're not convinced does not mean that there are not people.
It
that
sounds
may
like
be
you're
convinced.
using truth as a weapon to make people not look for it, is what it sounds like to me.
I'm not sure how you would do that, but
Well, that's kind of what I'm saying you're doing, because you're saying, well, it doesn't matter if anybody's convinced by the truth, but I'll just put truth out, and I don't care if anybody believes the truth or not. It's like, so
you got to
why even
realize
say something?
I don't actually have enough time on this show to break down all of these concepts. So you have to plant seeds. I really do hope people hear
Yeah, but
something. Just
I-
one
I'm-
thing
I-
that I said, right? The reason why I don't really break it down in depth is because I hope they go and do research. I can't expect to teach everyone everything today.
Sure, but what I'm saying is, if you've spent so many years, which I do believe you have, and again, I agree with a lot of things you say, what I'm saying is maybe start with something that's a little easier to swallow than, just forget about, 30 years of your education about the earth being a globe, and believe the earth is flat. We'll start there. And then if you believe that, then I'll go and tell you about how, the Jesuits control something or whatever it is. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, yo, I understand what you're saying, but like, if you think you could do better, then go for it. What would you propose we start with in opening up the minds of these people who are asleep? What do we start with?
Well, I'm not exactly sure I have the answer to that either. What I'm saying is, I'm pretty sure that, telling people that they're a retard if they believe that the earth is a globe, is probably not the right place to start, right?
I never said that anyone was retarded. I would never do that.
You kind of were in a way with Cecil.
I just said that
Like,
they
it's kinda
weren't,
weird.
I said they weren't thinking. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, again, like I think we're supposedly on the same side of this issue.
I
Which
mean
is
that these
generally-
people are like what I meant to say by that was they're relying on the things that they've been fed, right? And they're not actually using their mind to determine what they believe. They're just regurgitating like nonsense. Like, oh, but the blah 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 experiment, like this means nothing to me. Because the logic of it doesn't add up. You know what I'm saying?
I think
entirely.
Provo should come up here, because Provo, you're very instigatory in the chat. Why don't you come up here and talk with us a little bit? Are you friends with Provo or something? He seems very interested in your.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really know anyone here, although I have spoken with Vinny Pots and Pans in the past about 2 years ago, and Vinny Pots and Pans was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, and again, like, I'm not really against anything you said. Like, I think that you're arguing. I wanted to ask you actually one other thing. Where did you get that information about the artifacts in Iraq? Because I remember watching a documentary a long time ago about that, and I can't find that documentary anywhere. Do you know if there's a documentary on that subject?
So I got information from people who were actually there in the invasion. It wasn't like a documentary. This is just like personal conversations that I've had with two people And basically, they said they were out there looking for artifacts, and there was some weird shit going on. You know, later on, come to find out, it was like possibly something with Gilgamesh's tomb. I don't really know. You know what I mean? I was real vague about it because they really didn't really know. You know what I'm saying? And I got a vague description, but that's what I was told that was the reason for the whole invasion of Iraq. That was what I was given as a reason. You know what I mean? Because there was a lot of speculation. So we were talking about what was the reason, and that was what I was explaining.
Yeah, no, I hear you. No, and I heard similar things from many different people and from that documentary that I can't find anymore. So I was just curious. And again, like, I'm not against in general what you're getting at on most of your points. I'm just trying to say, like, I think that a lot of this stuff is related, and I am being vague for a reason, but
it's all related.
I can't really say why that is, but basically, let me put it this way. What do you think about the British Israelism thing?
What do you mean by British Israelism?
The belief that royal families should be ruling the goyim, more or less.
Well, it goes back really far, and it goes throughout all kinds of different things, the Templars and everything. But essentially, we got two different kinds of seeds on this planet. And so we believe that basically everybody is like us and everybody's just 100% human. And that's not the case.
Well, how do you know that?
How do I know it? Well, if you just use your analysis skills and you look at the world we live in and you do enough research, you realize that there's something controlling humanity and it's not human. You can start there.
Well, I guess here's a question. Do you think that we ought to the goyim ought to be ruled by the bloodline or not really?
Fuck no. Why would I think that the goyim need to be ruled by the bloodline?
Well, I think there's people in this very chat who believe just that.
Why would they believe that?
I don't know. That's what I want to know.
I mean, you got to realize that it's all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? The people who are claiming to be Jews, they're not Jews. It's all bullshit. History's been rewritten. It's been scrubbed. It's been modified. It's been redacted. You know what I'm saying?
No, I definitely agree on that. Definitely agree.
I mean, you could look into it. It goes all the way back. And we've had multiple resets on this planet. The timelines are all wrong. Everything is wrong. Everything we know is wrong. And that's why I start with the flat earth. It's like, if we can't even get past that, it's like, I can't even begin to explain to you how everything else is just completely wrong.
No, I get it. I mean, and I wasn't really coming at you so much as I'm coming at the ideas because, for example, I think this idea that numbers were discovered, I mean, it's dangerously close to calling numbers God, in my opinion. And I think that's, sounds like something that a guy named Pythagoras seemed to have to say before. So I kind of find myself a little skeptical of that kind of stuff, Hey, Provo, I was just trying to provoke you into coming, so I'm glad it worked.
No, yeah. I honestly want to clarify my point. I just maybe just be a little bit contrarian to you, Neuro, but I do agree with, I don't know this friend here. I don't know his name. His brother in Christ, probably. I don't know. I can't see his name. Whatever your name is, what do you go by, Rabbit?
I've gone by where the rabbit hole ends, but right now I'm intellectual imbecile.
Cool. So Neurojack's opposed to you. He's saying don't start with the flat earth. I think that's a great place to start. Why waste your fucking time with people if they're not even going to consider something that's going to maybe fracture their world reality or world schema? So it's, don't waste their time.
I feel it, but here's what I'm trying to get at is like, what's your goal with trying to get the truth to people?
So it's not necessarily that I have a goal to like convince people of the truth. It's that I believe it needs to just be spoken about more and more, right?
Well, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example of what I'm trying to get at, because Provo can appreciate this. You know, some people might have had autism a long time ago, way off in the distance, right? But I think we know the term weaponized autism now, right? So what I'm saying is truth has always existed, and now you can have weaponized truth. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I completely understand what you're saying. I mean, I've never really gone in depth into weaponizing the truth because I just really want people to do the research at the end of the day.
Well, my point is, if you don't show how truth is beneficial in any way, then most people are not going to seek it. Do you get what I mean?
And like, if you're not trying to find out what's true, it doesn't matter to me whether you find it. It's like, yo, you know what the term helping someone is? It's like, if you're going to help me lift the couch, right? You're going to lift one end of the couch. But if I'm going to just lift the couch for you, it's not help anymore. And I don't expect to do anything for another man, but I will help. And if anyone asks me for help or asks me to clarify these things, I will really go into deep details. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, then let's go into details of what's truth if everything's bullshit.
You want
I don't
the
want to
truth?
get. I don't want to get into
handle
semantics.
the truth.
Fuck the semantics. Tell us about Antarctica, brother, just for like 5 minutes. What you
All
said
right.
it wasn't aliens.
All right.
Break that down.
All right, look. So a long time ago, there was Atlantis. Okay. And Atlantis was an advanced civilization. Okay.
How do you know that?
How do I know that? By their technology.
How do you know that?
That wasn't bullshit. Yeah, none of that's bullshit. Just the other bullshit.
Let him get where he's going.
We have evidence of the technology of the past. You have to understand that the monuments. Yo, if you don't let me speak, how the fuck am I going to explain it in detail?
Well, I ask, how do you know that? Because you're
Right.
saying that we don't know this other stuff, but you know
Right.
this stuff.
Hear me
So
out.
that's what
I'm going
saying.
to
How
tell
do
you. I'm
know
going to
that?
tell you everything now. You're going to
It's
get
like
it
a
all.
lecture. Take the notes. If you have questions, ask.
Well,
You
I mean,
want me
there's a lot
like
of claims already wrapped up in it. I mean, you know what
this
I
is
mean?
a
Like, where,
tapestry, and we can go through it. But if we break it down by each piece, you
well, can
begin
we
to
ground?
lose
Can
sight
we
of the
ground it?
tapestry.
We're so concerned with reality. Can we ground it in reality in some way in which we know?
Okay, so look at the monuments that exist. Okay, prior to the age where they tell us we're in the Stone Age, the work done on these monuments, just in the carvings, okay, is practically 3D printed. So you have to understand that the boulders that are used to build the pyramids of Giza, right, are from a fucking quarry that is so far away, it would have made no sense at all to transport these blocks except for the specific makeup of quartz. Now, in the time frame that these pyramids were built, right, you have to understand that we can't build them today to the precision and accuracy that they were built in the past. You cannot slide a piece of paper between the bricks. These bricks weighing thousands of pounds. I'm telling you, these monuments we cannot erect till today. And you have to understand that they had more advanced technology based on the fact that the remnants of what we see, we cannot reproduce.
Yeah, I think some fellers named the Freemasons believe in this kind of stuff too.
I mean, they do. And they understand the true history, and they give you the lie.
And Mr. Rabbit, I think you did an excellent job answering the question. Where's the evidence, right? And so now, can we get to Antarctica? Or like, let him just tell me what. If it's not aliens,
can we accept
gotta
that
hear
as
it.
evidence, or do I
Yes.
have to tell you that we have the same exact civilization makeup and the same exact buildings found all across the whole planet when we had apparently no means of communication or transport?
Sure.
During these periods of time.
I want you to say everything you have to say. I just want to make this point really quick.
Mhm.
When you started out a couple hours ago, you said there is an exoteric interpretation and an esoteric, and we're given limited hangouts of the exoteric interpretation. So all I'm asking for is, can you help contextualize the esoteric that we're not told as you explain the exoteric? I don't have a problem with what you're saying.
As to what?
Everything that you're talking about.
You want me to give you meanings for things? I'm talking, this is what happened in the physical reality. I'm not saying there's an esoteric meaning to this.
Well, my point is,
no
people who
other
tell
meaning.
these stories have esoteric meanings in what they tell us. Do they
I'm not telling you an esoteric story, though.
Why not?
Because I'm just straight up telling you that we had civilizations of people on the earth that had more advanced technology than we have now. That's all I'm starting out with.
Well, but my point is, people in certain organizations tell these exoteric things, but there is esoteric meanings to a lot of this too, right?
A lot of people in these organizations have esoteric and exoteric meanings for things like symbols and the degrees and the processes.
And for history and for religion and for theology and all that shit.
I mean, I'm not sure about what I'm speaking of, though. I'm not giving you a pre-constructed story. I'm giving you my understanding of
but it is a narrative,
reality we live in. I'm not.
Okay, let him tell his narrative. Whatever.
not
And then
like
we'll decide later what we think about it. We got to
I'm
hear
not
about
giving you any
Antarctica.
hidden meaning. What I say is what I mean, literally. So there might be another meaning.
Okay,
to what
I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure
So
we're on the same page.
if there is other meanings to things that I speak about, I mean them literally to confirm that, right? So there was an advanced civilization, right? We can call them the Atlanteans. You can call them whatever you want, right? If you look at like writings of like Plato, and he talks about Solon going to Egypt and talking to like the different, high priests, and they explain how, you know what I'm saying, there was an advanced civilization before Egypt, right? And that they were actually more like the Greeks than the Egyptians. So when Solon was asking them, like, where do you guys get all this stuff from? And they're like, yo, you lost your history. It came from you, basically, but in a sense. So what happened was we have this advanced civilization, and it's a global civilization. And this is the same thing because they all have these giant monument pyramids. They're all embodying human sacrifice, and they all have the same pantheon of gods. Okay. Now, they're not exactly the same names, but they have the same number of gods found around all of them. All right. Then what we have is essentially a worldwide global catastrophe. Right. Are we bringing up Plato?
Yep. I'm following. I'm tracking. Keep laying it down, brother.
Okay. So we have a catastrophe that essentially, I personally believe was caused by the Atlanteans doing some kind of new advanced technology that revolved around all these different temple pyramids. They were using the geomagnetic, the geomagnetic forces of the ley lines as some type of technology. And they caused a cataclysm that destroyed their main island, which was in the ocean. So from this, we have survivors of the culture, which branch out all over the world and start to spread these civilizations. And what we see is this is mirrored in like the different stories of like people coming out of the sea, out of fish belly, out of like fish, and bringing advanced technology. You can see this in all the different religions of Quetzalcoatl, and there was another one with a Dagon, and you can see this throughout all the cultures that there's these fish people popping up on beaches and they were the gods, and they had this advanced technology. Now, these people who are also referred to as the Aryans. Okay, they had light skin. This is the reason why when Christopher Columbus and the conquistadors came with light skin to America, they thought they were the gods because they came off these ships and they had light skin. So the reality is you got this advanced civilization that spreads out. They now start to recreate their civilizations all over the place. Okay, in these other primitive areas of the world that were not Atlantean, and they spread essentially what is the mystery religions, right? The home base of Atlantis was somewhere around Antarctica. When they did this, it caused half of the crater to flash freeze. They had underground bases. They were highly advanced, like I said. So they flash freeze half of the crater that we live in. And now we have these advanced beings who in the Bible are referred as like the sons of God, who created hybrids with men, these fallen beings. These beings are the same beings that were the pantheon of gods for all of these civilizations, and they are residing in an underground base in Antarctica. And so this is why we have crazy things happening in Antarctica, like we have Admiral E. Byrd going there for Operation High Jump, and we have Hitler moving Nazi forces over to Antarctica in the middle of a war, and then they're all fighting in Antarctica. Why is this happening? Right? It's because they don't realize that they're both being controlled by the same thing. And so at some point, they figured this all out in Antarctica, and they had this meeting. And then it appears that we had won the war. But the reality is the Catholics and the Jesuits and the Tibetan monks started to export Nazi scientists and important people. And what they did was they unified this entire Luciferian system together finally. And so what we have, folks, is a worldwide Luciferian network that has been propagated for thousands of years, controlling and enslaving humanity and regaining total control as we speak.
No fucking
Operating out of
shit.
Antarctica. That's what we have here, folks.
I like that. Appreciate you putting that down, because I was curious. You look at the news, the culture, the media, it's aliens. And I like your perspective here. You're saying it's Atlanteans?
So, the reason why they had to create the alien narrative is because when these beings are going to come on top of the surface and try to take full control, they need to have a story of where the fuck they came from. And they can't just say, well, we've been hiding in fucking Antarctica and manipulating mankind for thousands of years through these fucking emissaries that we sent out with plans and all kinds of fucking crazy mystery doctrines that we knew the keys to, and mind control and all this other shit. They can't explain that, right? So they have to just say, look, we came from another planet, right? And we created you. And we were the Elohim. That's their plan. And so in order for them to say they came from outer space and created us, there has to be aliens. If there's no aliens, then we know what they are. You motherfuckers have been hiding. You know what I'm saying? Y'all fall from heaven and you're still here. That's why they hid. They had to erase history. They had to erase the knowledge of them. They failed. And here we are.
I thought the Elohim was God and another mighty being like
I
himself
understand.
or
I'm
herself.
saying they're going to claim to be God. They're going to claim to be the Sumerian gods.
So they're just the Elohim?
No, they're fallen angels, man. The sons of God. The children of God that rebelled. Not men. Mighty beings that are fucking straight evil.
Well, aren't men children of God?
Yeah. But
Oh.
different category, bro. Like, you gotta
Well,
understand
what's the distinction?
men, there's man, and then there's sons of God, right? Which are, because you gotta understand, the Bible, it says the sons of God went unto the daughters of men and created giants. Okay. So you have to realize these sons of God are not just men, right? They created hybrids. And those were the Nephilim, the giants, the mythological creatures, because they also laid with beasts and made hybrids. Now, I don't believe they actually
Gilgamesh.
laid with them, but I think there was some kind of genetic experimentation. I think these were our first scientists. You know what I'm saying? These were the first manipulators of the human DNA. And that was
First
their
manipulators of the human DNA.
Right.
So they were the ones that made and created all the technology.
Yeah, the chosen ones are the ones that were modified You understand? From
So
God,
where do we get the
original creation.
technology we created today?
They gave it to us. We didn't create shit. This shit all existed, Bubba. What do you think? The silicon microchip just popped up? We had the best invention was fire, and then sliced bread, and then the silicon microchip.
Do silicon microchips have memory? Don't be torturing them fucking silicone microchips. Bitch.
I don't eat them though, so I'm not worried about it. You know? Yeah, I mean, what do you think the modified people are, bro? You know what I'm saying?
Tortured. Sounds like they're tortured to me.
Most likely.
And you're worried about tortured water.
Well, I wouldn't eat things.
What a horrible adventure with that ham demon. Woo! But I've made no progress in figuring out what Tack's plan is.
Yeah, there do be ham demons out there, bro. A ham is straight haram, bro. You know what's funny about pork, bro? Every cannibal says that pork tastes like human. Shit's crazy. That's probably why it's unclean, bro. Pigs is haram.
So you're in touch with a lot of cannibals, eh?
I mean, I don't know. Probably, bro. This world is fucked up.
I mean, you sound more confused than I do, dude. I'm just saying.
I'm not confused at all. Yo, at the end of the day, the reality we live in is stranger than fucking the craziest fiction story you ever read.
You wait till I write my book. It's going to be fucking a lot better than Dr. Seuss.
Yo, you can write whatever book you want, man. We live in a crazy reality that is engulfed in a matrix of lies.
Did you know you were born in a spell of illness?
Did you know that it's easier to embrace the lies than to accept that you've been lied to? That's why it's easier to convince someone of a lie than the truth.
I'm not pissed that you lied to me. I'm pissed that I can't fucking believe in you anymore.
No, that you're pissed at me because I didn't lie to you. If I lied to you, you'd be my best friend. Trust me.
Oh, come on. Come on.
Believe
Torture water. Come on.
See, man, you focused on the wrong things.
You're focused on trying to convince others that you can torture water.
I mean, I
Is
already
that
corrected
true?
myself on the water thing. Look,
Well, yeah, and then it was to molest water,
Yeah,
while
it's
referring
molesting
to
water.
some other, while referring to some other report or research that never used either one of those terms.
I mean, look, I've had people molest my bed, all right, to make sure there was no contraband in it, okay? So if you can molest a bed, you can molest water, all right? Yo, pigs is haram.
Do I kill it? Do I kill it if I drink it?
No.
Do I
becomes
kill it?
you.
Do I kill it? Do I kill it if I throw it in a pot and boil it until it evaporates?
No, bro, it becomes you when you embody it, you know what I mean?
Okay, so if I drink tortured water, does that mean I become tortured by drinking the water?
So what it means is that the structure of the water is going to be in a chaotic state, so that whatever's in your body is going to be in a chaotic state. And that's why you get hung up on tortured water.
So God is chaotic?
No. The
Spirit
microwave
of God,
water
the
is
Spirit
chaotic.
of God, the Spirit of God moves upon the face of the waters, folks.
Right, but not in a microwave.
Oh, except when you put it in a microwave.
I'm just saying that the
Genesis
biblical word
1,
had no microwave.
Genesis 1:2, except in a microwave.
Yeah, I mean, that was a description of something that was happening. You can't sit here and try to defend the microwave using God as your logic. That's just backwards, bro.
So when you're torturing that water, you're torturing God.
When you're aggravating the water molecules, you're doing harm to your body. You don't have to believe me. All right. I don't know what else to tell you, man. It's not good for you.
You know what happens when things heat up?
Like, do you know the healing effects
It
of
creates
proper water?
it creates its own positive energy.
Pretty sure it releases.
You ever seen a fire? You ever seen a fire and how it swirls up in the middle? It's called vortical currents.
Right.
And as it goes up in the center, it goes faster and harder. It's creating positive energy.
Right. But if you run
So
water
if you
through a
heat,
vortex,
so if you heat the water up with positive energy, isn't that transferring positive energy?
so there was
Wait,
a
guys.
science.
Wait, guys. I just want to point out real quick that we have a real genius in the house. Look at my couch. Water has different states of being. Jesus Christ, man.
It
This
does.
guy should win a Nobel fucking prize for that one. I mean, this is crazy stuff. But yeah, anyways, go ahead, guys.
It could be a
So
solid.
so if you heat
a
so if
gas.
you heat water up with fire, which is positive energy, then where does the negative energy in the water come from?
So we're not talking about fire. Okay. This is where it's getting confusing, because you're sitting here correlating what I'm saying with fire, which has nothing to do with a microwave. All right. My
Well,
point
you're
is
using heat.
the microwave.
You're using heat, and the principle there is heat, not just
But
fire.
it's not just heat.
Okay.
It's radiation.
So what kind of radiation is fire?
The
Did you
fire
forget
is
that? Did you forget that that also has radiation?
the
See, now
fire
you're talking about things that you obviously don't understand.
the fire is not cooking the food the way that the microwave is. That is a
It is
fact.
cooking it by heat.
No. One is
Yes,
using
it is.
radiation. One is using radiant heat. There's two different things. See, we got radiant heat, and then we have radiation, which is causing friction in the water molecules, causing them to vibrate in the food, and the friction is causing the heat, right? So
Friction
when you got a
against
fire,
the
when you got
water
a fire,
molecules. So the friction against the water
when
molecules
you got a
is
fire,
creating, again, so the friction against the water molecules is creating a heat, which is
right?
positive energy,
But
right?
hear me out. Hear me out. When you're
Which is
using a
positive
fire,
energy, correct? Which is positive
listen,
energy, correct?
listen. When you have fire, you're using a fuel,
It's
right?
a simple
What is the
question.
fuel
It's a
of the
simple
microwave?
question. Again, it doesn't matter about the fuel. What you're
Well,
doing
how
is
are you
creating
creating the
heat,
heat
which is a
without
positive
fuel?
energy.
Where's the fuel of the microwave?
It doesn't matter. You're
It does
creating
matter.
heat.
It does matter, because like we
Then
just
tell us
watched
the
in the
difference.
video,
Then
hold
tell us
on,
the difference.
hold on.
Then tell us the difference
I'm
between the
telling you.
heat that you're using through
I'm trying to tell you.
radiation waves.
I'm trying to tell you, but you just want to yell about stuff. Look,
No,
the
you're
electricity
telling us
coming
it
through your
depends
wall,
upon the
right?
radiation. Yet there
Listen,
is
man.
radiation from a regular fire, and there is radiation from radiation waves. It's called
different.
heat. That's
It's
what's
different, though.
radiated. That's why they call them
But it's
radiators. You
different.
heat the water up, you run them through a radiator.
But it's different, because the electricity
Then explain
coming
the
into your house.
difference.
I will.
Then
If you let
explain
me.
the difference.
If you'll just be quiet for like 30 to 45 seconds, I'll explain the difference. The electricity coming into your house and going into the lines of the microwave, 60 gigahertz. All right. This number is a satanic frequency, and that frequency is being put into your water, and then you're putting that in your body. The fire cannot be controlled by a frequency that you add to it. It's going to burn at its own frequency. But that microwave is a specific machine designed to put a specific frequency into your water molecules, and then you put them in your body. And then you wonder why. You know what I'm saying? It's really simple. The fire doesn't do this. Gas doesn't do this. Even gas stoves, they don't do that. The electricity is completely different.
Yeah, holler back if you're watching this shit from the Twitter, and please let me know how to get to the link from Twitter, because I have no idea how to watch my own stream on Twitter. Bless you guys, man.
Are you guys familiar with like water and the structure in the water or anything like that?
What the hell no, dude.
You don't know nothing
They
about it?
figure most countries in the world use 50
Man, I know it's
hertz.
2 hydrogen
50
and 1 oxygen. That's pretty much all the fuck I know about it. Yeah.
So yo, I don't know if you could pull up like a video on like the water structuring, but there's like all kinds of stuff where they show you like
You're
it's
talking
real
about
easier
the Dr. Emoto shit.
Well, yeah, there's that shit, you know what I'm saying? And that shows you like the literal difference that, you know what I'm saying, like the memory of the water has. There's also like fluid dynamics, right? There's even people that sell a device that puts your water into like a vortex before it goes through the line, right? And they've literally done, you know, studies where they can show that the water that goes through this device that just swirls it in a vortex, right, grows bigger and better plants than the ones that don't use the water that goes through this vortex. You know
Because
what I mean?
the vertical currents create a minute difference in the temperature of the water, creating a positive energy. Again, if you're going to heat water and claim that it's torturing it, I urge you to understand what you're saying. You're using positive water. Look it up, Victor Schauerberger, and that positive water is just merely from the increase of the power as it goes through that vertical current, getting tighter and tighter, faster and faster.
Yeah, but it's not just as simple as the way you make it out to be. Like it has to be a specific
It's
structure.
so complicated because it's a different type of heat, huh?
And if you've
We're
watched-
still talking about a temperature difference.
And if you're talking about the documentary Living Water by Victor Schauberger, if you
I
watch that
am.
documentary, then you understand completely that he got his designs from nature. Okay?
Exactly.
And what I'm proposing is that nature naturally imprints a memory. He got his designs from nature, healing and not destructive.
Exactly.
So the microwave is not modeled after nature; it's modeled after chaos. You see?
No, it's modeled after what's called implosion rather than explosion. Again, the difference, folks, when you have a flame that is retardant like that, and it's an explosive, okay? When you have the radiation directed through a microwave, that's a direct current. It's controlled, and it's for the same specific purpose, merely to create enough heat to disturb the water, to whether it's the water causing the friction or causing the heat, the friction of the water causing the heat, it doesn't matter. It's gaining heat. That's the principal element of the power.
What if your understanding of science is a lie?
Prove it's a lie.
And heat and all this other
Prove
stuff.
it's a lie. Prove it's a lie, and then prove it's the truth.
How would you like me to go about proving it's a lie to you, who already believes the lie?
Well, go ahead and do your best.
But it doesn't
Because
matter what I
again,
tell you. You already
because
believe it.
again, we see water in its liquid motion at a certain temperature that has a certain energy in flow. But once you freeze it, it no longer has that energy. It stands still.
So then, how
Nothing
come
stands still in the
freeze-
universe, brother. But anyways, what do you can you finish up this water topic? This guy's just gonna disagree with you and be very
just
contentious
saying-
the whole night. So like you can say things, they might even be true. He'll never agree with you on a point. That's just how this conversation is gonna unfold for another hour or two if you even dare to entertain it. So just with that aside, address that everything you say, this guy's gonna disagree with. You won't say, I agree with you here, but I have this thought. Is there any possible leeway between these two things? It's only disagreement. So you're talking to a wall, an immovable object. And I appreciate the content. It's good. But wrap up your water thing, and then I have a question for you if you want. But yeah, you can finish up what you have with him, but just
Bro,
so you
it's-
know, it's not going to go anywhere.
I feel you.
Please, folks, welcome our new director, Provo Kid, or Provo Planet, now the new director for TML. Go ahead, guys.
So basically, water has memory, and you know what? That's it. You know what's your question, man?
Blessings, folks. Welcome to the show. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. Make sure you make sure it's notified. Get the notification. And yeah, tune in every Tuesday and Saturday, whatever days TML streams. Appreciate him being here. Appreciate, of course, the word wizard, the contrarian of always. Mr. Rabbit, appreciate you being here. Hard Hat, was nice having you on earlier. And Hank, you're a legend. Make sure you support those content creators wherever they are. Yeah, how long? I can monologue forever, but go ahead. Finish up your point, Mr. Rabbit.
No, yo, what was your question, bro? I'm done with the one.
Oh, yeah. I have a few. One of them is so tinfoil hat. A lot of people think that's crazy conspiracy. You know, you're kind of nutto if you wear a tinfoil hat. I actually think the tinfoil hat is more maybe analogous to the fact, if that's the right word, to the amount of metal and aluminum and other metals we take into our body, which go through the blood-brain barrier. My thought is eventually you get, actually the real tinfoil hat is to describe what happens when people have metal toxification and they actually become retarded or disabled, however you want to put it. What do you think about metals in people's bodies and how that happens? And maybe 5G. You were talking about that a little bit earlier. Look at this Charlie Chaplin. And the funny thing is, this guy loves to associate with a known child predator. I find that one of the oddest things in the world, like to want to look like a child predator, to want to act like one, model one. It's kind of one of the weirdest behaviors I've ever seen in a human. And that makes me feel sorry for the guy. That's what he looks up to. That's what he aspires, is a child predator. Kind of sad, kind of despicable, and just disgusting overall as a human. Unfortunately for him, I don't really have any hate in my heart. I just feel sorry for this guy. And you kind of see him as a sad, pathetic, geriatric old man with a lot of hate in his heart, a lot of anger. And with that, I apologize, Wizard, if that comes off a little offensive, but it's just how I see it. I'm just going to shoot it straight. Hope you do better in your life. Hope you can turn around whatever weird obsession you have with that child predator around and realize it's probably not a good thing to emulate, but hope your life gets better this next year, Wizard. God bless you, brother.
Yeah, thanks for that, Pro. I like how you project that, because if you guys do your real research on it, Charlie Chaplin wasn't a predator. That's not the way the books read, and he's never charged with it. And he merely, as I understand, though you might think it's wrong, he married a 12-year-old in Mexico so he could bring her into America. It was more like an adoption situation, simply so he could bring her into the movie sets in America. Now, what he did behind the scenes, I don't know, and nobody else has been able to prove anything. Again, like I said, nobody ever charged him with it in any court.
Yeah, neither did anyone else on the Epstein client list.
Exactly.
So
still unknown, right?
He was obviously part
still
of it.
Unknown, right?
That's
still
crazy,
unknown, right?
Oh,
I mean,
that's so sad.
You don't know that he was part of the club, bro?
Well, I don't care what kind of club he's part of. How does that relate to me?
Well, because I don't support evil people.
Well, how am I supporting evil people?
You love them.
How is that?
I mean,
so are you a Christian, Mr. Rabbit and Provo? Are you guys Christians?
Yeah.
What kind of
It's a
Christian?
rhetorical question. I don't mind rhetorical questions. I'm a Mormon. Obviously, I'm wearing the propaganda symbol, and it's well established. But if you want to ask more rhetorical questions, go right ahead.
It's not a rhetorical question. It's an actual. I just wanted to answer it. I didn't know because you said that I saw you say before that you're not really a Christian. You're just
Well, that's all in regard to what Christians perceive as Christians. Trinitarian, but those debates. So, I acknowledge that many people don't see me as a Christian, and I accept that they don't see me as one. And I can be wrong.
I mean, I was a part of a Christian community, and pretty much everyone said I'm not a Christian because, I question things like, what should our stance be towards, secret societies and, people who claim to be of a certain bloodline. And so I guess I'm not a Christian because I question those things, right? So
I say I'm a Christian because it's easier to explain, right? But at the same time, right, Christianity in its entirety is, for the most part, like mainstream Christianity is wrong.
Right.
Yeah.
I agree.
Like I don't associate with Christianity, but like if you're saying, do I follow the teachings of Christ? Yes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean the thing is this, it's like, most of the people that I thought I agree with, suddenly turn against me when I start asking questions about what's our position towards the book of Revelation, for example, right?
Because a lot of people have a doctrine, right? And that doctrine is usually dictated by the people funding that Christian organization, which if it's a non-for-profit is the Vatican.
Right. So what is you guys' interpretation of the book of Revelation, for example?
As far as what? It's got a lot in there.
I mean, just a general, what do you think it generally means?
It's definitely end times prophecy.
A self-fulfilling prophecy or a prophecy that's written in stone?
Well, the reality is it wouldn't matter if people caused the prophecy to come true because it still happened.
I mean, it does matter if we're making it happen.
I mean, how else would it happen?
Well, if you believe that it's inevitable, then you're not going to stand in the way of people.
What I'm saying is, like, the way I view God and his creation is that, like, I think God was so fucking amazing that when he made his creation, he designed it in a way where what was going to happen was going to happen. And like, he just basically was able to reveal what was going to happen prior so that you would know that what was also wrapped in with that was also true.
How about you, Provo? What's your general attitude about the book of Revelation?
Have I read it? Yes. Do I understand it or do I claim to understand it? No. Right. No fucking clue what it means. Not an expert in it at all.
Well,
do I like to answer you? Like, are things going to come to an end? Right. I bring it back to Heraclitus or Heraclitus. What scatters gathers, what gathers scatters. Right. These cycles are inevitable. Right. So is the book of Revelation true? Yeah, I'm sure it hits along the lines of that meaning. Right. And do I know when things are going to gather or scatter? No, I have no way to know these things or predict them.
I guess a more direct question is, do you guys think that the third temple has to be built to make Jesus come back?
So I have a weird understanding of things, right? And I want to lay that out before I break down anything else. I believe that the Bible and revelations and different things that we're reading have been altered. And I don't mean just in the past. Like, I mean like Mandela level shit, where we literally have shit changing. Right. So that being said, due to the nature of the reality where I believe that we have shit shifting and changing. Right. So, like, yeah, I believe revelation is happening. You know what I'm saying? And I believe that there's things that are being changed so that we will be deceived. And I believe we're walking through a portion of time, which is like an age of darkness where we believe we have infinite amount of information, but it's all corrupted. And so we're looking through foggy lenses at what is reality.
Okay, but do you believe that the third temple has to be built for Jesus to come back?
I'm not sure.
How about you, Provo? What do you think?
It doesn't matter. I think, do I get to know, or even if it's something it's an unanswerable question for me personally.
Well,
man.
no, I know, and I'm not trying to be adversarial. I know it sounds that way. I'm just trying to ask because it's like, it seems that if you start questioning these types of things, suddenly people who were your friends or, they seem to turn against you suddenly, which I think is kind of interesting, right? Like, I'm a Christian, you're a Christian.
Why would they turn on you?
I don't know. That's a good question.
Maybe, are you saying these people are accelerationists and they want to immanentize the eschaton?
Well, I'm not making any
accusations.
I'm just noticing the pattern. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't really know about the third temple. Like, what is that a belief that some Christians hold?
It seems that way.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, there's a group of
Well,
radical
that's what
Christians.
the first 2 hours of my show was really about. But yeah, you know.
Okay, and all Christians don't believe this?
Oh no, it's not all Christians. It's like a radical fringe group.
Well, I believe that is essentially I mean, I don't even know if I can say what I think that is.
It's
right?
not Christian at all. It's not even biblical. That's the kind of point I was trying to make in the first 2 hours. But yeah.
Yeah, that seems like Goyamism.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Yeah. You actually described it in a pretty good way. Goyamism. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's like
yeah, it's like
that's like the Jews trying to convince
Goyamism.
Christians that they need their prophecy to come true.
That's
and
right. That's
you know what I'm saying?
exactly
That
what it
sounds
is.
like the Antichrist, yo.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head. That's kind of what
So
it
that's
is.
Antichrist doctrine, dog.
Yep. Essentially, yeah. Yeah, we talking like real shit, like Antichrist
yo,
shit.
Well, and the reason I asked Provo specifically is like I've heard that what do you guys call what you
Latter-day Saints is the proper
yeah.
term.
I just heard you guys have like a very different or very like unique take on these things, and I don't know anything about LDS. That's why I'm asking.
LDS people think we're living in the end times. That's why we're the latter days of time. They do think the world's going to end. Most of my friends and family I grew up around were preppers, right? Had at least 2 weeks or more worth of food storage in their house, and always ready for the end. It's kind of cool.
Are you a Mormon?
Absolutely.
All right. So I just want to lead off by saying I really think what the Mormons just recently did in Times Square was fucking dope. All right. Putting like I don't know if you know about it, but they put the Jesus thing out there, right?
Really?
Now, I got to level with you, okay? Because I did a lot of research on Mormonism.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I've even had Mormons at my house. I've got a Book of Mormon on my shelf right here. I've had a lot of conversations. And I really need to, you know what I mean, ask you, since you are a Mormon.
Yep.
Do you believe that one day you will be a god?
Yeah, that's what it's Provo Planet. That's kind of the whole idea of my name. So I was Provo Kid before. That was my alter ego. That character died, right? And then I've now ascended to now owning and being a god of my own planet. That's kind of the gist of my name.
I think that's cool, but at the same time, I don't know where you find that in scripture. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you don't need to, man. It's just kind of like its own thing.
Well, they got the other books. That's
You got
that's
our
why
own book,
they
yeah.
got the Book of Mormon. So that's a different thing,
Well,
isn't it?
well,
It's its
well,
own thing.
Provo, I'm going to step out on a limb here just because I've noticed that a lot of our fellow Christian quote unquote friends seem to not attack you for having your Mormon beliefs. Yet I've been called a Gnostic recently, but
I agree I'm wrong, first and foremost, when I talk to these people. So I approach them from the argumentative perspective that I'm wrong and I agree with them. And the thing is, like, I don't mind being wrong and I can still have my own thoughts.
no, I'm the same way. But I'm actually going to step out and try to agree with your theology to some degree, just because I started off after TML's thing of talking about theosis. I'm sure you know what that means, right?
This like the God, right? Like
it means basically that we can become like like more close to God, as close as humans can get to becoming God. Essentially, is the goal of Christianity.
theosis. Yeah,
You know
okay.
what? Yo, Provo, do you know what the issue I have with Mormonism?
Go ahead,
I really did
lay it
look
down.
into it. All right. I really did look into it. And what I found was I found some stuff that people had recorded at some secret proceedings.
Yeah, yeah, the temple videos.
Right, right.
I watched all those too.
What I'm noticing is that there's I did a lot of deep research, is that Mormonism is almost identical to Freemasonry.
Yeah, I can explain that in pretty good detail.
I
But
feel
so it starts with one of the Freemasons in New York who's going to write a tell-all book about Freemasonry, and he actually got tarred and feathered and killed. Right? He never published the book. Okay, and what happened to his wife? He was a married man. I imagine she kept most of his belongings after his death. Well, who did she eventually marry? She became one of Joseph Smith's wives. So, and Joseph Smith, might have been as well known for, might have been a Freemason, some people speculate, or was, or anything along those lines. But it wouldn't be my surprise if the one wife he did have gave him that tell-all book about Freemasonry, and it helped him expand his ideas. And you see it in our state or in the LDS architecture of Freemasonic symbols. Yeah, absolutely. I think it's the Freemasonic religion in some ways.
So what you need to understand is that it directly mirrors Luciferianism. And so as something that masquerades as Christianity, I cannot accept it for that.
Yeah, that's fine. I was born into it. So like it's just and I came across all the anti-Mormon stuff.
Bro.
You were born Catholic?
Yeah, I can't be a Catholic though, bro. You know what I'm saying?
I understand that, yeah. I think Catholics are cooler than Mormons in a lot of ways. They got cooler
Look,
rituals.
they be doing the same fucked up shit, raping little kids and doing all kinds of crazy satanic rituals in the basement. Same shit, bro.
I agree, but that's everywhere. That's
you don't
that's
know about
humanity.
it?
I think that's
and you just ain't seen it. But
yeah. It's in the all that kind of weird predator shit, and I think every religion you can find it in the LDS religion. I think Judaic religions, or it doesn't matter what religion it is.
Exactly,
you're gonna find predators taking advantage of people, and unfortunately, some of these people have high IQs and get to positions of power, which is the worst.
Yeah. So this is generally what I was trying to drive at. So like I didn't know that stuff about Freemasonry and LDS, but I heard you kind of talk about that a little bit before, Provo, on your show, because I do try to listen when I saw your show on, and you talked about that before. And I guess this is kind of what I'm driving at, is like, do us as Christians, whether you're LDS or you're just a general Christian or you're whatever, or just let's just say a human being, are we to take the attitude that we're kind of just like meant to be ruled by people who manipulate into positions of power, or do we as Christians have the right and the duty to kind of like not participate with that? You know what I'm saying?
You asking me? You asking this question to me specifically?
Well, I'm just asking as a general like Christian thing, not just because you're LDS. I'm just saying, like, this is a question I ask myself and all Christians and even Muslims and Jews and even atheists. I just think, like, if people are getting into positions, like you said, of power via evil means and manipulation and whatnot, are we to just say, well, it's prophesized that it's going to be this way, so therefore we don't really have the duty to kind of step in the way of that? You see what I mean?
Well, yeah. Go ahead. You go ahead, Mr. Rabbit.
I was gonna say that the reason why we see like the most wicked people in these positions of like priest and this and that is because it's the greatest cover for evil people, right? And it gives them a position where they are able to control the society. It's like you got the priest, he's really wicked, right? And he's in the confession booth hearing about all kinds of shit. Now he's got all the info. This is like the first this is not the first, but this is an intelligence network. You know what I'm saying? This is how this all operates. It's all spies and daggers and cloaks, you know what I'm saying? And that's how the occult operates, all in plain sight, but all hidden. And you know what I mean? This is what you find in the people who go out to be the most religious. You're going to find the most highest wickedness because it's the greatest cover. You feel me? And so no religion is good. Religion is the legion of Ra. You know what I'm saying? It's all sun worship.
What do you think? Well, I understand what you're saying, but generally I'm just asking, should we stand in the way of that or just acquiesce to it is kind of my question.
You could take it as religion, which is the rebinding. So generationally binding you to something, right?
Right. Should we interfere in that or not?
Well, what do you mean interfere?
I mean, do we just let people do those things in the name of God, or do we stand in the way?
So, like, everybody has free will. They're going to do what they do. All I could control is what I do, right? When I come across people I tell them what I believe to be the truth is and why I believe that. That's all I can do.
I appreciate that. For the Mormon Freemason connection, I just dropped William Monroe, the guy, or Morgan, the guy I was talking about in our private chat. Then I also put his wife, her information about marrying Joseph Smith in the private chat too. So if you're wondering like where to answer the Freemasonic connection specifically and to cite my sources on that point, that's that you could just click those two links and you'll find all that information about.
Provo, the
that.
reason why I asked you those two questions was for a specific reason. And it's because if you look at the main goal of a Freemason, it is to become a god.
I think that's lit, personally. You know, it might be satanic, you know, but that's just the life I live right now.
I understand it would be lit to be god, like a god. And I'm just saying that was just never.
Well, but all Christians think that they're becoming more godlike if they're living a Christian life. So I don't know what the differentiation is. That's what I think. Is there a difference between theosis and what you're talking about? Because I don't know what
man becoming God, apotheosis.
Okay, so that's different.
Apotheosis, man becoming God, like the same thing you see in like the Washington mural. You know what I'm saying? In the
right.
ceiling.
Well, let me. I want you to continue because I think this is very interesting what you're saying. Right. I want to ask Provo the two questions just because I'm going to forget. First of all, Provo, what do you think about Christians standing in the way of like corrupt power? Do you think that we should or not?
I think it's natural. If you're really about that, like you don't really have a choice. You're going to do it. And then the other option is like also understand not standing in the corruption of power, moving along to just survive and maintain your belief system. I think they have this in different faiths as well, where like if you get taken over by a colony and they're forced to convert you, you're allowed to like live a false conversion. So, you know, I think sometimes it's if the intelligent thing is to rise up and to maybe protest against tyranny. Then other times, if tyranny means the death of you and your belief system and structure and everything that surrounds it, might be better to lay low for 40 years until a transition of power occurs to where you can presume your natural faith again.
No, that's a very interesting take because I think it is very difficult. It is a very hard question to answer. But here's the follow up. I would just ask really quick because I want to see what Machine is bringing up here. But my other question is this: do you think, since you're kind of on the path to becoming your own god, or to some degree, do you think that technology gets in the way of that or aids in that? Like transhumanism, for example.
I think it's kind of irrelevant because it's just your own individual path in relation to Christ at the end of the day. So like technology is just maybe a tertiary factor. Like it's not really. Yeah, it impacts you, but the thing that should impact you more than anything is Christ and maybe the word in scriptures.
So you think that transhumanism is not a real version of that? It's kind of like a...
So when you think of transhumanism, I don't know exactly your definition of it. So if you wouldn't mind just telling me what you think transhumanism is.
Well, I guess, using technology in order to augment what it means to be a human for becoming a god, I guess.
Yeah. And I agree with that idea and that concept. Those things are developing and they're trying to normalize the possibilities of becoming more than humans by just saying you can become more than your gender. So that's like baseline introduction to transhumanism and things like that. Then it develops to like becoming a god, which, I guess obviously it impacts you. But, to answer your question, I think it's difficult, man. Does it impact you? Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Rabbit.
So what if they told you, right? We could put this chip in your brain and you'll live forever and you could control like the reality around you. Would you take it?
Well, I understand that it's a lie because I don't believe in the forever that it promises because everything's going to decay. Like everything there's nothing in this world that I don't think has a life and a death, right? Even a imaginable things.
So you're about to die now, and they offer you this chip, and they say,
yeah,
well, you're gonna die, or you could live forever.
Yeah, but I still think you die at the end of that deal, right? Like I don't believe in it forever. I think everything has
decision.
What's that?
I'm just saying, what would your decision be? Would you reject the chip or would you take it?
I would reject it because I think they're selling me a lie. Like there is no infinity of
Well,
life.
what if they just said that you might live another like 100 years in a healthy body or something like that?
Perhaps, but at the end of the day, I think I'm more committed to just passing naturally. I'll probably be one of these old heads who would rather die a natural death than live forever, to be honest, because I think it's I think it's part of life to go through that process.
Okay.
I think dying is just as important as living.
What about if tomorrow they told you you have to take this chip or we're going to kill you?
Yeah.
What would you do?
Well, like that's related to the past 3 years in some sense, but it's a bit of a extension on the hypothesis as far as severity. I would say if they're gonna kill me, gun to my head, take this chip. With the way my life is allotted right now, I would be forced to live to sustain whatever endeavors I currently have.
Now, what if this chip cut off your connection to God?
Yeah, I get that. That's like Rudolf Steiner, right? Like, so again, connecting to the past 3 years and like recommended things that people are supposed to take. His approach was that like if you took some of these approaches, people have recommended that it did actually cut off your connection to God. And then at that point, I can't imagine what that's like to have that happen to me. But I imagine it would be, if I do have any connection with God, I imagine not having a connection would be probably the worst thing.
What was the
Imaginable.
Church of Latter-day Saints' outlook on the magic potion?
And I'm not familiar with the magic potion, as in what?
Oh,
I see what you're saying. No, they were a proponent of it. I understand.
What do you mean by that?
They recommended it on some levels, but the whole LDS Church has stocks. It's obviously corrupted to the core in a lot of ways, but they're invested in pharmaceutical corporations and all that system as well. Like they're pretty tied into that.
So did you take their recommendation?
Oh hell no! I knew from the jump something was wrong. I was following that situation in December.
So if you know that they tried to just walk you off a cliff, why would you trust them with your soul?
So are you saying like why haven't I excommunicated myself?
Like why do you believe what they teach you if they just try
So then it becomes like a part of a cultural system at that point, right? So Utah is one of the better cultures in culture climates in America. Like you could leave at least when I was growing up and even still now, you can leave your bike in your front yard. You're not going to get robbed going to the store, going to the bank. People are relatively nice. They might be fake. But in general, the culture is worth the religion in a lot of ways.
Yo, you know who had that same situation?
Yeah.
The Jews.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I'm just saying they was worried about that tradition and they wasn't really worried about eternal life, my dog.
I agree.
I'm just saying you may have a promise from these people that you're going to be a god.
Yeah, and I accept being wrong, right? Like people would call me a Jack Mormon, cultural Mormon. Do I go to church on Sunday? No. Do I go to church a couple times a year? Probably. You know, have I been in a temple? Yes. But am I attached to the belief system? No. But being a part of the culture has cultural benefits, right? So it's nice to engage in those benefits and have the social currency rather than not to and be at a deficit.
Look, I feel you, bro. I'm not telling you to go and shit on your family and shit, but I'm just saying these are some things that you may need to think about.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, absolutely. And it's okay if I'm wrong. I don't, I think there are better versions of Christianity, maybe better churches, even non-denominational or whatever it may be, right?
All I can say is if you seek to know God from another man, you will always be misled.
Oh, of course, right? And it's not that I look to the prophet or a pope or any person as like a guidepost of like what Christ, like with the, I don't think there's a telephone between one human on earth and God and nobody else gets that telephone. I don't really believe in that concept.
No, it's definitely not like that. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can speak to God. It's just that some people are speaking to the devil, and they
Yeah,
think
yeah. Certainly, yeah. The devil's very deceiving. I agree with you on that.
what I've
100%.
noticed is when dealing with spirits, if they're like speaking in words, I've noticed that's not God. And I mean, it might be different for you.
Yeah,
but
God would be the ineffable because there's no real delivery mechanism for him. That's why, like, if you look at even Hermes or Thoth, or like, there's always an intermediary messenger because God is too profound for a human to understand. It would break us, right?
Oh.
So there's always these middle grounds that present God's thoughts or things to us, which are ineffable, right?
The best way I could describe it, yo, is that when God speaks, it is not words, but when he speaks, reality happens.
Okay, yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Like, so there's a lot of people that are trying to talk to God and they're listening for words. And then they are met with all these different spirits that masquerade as God. And that's the most wicked deception.
Yeah. And it's hard to see, right? That's like a snake, camouflage, these things that present themselves as something that they're not, is a motif in, I think, in ancient cultures and even today, right? Like we're seeing these things replicated. What are your thoughts, TML? Am I putting you to sleep? Holy shit, what's going on?
No, I just like to foster these conversations because like I don't think there'll be like at any other point like 54 people watching a conversation like this. So I'm just like, I'll just let it happen, you know what I mean? So I just be like on some shit like where I just sit back and just let the shit happen. Because at a certain degree, I found out that I'm also here to facilitate discussions. You know what I mean? So I'd be like, all right, And I noticed that on the Hoax Wars show last night, because he had kind of a calm and collective ability to just sit back and let the show happen. I like that. I like that kind of feeling because trying to get your input in. I actually don't like to do that a lot, but yeah.
No, and I appreciate Rabbit and Provo. Like, I know that I'm coming off very adversarial, but I'm just trying to get to like a lot of these topics because it's hard to be like beat around the bush for me. Like, I don't know how to really do that, so I'm just trying to.
Yo, it's really all good. I'm gonna
direct.
I'll be honest, bro. I've been through so many different beliefs and I've debated on so many different things that like I don't feel any certain type of way when someone is saying something or disagrees because like, yo,
yep.
I've changed what I believe to conform with what I with the truth so often that I hope you actually prove me wrong. So I learned something today.
No, I agree. And actually most of what you say, I tend to kind of like, I don't want to say that I agree wholesale, but I do get where you're coming from. And I think my questions are not really geared towards you as an individual, but just like, where are these ideas coming from? And are they presented in earnest is kind of not by you, but whoever's presenting them to us is kind of what I'm trying to get at. You see what I mean? Like,
what I could explain to you, right, is that the way I lived my life, right, was I started to embody beliefs. All right. So at one point I was about the law. And so I became in my, not in my mind, but I became in my reality, essentially a Jew. I never went to a temple, right? But I did all the things of the Old Testament and I rejected the New Testament after being a Catholic. And then after that, I went down every other path I could possibly imagine, right? I started going into the Quran, Islam, Buddhism, the teachings of Buddha. I started going into alchemy, occultism, witchcraft, sorcery. I didn't do those things, but I started reading all those books after I embodied a lot of different belief systems. I could never really get behind magic and Satan, satanic things, you know what I'm saying? But I read alchemical texts, the secret teachings, all the Freemasonic books. I started reading books that were prior to the 1800s, original copies, started buying them on eBay because I believe
that's when we first started talking. We were talking about The Prince by Machiavelli. So yeah,
So I mean,
but yeah, go ahead though.
I've had to buy a lot of books and like I wanted hard copies because I was convinced that they're altering the PDFs and they're putting out free versions of like fake fucking books. And I'm not lying, I found a lot of shit in the Manly P. Hall Secret Teachings actual copy that you can't find anywhere on the internet. And the book cost me like fucking $200 something on eBay, bro. You know what I mean? And like that's just one simple example, but you got history books. I got this collection by E.A. Allen, The History of Civilization, and it's 4 volumes of massively thick books. And this history doesn't match what they tell us history is, right? But at some point, everyone accepted this as an encyclopedia practically of history. So we got, you know, a lot of problems. And the reason why I came to where I am is because I just refuse to believe that I had the truth. I just kept searching, even though what I believed was the truth. I kept searching to see if I could prove myself wrong. And I didn't understand the connection. But when I found the thread that weaves through all of these belief systems, is that it is a million different paths to Luciferianism. And there is literally only one path to righteousness and God.
No, you know, based on my limited understanding, that does seem to be the case. And I think that that's kind of what, you know, I think I piss off a lot of Christians because I keep trying to point out, like, you know, maybe you guys are kind of getting misled back into that wide path when you think that you're walking down the narrow one. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And
you got Jehovah's Witnesses, you got all this shit out there, right?
Can I cut in real quick?
Yeah.
Hey, I just want to say, just an interesting connection between Mr. Rabbit, and I want to address some of the flack you're addressing that you've got as well, now, Jack. So I'm going to pinhole that in my conversation board. But I also, when you said, you know, you're only interested in hardback books and first editions, I think that's kind of what a hardback entails, is a first
I'm
edition.
not only interested in those, but
Yeah, but those are like the first. So in general, what you're saying is the original words and the original text, and finding these books and reading them. I fell in that same type of path you did as well, where maybe not to the extent you did, but you covered a lot of the
Hebrew.
topics.
I learned the Greek. I started going into the etymology of the words, the origin of language. I went deep.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go as far as learning the other languages. That's, you know, admirable. So I commend you for even taking on that challenge. But I think that is a real important part people should get down to, is reading these things, not in what somebody translates it as, but when you can learn Greek or learn Latin and you read it for yourself and you get to interpret the words. But most of the time, people are always relying on other people's interpretations, if even a second edition or rewritten third or fourth edition book. And they're not getting maybe the original meaning or intent of the author, which you can only, I think, obtain if you read it for yourself, which is so important. So maybe respond to that, Mr. Rabbit. And I'd like to, like I said, address the flack that Nero Jack was addressing he's getting from Christians.
The man says, what makes me think I have the truth now? And my only response is that I have taken in as much information as I possibly could, and then I've distilled that, and that's what I'm providing to you. What I could not prove wrong. So if you could prove what I'm saying wrong, let me know, and we could address it.
Yeah, I like that. That's a great way to approach things. Neurojack, what were you going to? Sorry to cut off what you were saying about being kind of antagonized by Christians for the perspectives you bring, and poking and prodding and things. But
yeah,
if you
no,
want to continue that, go ahead.
I was just saying that, you know, I hold Christians to a different standard. You know, like, you know, for obvious reasons, right? But you know, I'm just saying, like, in general, when I try to, you know, prod, it's like I'm doing it out of you know, genuine concern from my perspective. But I guess they take it generally as a, well, you're casting doubt on my faith, and I'm like, well, you know, if your faith can't withstand some doubt, then that might be a problem, right? Because for me, I don't mind people questioning, you know, my beliefs. I mean, you know, I've kind of distilled things, I guess, the way that Rabbit was talking about for a very long time. So I didn't just like come up with it one day. Like one reason I can tell you, like I like hanging out around Machine Lies, for example. Like a brief example is like he's one of the only people who read Nietzsche and got the same thing out of Nietzsche that I did. Right? That's very rare. Most people who read Nietzsche completely misconstrue what he's saying, in my opinion. Right? So that's an example, and I think that it goes the same for Christianity. Like when I read the Bible or I study Christianity, I get something very different than what most people say. Well, I'm a Christian and this is what I believe. And I'm like, well, can I just ask you about that? And generally they'd say, well, you're not a real Christian, or whatever else they have to say about it. So I'm just kind of contextualizing what I was saying.
Distilled is a great word. Nietzsche, didn't he write Thus Spoke Zarathustra?
Hell yeah. Thus spoke Zarathustra. And but that's not a philosophical work. It's more of a work of poetry. But he wrote many philosophical tracts. The top two would be Beyond Good and Evil and also Genealogy of Morals. I highly recommend those two, especially to people who study Machiavelli. People who are students of Machiavelli, they'll get a kick out of that shit. Morals.
Yeah. Something I might just say in response to what you said about how people maybe approach your questioning and your thoughts. I don't know how you come off, right? But I think, I can speak for myself. I got a little bit of that autism in me. It comes in strong sometimes. But maybe you come off like insincere, not intentionally, right? So they can't read your social cues and social behaviors in the way you're talking to them. So they might see you as like, as you might even perceive it, like offending them, and they become then defensive. I really don't know how to help you with that. It's more of like a rhetorical thing you might learn how to do when you start engaging with people like that. So like engaging them in different rhetorical approaches will lead you to different outcomes. So I don't think you necessarily need to change your outlook and how you want to approach these Christians, right? With your inquisitive thoughts, but Molly, feedback would be to adjust your rhetoric, to keep approaching these people with the same rhetoric, and you get the same results, which is them being defensive is not beneficial to you, perhaps. So I think maybe adjusting your rhetoric would be helpful.
I noticed that when you were honest with some of the same people that I'm referring to, that you definitely got a similar reaction in some of the stances. And again, like I think that you're correct, and I think that I do kind of consider my rhetoric pretty carefully, although it may not always be apparent that way. But I think that it is kind of, it could be looking at someone's reaction, you don't really know the cause of it, and so you have to infer causes, right? And so it could be offense, or it could be obfuscation, or it could be many things, right?
Certainly, right. And so like when you are in the art of persuading somebody, right, and you're not getting the outcome you desire, I think it's up to you to then change your approach, right? And how you engage with these people.
Yo, yo, yo.
Peace. What's going on, guys? Bless. Yeah, that's what it is. I mean, people get on that tip, try to stop the inevitable. You think the information is not coming down the pipe. It's going to come down several different medians, friends.
Did they show you a face before that? So they had like a fake face and everything?
Yeah, they had a fake face. So what I gotta do actually is I gotta actually get them to say something with the fake face, and then make sure the face is moving with the lips. It's a whole system I gotta put in place, and then actually get the person on. So I'm gonna have to see people on, in the back, and actually have them talk before I put them up, because this person used a fake camera shit recording of somebody, so it looked like it was a person talking. So it was extremely elaborate. But I think it's that it sounded like that Jesse Davis fellow. You know what I mean?
Who's that?
From The Voice. The guy who runs the Sewer Town website. With Tommy and all those guys. So it definitely sounded like his voice, because I had a conversation with him backstage afterwards. And this dude
And what'd he
sitting there.
say? What was this?
He's just showing me porn. He's like, "You want to watch it together?" That's what he was saying.
Why would they do that to you, though?
I think it's because of number of situations, either what we're talking about, who we have on stage, what we've said in our previous videos, the general themes and topics. I think it's a number of key influence. The fact that I was on Hoax Wars last night, the things I said on Hoax Wars, and then all of that type of stuff. The fact that Tommy went away, and like vowed like revenge or whatever. I just feel like it's all just like related to some shit. Right? It was just funny. That's what this guy said.
Must be something. Must be something we said or didn't say. I guess we need to agree with the protocols of elders of something or another.
We were dropping some bombs.
Well, it's all gonna be up reposted tomorrow. So just so you guys know, like there's no danger in, whatever content I covered, in the beginning of the video. And it'll actually be nice because certain of the people, because there was a lot of people watching. So, we had 60 people in the house. That's probably the reason why they wanted to get rid of the stream, is because we had tons of viewers in the house. So the thing is that, the people who weren't viewing it live will get to watch it tomorrow, and it'll be a new set of people tomorrow. So honestly, it really doesn't do shit for me. I mean, I get to watch, people watch my presentation, and it's going to be a different crew of motherfuckers, heads in the space, they're going to have new takes on some of the issues, and I get to interact with the chat because I'm not on stage performing. So, I actually like doing that. So, it's all good. Yeah, sometimes, I think like, honestly, like, the way the guy sounded, you know what I mean? Like this was, what's it called? Let me see. Cause I could go back and show you guys like what the dude's voice, you know what I mean? Because I could correlate his voice. You know what I'm saying? Cause I heard his voice, so I could go back and listen to his voice. And I'm pretty sure I know who it is just by that, because I sat there and listened to their podcasts and stuff, and so there is that whole aspect of things. You know what
Well, I guess enemies have been made for.
No, I think it's just confusion. Certain people are just confused over who they think is their enemy. You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it is.
Oh, there's definitely a lot of that going around. That's kind of what I was alluding to with Provo, which I think is kind of the interesting segue that happened right after I was trying to explain that to him. It's like people who shouldn't see me as their enemy, for whatever reason, think that I am. I don't know why that is. Right.
I've had that issue before, and it's like sometimes we approach things combative, and you don't always get a good response combating, but sometimes you do. So it's kind of like you gotta read who you're dealing with and kind of try to take the best approach you think that would convey what you're trying to say to that person because everybody's a different audience. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's the funny part is I'm here just talking, and I've been pretty much been trying to be friendly with everybody, but yet I've gotten 2 porn bombs on my stream. So it's just rather funny, you know, because the
Well,
people I have a problem with, it's kind of like funny, haha, and everybody's got a, you know, but then it's like,
honestly, it's
you know,
usually not people doing this thing like those porn bombing and shits. Usually that's literally like agents just trying to fuck your shit up. You know what I mean? Like
yeah, but
usually, you know what I mean? They'll come on.
yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, what would make an agent want to do that? Like, what specifically about my stream? So it's not specifically me fucking with people. I think it might be more like what I'm saying at that point. You know what I mean?
It's that you're saying the truth.
well, let me give you an example real quick, and this is why I came back up because I'm gonna go chill with family a little bit. But you know, Flow State's got a stream going right now called Catholicism, Christianity, and Degeneracy and other stuff. You know, with Juicy J, Joshua Jones, Orthodox guy.
See, anyone, see, Provo and Cecil could be porn bombs right now. I don't know. You guys got to say something.
What do
When
you?
come
I mean,
on.
you know me, brother.
No, but I mean Cecil too. See, that could be a recording of Cecil. See, I don't even know. See, this is what it makes you paranoid. It is what it is, man.
Yo, paranoid's the state of life, man. It's where we should all
That's
be a little bit.
paranoid chilling. But that's what I mean. Not many people get up on the level, you know, to incur the necessary actual events that actually occur paranoid. They live safe lives, right? So like, you know, here we are, you know, we're living lives where we get attacked, motherfucker.
So hey, I meant to actually ask you
life.
about this. I meant to ask you. So like you were saying earlier, there's a lot of different topics and things you can't really bring up on YouTube. And that's mostly because it's a liberal platform and they just don't allow certain things on this platform because of their agenda and whatnot, right? But what's another site that like you can like I had a BitChute channel for the longest time and they don't really care about racial slurs or any of that bullshit. But then I was thinking, well, maybe this shit is run by like somebody who's just using it as a surveillance tool to see what kind of people do post what kind of content, you know. So like, I mean, is there what's another good site that isn't like YouTube, like D Live or Rumble or that dude Dabu7 went over to Rumble because he kept on having his like he's pretty big, dude. He's like 500,000 subscribers and he does like underground world news type shit where he's always trying to promote like counterculture and like well not necessarily counterculture but like, you know, non-normie shit, truther shit. And he ended up going over to Rumble and started doing live casts. So I mean, what's another good website like Odyssey or D Live or BitChute or what?
It's just it's all like whatever it is. You could build up a platform on a different website, but it's a different audience usually. You know what I mean? For different websites. But the thing is that you could build up a platform anywhere. But the thing is that usually people just make a new channel. I could make another channel, you know, and the amount of time it would take me to get up to like 500 subscribers or something like that is like very easy. I could even get monetized very quickly. So the prospect of them like going around and trying to like shut down channels and stuff, I mean, it's just stupid. Like I'm not doing anything over here but like reading a bunch of history and philosophy and stuff. And the information's already all out there. So I'm either going to teach people on the computer or I'm going to write more books and go to the centers and get clubs of people together in the street. You know, so it is what it is. You know, I mean, I could teach courses. I could get people to show up for courses. You know, it's not a big deal, you know. So the prospect of me not telling people what I think is zero, you know, from them porn bombing. Like you're gonna have to do a little bit more. You're gonna have to come visit me or something like that. You know, like to be very honest. You know what I mean? I mean, it is what it is. You know, I mean, don't worry.
They're not trying to stop you. They just want to slow you down.
That's
You know
what it
I mean?
is. And it's like that's another thing is because I've ramped up, you know, because since the last porn bomb, I've actually gone twice, you know, as fast with the information I'm covering. Yeah, so that's a lot of the other thing. They see like you know, it's kind of, you know what I mean? Like they're gonna have to come faster with that shit. But it is
So
what it-
I kind of missed it. What was Neurojack saying? Feds are after you. He's bringing up Fed talk. I missed all that.
I don't know what he was saying. What are you talking about? Before the stream ended?
No, just barely. He was talking about like Feds or something.
This area that we're in right now, Machine Lives' channel and stuff, it doesn't look like the kind of things. Like if he had like a live stream with like 500 people watching,
So you're wrong.
I don't think it's Feds. Is the point? Like
either. I think it's people you pissed off. I agree with you first and foremost, but the Feds target autistic, isolated individuals who just participate in chat groups. So these are small, I would imagine, lower than 50 amount of people in a group. So if you don't think they're monitoring a channel with 30, 40, 50 viewers, you're kind of not paying attention, I think, to the reality of things where they're embedding themselves and targeting isolated individuals within groups. So it's not maybe necessarily even disrupting the stream. It might be finding one target or one person or one thing to enter.
I honestly don't even think that shit's real.
Well, that is real. I could show you news articles. I could pull up a kid in Oklahoma who was he was an autistic kid. I could pull up a kid in Oklahoma, an autistic kid in Oklahoma who was put on the news and he was targeted by the FBI to commit some terrible, egregious act, right? So these things do happen, right? And people are targeted. Cecil Fake, aka Butthole. I would take that down.
It's usually other retards, and which are extremely easy to ignore.
But this idea that they don't infiltrate small groups is kind of they infiltrate small groups, and to think they don't is asinine. And 50 people watching you is actually not a small group.
Yeah, they infiltrate small groups with retards.
Yeah, people who are willing to think outside the box, outside the lines, which is this group, which is this community.
You know. Yeah, but they ain't gonna do much with an army of retards.
No, that's why they pick one person within that group and they isolate them like a sheep that's lost from the herd.
When I wake up, I'm gonna repost a 2-hour presentation I gave on British Israelism and all of these things. Cromwell, Protectorate, you know, John Locke, the Earl of Shaftesbury, all of that shit is coming down the motherfucker. Wait, what'd you say, Provo?
Just, shout out to Butthole Winkler. He's got a channel. I think everybody should go subscribe. Dude's crazy.
The Earl of Shaftesbury? Is that a real name?
Yeah, that's right. That's a real name. Yeah.
Dude, I'm gonna go get me some Shaftesbury's, bro.
Yeah.
Yo, the thing about the intelligence agencies, right, is they're literally ingraining themselves in like everything, and they'll just sit there and you'll just think they're a part of the community, and they'll just kind of watch what's going on, right?
They do,
won't really
Cecil.
say too much, and when
You
they
need to
do,
get some
you're trying to
sleep.
derail something that's real.
Sleep.
Cecil, you think they're sending encoded messages in video games?
No.
So me telling you they're not actively participating in our reality is kind of
what you just said was straw man. Sorry. No, I do not think that they're sending encoded messages.
They do. I've heard you talk about them.
Oh no, I think you are retarded and just
I
don't
am
understand what I'm
retarded.
saying. Okay. All right. So there's that. You don't know what you're talking about. Thanks.
You're welcome. And you're clearly a well-read scholar and gentleman.
No, but I know you're retarded when you're talking about what I said.
Certainly, we agree. I'm retarded. What's your next point, Cecil?
Like they're sending encoded messages in video games. Okay, man.
Yeah, and you're telling me they're not watching small.
Nope. Sounds like paranoia to me.
How about this?
Well, I'm
even
sorry.
run them.
You can
Run
go
channels.
go join Mr. Flat Earth over there and Society of Unaccepted
They don't
Theories.
want. You're so ignorant, Cecil. It's crazy.
Okay.
I don't mind.
Cecil, why have you accepted the round Earth?
Dude, he's retarded just like me.
It's not either or. It's I've accepted that I don't care Earth. I don't care.
So now I'm talking to a guy who doesn't care. This is the whole point. He doesn't care, but he's telling me
That's
I'm wrong.
kind of like a cop out.
Yeah, it is. It's the same thing.
I don't have to buy
He
into
doesn't
any of the
care.
theory. I can
Instead
always
of
just like,
explaining why you believe something, you just be like, I don't care.
it's just like with politics. It's like people argue the left, argue the right. I don't care. I'm apolitical. I don't give a shit.
Right. So if you don't care, why does your opinion even matter? You don't even care about why you even believe the things you believe.
Well, my opinion doesn't matter on that topic because your topic doesn't matter.
So then why would you sit here and call me Mr. Flat Earth if you don't even care to know if what you believe is true?
There you go.
Like, bro, you don't seem to comprehend. I don't have a belief. I don't have skin in that game. I pick and choose my battles wisely.
Yo, fair enough.
I don't give a
but
fuck about
if you
that.
don't have skin in the game, then why are you putting skin in the game by assuming a position on it by calling me Mr. Flat Earth as if it's a derogatory term, right? Or something like that.
Exactly.
You're putting skin in the game when you try to use that as ammunition.
Sometimes
I'm
he's
putting
too
skin in the
retarded to
game when I haven't skin in the game. I think you're just trying to draw me into an argument.
Not at all.
I mean, I've seen this dude. This dude is nobody that we know. Rabbit. He's a different cat. He's a new cat. He is who he is.
Okay. I mean, again, somebody whose camera doesn't work, okay.
No, my camera works. I
camera
told y'all
works
I just don't like to use it because it gives me a headache.
Yeah. Some excuse to not get on camera. Whatever.
Don't worry about going on camera for Cecil.
No, I
Cecil
did
works
I
for
did come
the
on
other
camera.
men.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. There are tiers of citizens of the internet and people
Fucking guy
who
who
don't
doesn't
get on
care. He's
camera are low
nihilistic.
class.
Nothing matters. He's just trying to maintain his
Well,
NPC.
no, being paranoid doesn't. Yeah, if you want to talk about ages, dude, I'm not going to buy into the paranoia.
Okay, then just be quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have no
And
skin in
then,
the game, then it
as far
don't
as
matter.
flat
what
Earth, round Earth goes, it doesn't matter what shape the Earth is. I still have to
Then
go
you
to
should be
work
quiet.
tomorrow and
It
pay
sounds
my
like you
bill.
matter. It sounds like it matters to you. Sounds like it matters right now. Sounds like you're giving an argument.
You really don't sound like Provo Kid.
That's fine.
Okay. Again, some people will get on camera and some people won't. And the people who will get on camera are higher classes of citizens.
I actually make content. You don't.
Okay. I don't even know who you are.
Good.
If I come on camera, does my information
I don't know. You're
lots of
probably
content.
impersonating somebody.
does my information become more true if I have it on camera?
No, you become more credible.
Credible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you're not credible and you're on camera.
Well, I mean, I guess.
Certainly. Cecil, it's all right if you don't care.
I'm
Just
not
don't
trying
fucking
to
tell us
argue a
that you
point,
don't
though.
care.
You are. You're like trying to go flat Earth or round Earth.
That's fine.
I'm going, I
That
don't
is cool.
care. And you're like,
Then
but
leave.
you're
We're having a
No,
conversation.
I'm not.
Then leave, dude. I know it's a hard time of
Can
year.
I
Dude,
ask
just go to
a question?
bed.
If we live on a round Earth, right? Why does water level flat everywhere on Earth?
I don't give a shit.
There is no stretch of water that you could measure where there is any curve happening.
I don't care.
How is that possible if the Earth is pulling the water around it in the shape of a ball?
Don't give a fuck.
That's my point.
Okay.
I just presented you with very sound information.
If somebody comes up to me and starts asking me blah blah blah, I'm gonna go round.
Okay.
Cool, Cecil.
And then I'm gonna proceed to try to convince
Cecil,
them. of
you know
something that
what? I don't
actually
give a
matters.
fuck what you have to say, honestly, at all.
Okay.
Cool. Now we're on the same team.
Do you guys smoke ganja?
Me?
Yeah.
No, well, you know, I have in the past. You know, I'm a reformed retard. I'm a double R.
I smoke a lot of ganja, and what I've noticed is that people that smoke ganja, right, tend to be like more in tune with like the actual reality, and I could never figure out exactly why that was. Right?
Okay.
And this might sound crazy to you, but due to my research, I found that cannabis actually inhibits mind control. And that's some crazy shit.
Oh yeah.
There's a lot of things that inhibit mind control, and they're not drugs.
Yeah, like doing dishes.
They actually use cannabis as like an interrogation tool because it inhibits mind control.
I like that.
So they do not use cannabis in mind control programming because it literally works against it. And this is something that I believe was given to us by God.
It also inhibits ambition, memory, some important stuff.
It ain't never inhibited my ambition, bro.
Hell yeah, mine. Hey, same here, brother.
Well, I mean, if you don't have very high ambitions in life, then I guess
Then you're a loser.
Yeah, then I guess you don't have to worry about whether or not you smoke weed.
Yeah, losers are born losers, dude.
Sometimes you have so much high ambitions, you gotta smoke weed just to take yourself down to like a normal level, yo.
Or you can shoot for having normal ambitions and not worry about the dope.
It's not dope, dude. It's
Another funny thing is that they say, yo, weed makes you paranoid, right? They're saying it in the chat right now. But the reality is, right?
Never made me paranoid.
Here's the reality. Once you become aware of the reality you actually live in, you should be paranoid. This is a fucking dangerous place, my guy. Filled with all kinds of demons. You know what I'm saying?
Hell yeah, brother.
If
you're not aware of that,
aware of the true reality, I mean, I've done some other substances and I've seen behind some doors that I might have not should have been seeing behind. You know what I'm saying? But when you become aware of the true reality, you should be hella fucking paranoid. All right.
You know what I noticed?
Terrified.
Let me tell you this. Most people attach the use of a drug to an individual in their life, right? Because they always have to rely on models and examples. That's why.
Yo, this is looking sketch right here. We might get shut down again right now.
What the fuck?
It is what it is what it is. But yeah,
what do you mean it's looking sketch?
You know, brother Benton, can you say something? You know, just like wave or something. You know what I mean? Wave at me.
I was about to make a solid ass point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay.
Now I forgot it. Now I got to give due respects to the man, the legend. This guy's helped grow my channel more than anybody. So I'm not going to occupy any more floor space. I'll give the mic to Benton. What's up, Ben?
What's up? What's happening, partner? No, I think he's getting his mic sorted out. But yeah, you know, welcome to Benton out here, you know, on the stream. You know, I miss you, brother, ever since you started going to work, you know. But yeah, it is what it is. You know, we got to do things to make it work out here. I know I'm going to probably disappear for a while. The reason is because I gotta get some fucking work done, not offline, but you know, just you know, in terms of
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt.
yeah, bless, yeah.
Hey, I had some audio problems. I wanted to get in on the cannabis since we're going anecdotal.
Yeah.
The most productive person ever been around on a daily basis. Consume cannabis all day, every day. He was a monster. I've never seen anybody accomplish so much on a day-to-day basis, ever.
He probably couldn't even get his dick hard.
He was too busy founding multi-million-dollar businesses and having families and all of these things, sir. I've never been around a person.
We should all just smoke dope all the time. Yay.
I've never been around a person who accomplished 1/3 of what this guy did on a daily basis, now that I think about it.
And cannabis does actually help you get your dick hard, by the way.
And the mass majority of people who smoke it are lazy as fuck, mental retards that can't remember shit.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
it's weird. It's
Well-
weird how I got a summa cum laude undergraduate
Well, no, I-
degree, high as fuck every day.
I
Shit.
think
391.
I think
No, no.
Cecil's right. Actually, this guy would probably be a billionaire if not for the cannabis. You're correct. Yeah, he limited himself to a mere millionaire.
Yeah.
What a bozo! What a bozo!
Yo, the reality is
bozo,
most
Cecil.
humans are
Marijuana,
fucking
the
lazy.
super drug.
Cecil the bozo.
That's the thing. Most human beings are lazy.
Yeah.
So it's not the weed, it's just the humans are lazy.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Cecil, you're coping hard, dude. I always have to remember, dude. It's the time of season. People are going through hard times. I don't want to be too rough on you,
Save us
Cecil.
all, bro.
It's Christmas Eve, dude. Times are hard, bro. I feel bad even trying to bust your balls right now. I got the Christ atonement.
Honestly, Cecil, if you want to be
Marijuana.
a good pothead, you got to make a lot of money because pot's expensive, right?
Oh my
So if you're
God,
mad
and
lazy,
Savior,
you can sit
marijuana.
down, right? How are you going to smoke pot?
Fuck Jesus, I'll just worship weed. You know.
Hey, man.
Oh,
Keep
no.
thinking that weed is cheap and strong, bro.
I'm just saying,
You're programmed as fuck, Cecil.
if you're not successful in life,
Yeah.
then you don't have any money to buy weed.
I don't give a shit about weed.
Well, what do you give a shit about?
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Nothing. You can't
What do
figure
you
out this
give a
guy's a
shit about
nihilist.
Cecil?
Don't
Cecil
care.
Does anyone know
Cecil's
what
like
he cares
wizard.
about?
No. Can I explain to you a little meta psychology right now? This
Mhm.
dude's suffering right now, and he doesn't feel as good as we do. And we're just kind of juking and jiving, having a good conversation. And he's upset by our levity and our enjoyment in discussing kind of out there topics. And he's bothered by that because he's just suffering, right?
You should
So I
smoke a joint. You'll feel
Yeah, I
better.
know exactly. We're trying to like tell him to
Yeah,
live.
I'm just suffering.
Let's
dude.
bear in mind this guy has a terrible fucking life, and you know, I
Not
think
really.
our life- you do, Cecil. I'm sorry to say it.
That's just like your
Well, I think
opinion.
that
though.
good, dude. And I even feel
That's just
sorry
your opinion. Shut up.
on Christmas,
Don't
dude. I
care.
wish
What do
you
you care about,
best,
Cecil?
Cecil.
You actually sound more and more like Toilet Bowl Earth. This is why you're probably not on
Yeah, I
camera.
am toilet bowl earth. How the fuck did you know that?
Cecil,
Your
what do you
voice,
care about?
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, God made two of a kind with me and toilet bowl.
You're all retards, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, okay, for sure.
Cecil, what is it that you care about?
I can give you a list of things I don't care about.
But what do you care about?
He hates his life, dude.
I'm just saying, you have to care about something.
No, you need to understand the value of being able to answer in I don't cares.
But do you care about anything?
Yeah, some stuff.
What?
His mom, dude. That's
I don't
about
care
it.
to tell you.
His mom, and I appreciate that about Cecil, and I can recognize the good things about him. A good man loves his mother, and I respect that in Cecil. And I feel bad for Cecil, and I don't want to go at him anymore, dude. Like I feel you're suffering, dude, and I can't deal this. Like
I'm
you're
not
contrarian.
suffering.
You won't let people have a good conversation because, like, I don't care. I don't believe this. Only talk about what I want to hear in front of me.
Dude, there's alien freaking agents hiding in the chat trying to
Let us
target.
have fun,
It's
dude. Let us
retards targeting other retards.
Yeah,
No,
let us
it's not.
fucking just bullshit, dude. This is what life
Fucking
is about.
paranoid because you smoke too much.
You won't
weed.
let us bullshit. You won't let us just do whatever the fuck we want, dude. It's like, oh man, you're ruining the party. If we want to kill the vibes, let us kill the vibes. But you're
I'm just
killing it
saying.
before we can.
We've been here all night. Cecil hasn't cared about not one thing. I'm starting to think he's not going to care about anything we ever say.
I just wonder how this would go if we were on Flow State's thing right now.
Dude, what are you cross promoting flow state for? Who gives a fuck? We're here. We're in the moment. Let me be Jack Talcott. Praise God. This is where we're at. We're at TML.
Okay, hippie,
Listen
put the
to
bong
Cecil
down.
say he doesn't
Good
care about
job.
anything we talk about.
You're Jack
What do you wanna talk about,
Talcott
your
now,
video
so
game?
I'm gonna
You want to
freaking
talk
tell
about your
you.
video games, Cecil? What video games you playing? Do you want to do a little like personal
Put
conversation?
the fucking bong down and get a job, hippie.
Hippie, I'm retired, fool. You take note.
Okay.
Take note, Cecil. Retired.
Retired at 30.
Retired and retarded. Double R again. They call me the double R miracle, dude. Figure it out.
Retired at 30.
funny that
retarded.
nobody triggers people more than TML except for Cecil. I think Cecil's like the person who triggers the most people on the metaverse right now.
Yeah, because he's a sad, suffering soul, and that's called a tautogram. That's where you start every word in a sentence with the same letter. So,
I mean, if you disagree with everything, you'll trigger a few people.
But I thought we liked trolls. I thought we liked trolls around here, don't we, guys?
no, we do, but you got to be like talented.
I think Cecil's a nihilist. I think he believes in nothing Lebowski.
Well, he had a lot to say about British Israelism.
Yeah, he's just suffering, dude. That you're just looking at a man suffering. I don't know how old he is, but it's just sad. You're looking at a sad, suffering, sadistic, soulless. How many S's can I start with each word? It's hard to do.
Cecil, it seems like a lot of people are worried about your mental health. Have you noticed that?
Well, look at him.
Yeah, dude, all the time. Yeah.
Look at him.
That's pretty much liberal society in a nutshell.
Has to be. Here's the thing: mental health is real. Like who you are and how you think and how you influence people.
Yeah, okay.
Cecil, I don't care. Don't talk about that. It's so annoying. He's the most annoying guy in any conversation.
I don't care.
Yeah, I don't care, but let me just tell you why I don't care and argue with you for 10 minutes about why I don't care. It's so annoying.
Well, dude, it's funnier than hell. These people that think that marijuana is like the fucking.
Like, whether it's marijuana or flat earth or feds, dude, that's just what you're going to do with every conversation, and it gets annoying and predictable.
Well, no, what I'm saying is I reject your topic. Let's talk about something that matters.
Yeah, okay, well then how about you lead the conversation, but you're tired.
I think the world is plagued by mind control, and I think marijuana inhibits mind control. So I think it's a pretty valid topic.
Well, you know what? You know what really helps get rid of the mind control is the flat Earth topic. That really helps. That's what they're talking about on Flow State and every other channel I've seen. That seems to be really breaking the spells right now.
Yeah, no,
I mean,
not really.
It doesn't break spells, but it's easy to just lay it out, and if someone can't see what you're laying out,
I can see a big shift in society right now about when people. I can really see that people are really changing right now.
Yeah, go to work and try to talk.
Go to work, be a wage slave, and just suffer every day and live in your suffering. Blah, 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 blah,
go get a job. Put your bong down and go get a job, and then go over there and talk to your boss about, oh, dude, I think the earth is flat.
Job.
They're gonna be like, yeah, okay, mental health check this guy. Yeah, the earth is flat.
I've been a dishwasher in a hospital where I had to throw away people's last meals, clean off their plates, and it was a very therapeutic thing for me to do. I've been in a dishwasher room, see, so I know what the fuck is like.
All right.
It's a sad, pathetic existence, and I feel bad for people who have to live that. I've been there. I've been in your shoes. Don't impress me. You're somebody who never saw a ladder and climbed it. You just stayed in your spot in life and subjected yourself to it.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, again, he doesn't give a fuck.
Can we leave Cecil alone for a minute because he's not going to care? Can we hit on what Neurojack's trying to say, because I think he has a problem with flat Earth for some reason.
No, I'm just saying. It sounds like a lot of flat Earth experts and psychologists. Like I think a lot of people went to the school.
I noticed this is like the fourth time you brought this up. So what is your beef with the flat Earth exactly?
Oh, every single channel that's in the truther sphere is talking about it right now.
Yeah.
Is it possible that it's the truth?
Is it possible?
No.
Distraction.
Like, are these truther channels also talking about God?
Are they talking about political action that will end?
Like who cares what shape the Earth is?
Do you believe political action is a real thing?
Do you believe that the flat Earth will free human beings from bloodlines running the Earth?
I believe if you want to free human beings, you first have to fucking unlock their mind.
Okay. Well, there's a lot easier arguments to convince people of than and more relevant arguments to convince people of, as opposed to the shape of the Earth.
I know, but you guys think that you're the star of the show, right? But in reality, you serve the purpose of you know what I'm saying,
No,
reinforcing
sorry,
what
I
I'm
don't
saying.
think that I'm a star of any
And
show.
I'm not trying to convince you. You know what I'm saying? I'm just here to display facts.
So, all right,
There's
so
an audience that's
what
gonna
about
hear
British?
these things, and they're gonna decide if they believe you,
Okay,
they
well,
believe me,
well,
and
what's
then
your
hopefully
opinion on
they do
British?
some research.
What's your opinion on British Israelism?
The
In what
Jews have always
what
liked
as
the,
like
the English
you
Empire.
know, this
They
is
got a lot of money.
this is a
Problem
very thick
solved.
topic. What portion of it, right?
How it relates to the flat Earth?
How it relates to the flat Earth.
Yeah, you know, black hole sun and all that stuff, Shangri-La, you know.
So what we have is we have the heliocentric model, right? Do you know who brings that into, you know what I'm saying, the public's scope?
Galileo,
Was it Copernicus?
maybe.
Does anyone know if it was Galileo or Copernicus? I can't quite remember.
Who brought what? Which
The
one?
heliocentric model.
That's Copernicus, my friend.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
So-
whoa, hold on. Wasn't that in the ancient world a belief as well?
What?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like who proposed it as a model so that we believe
I'm
in it
talking
today.
about where did that idea come long before we had some sort of telescope and shit? Where did that idea come long before we had some sort of telescope?
Well, I think Copernicus was like back before telescopes.
So Copernicus was a Catholic, right? In the Renaissance era.
Someone said
Copernicus was a Catholic. Feedback.
Yo, brother Chris, you got the echo going on your shit.
So,
Figure it out.
I can't be
Thanks, Chris.
certain. I can't be certain on this, but I'm gonna say Copernicus was likely a Jesuit.
Well, yeah, let's just start there.
Yeah, let's start there.
Is this conversation cool, Cecil, or do you not care about it?
I whatever. It's just
I don't
gonna
give
go
a fuck what you think. Keep the conversation going, boys. Ignore Cecil.
Okay.
I
I think this relates to a ancient world belief as well, but let's just say that, you know, let's just start with the Jesuits, for example. Let's just start there.
Okay, so I just looked it up. Yeah, he was a Jesuit, and that was just my own instinct based on his makeup. So he was a Jesuit astronomer, okay, who came up with the heliocentric model. Why? See, I used to think that it was actually the little hats running the whole show. But then I realized who's really behind this whole shit. And like I said, it's always been Rome. All right? Rome never fell.
Well,
They
who
just
came
more.
before Rome, though? Because I think
That's-
we go before Rome, too.
The Italians are running things then, right? Is that what you're saying?
That's not what I'm saying.
This Chris guy's a comedian. I love it, dude.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is Lucifer is running shit. Okay? And if you understand the history of Romulus and Remus, right? The wolf that they were drinking from the teat of was in fact the beast. You understand? That's where this whole system comes from. You can go and look back where this all comes from. Right? Now you got Rome, right? Then you have in the Hindu, you got the Roma. You ever heard of the Roma people? That's where the Romans come from. You had the Roma. So you can trace all of this shit all the way back. It all leads back to Atlantis, right? But that's not what you're interested in. You want to understand why they're proposing a heliocentric model, why the Jesuits are proposing it, right? Well, why does the Vatican have a library of books that they won't share with the world? Why do they have a temple to Lucifer under the Vatican that you can go look at online?
I believe everything you're saying. Here's my question, though. Where does the theory of the flat Earth come from?
The theory of the flat Earth was actually considered the truth prior to the Jesuit heliocentric model.
Who?
Because
No.
if you
I
don't know
didn't say
this,
because. I said who. Who believed in that? Who believed in that?
everyone.
As in who?
As like the Norse ancient traditions, the fucking Hindu ancient traditions, every ancient tradition, it was a flat Earth model.
I think it's also
the Hebrew
can I-
Bible says it's a flat Earth, it's a plane.
Can I maybe tap in real quick, Mr. Rabbit?
Tap on it, tap on
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, like I think Jack, to answer your question, like according to who, if I was maybe just to be an ignorant Bible scholar, I'd say what is it? Chronicles 9:24. The gatekeepers were on the four sides. So four sides is a square that's flat, east, west, north, and south. So like maybe we could start there as like a source of your evidence. So like if I was just being ignorant,
It's sacred geometry. I get it. I know. We're going back
sure.
to this and all that. I know. That's what I'm getting at. Thank you.
If you really look into it, all the systems that we use to calculate aerodynamics, GPS, rockets, planes, if you look in the patents, they all assume a flat Earth model.
Right.
On a
So that's
plane,
why we're
on a
getting back to
non-moving
what I was
plane.
getting at the beginning that nobody understood, which is that our math God. Is geometry God now? Is that what we were saying?
I wish toilet bowl
Thing is,
would come up here.
What I'm saying is, if you were on a round Earth,
That
and you're
that's
using
not
a flat plane as
that's
a
not
model,
actually toilet board, Provo.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah, it's
To
a
me,
fake account.
geometry's
Yeah,
a
it's
lie.
making fun.
Oh man,
Yeah, it's making fun of him. Yeah,
that's too bad.
because he
Toilet
forgot the
Earth.
10 Commandments on the live stream, so he got so somebody's trying to reprimand him for.
That's too bad. What a loser, man. Leave toilet bowl Earth alone.
Like
Hey,
you
toilet
like
bowl, come up
toilet
here,
bowl
brother.
Earth?
Sit up here on the panel.
Threatening.
I like almost everybody, dude.
Like,
Well, if toilet bowl Earth would stop being a little bitch, then maybe we would leave him alone. But yeah,
He's
it's
a cool
problem.
dude, man.
It's a problem with him, not me. But
Yeah. Well, when people threaten to dox and swat you, I don't really.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That's not cool.
people,
that's not cool, dude.
Let's
people
sit back to
highly
flat Earth.
misunderstood, right? Everybody's looking in the wrong direction because that's the way it's set up. Why do you think the
spherical Earth came
Illuminati?
from the Jesuits? You're saying?
Why do you think the Illuminati is an Italian name? Why does Albert Pike have to convey his business with Mazzini? Why do the Masons have their headquarters?
Why?
Okay,
Why?
Great
is that-
question.
headquarters right next to the Jesuit headquarters.
Can we answer Chris's question real quick?
Go
What was
ahead.
your question, Chris?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to interrupt him, but I was just saying. So establish that the spherical Earth or the round Earth came from the Jesuits. Is that what you're saying, Jack?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
No, okay.
Copernicus, who is a Jesuit, astronomer for the Catholic Church, where the Jesuits come from. And that's exactly what Jesuits do. They're astronomers. They have giant telescopes.
I see.
I mean, just Google it. I'm not making it up.
So that's a theory, and then you have the flat Earth theory
No,
too.
that's a fact. I'm not. That was my theory that I confirmed by Googling it, but it's a fact, actually.
No, I mean the spherical Earth is a theory, and so is the flat Earth.
Oh,
Both
the
theories.
flat Earth is also a fact.
You're saying spherical Earth's a fact and flat Earth's a fact?
No, I'm saying
you're
the
not.
flat Earth is a fact and spherical Earth is a lie.
Spherical. Okay, I see.
I think it could actually be both. You want to know what? You ever take a quarter and then you play knuckles with somebody, but you spin the quarter and it looks like a sphere, but it's a flat side spinning at a really high rate.
If you look at maps prior to the heliocentric model, you're going to notice they had to do like a magic trick with the maps themselves in order to curve a flat space around a ball.
I think the Earth is probably a dreidel spinning around, and it just looks a certain way because of that.
Okay.
So what's the shape of the Earth, Neurojack?
A dreidel, most likely.
A dreidel.
That's cool. So do you think it's maybe dreidel is kind of similar to a torus, maybe if you were to expand it out? So like, because they got 2 points at the end. Do you think there's entry points to those ways?
Yeah, Shambhala and Shangri-La.
That's lit. And that's why they don't want you to go to those two places, right? So the North Pole is an imagination. Let's bring it back to the Christmas season. North Pole is an imaginative place you can go on a train ride, but really you'll never go there. You'll never visit. It's not on your cruise ship or flight deck. It's not going to happen. And same with Antarctica. These are two places you'll never get to go.
Yeah, so the North Pole is not even a real place.
It's got to be. It's in some way, though, it is.
Well,
right?
that's why they tell you the North Pole, because it's nonsense. You know what I'm saying? It's really the South Pole, Antarctica.
Okay, so back to my original question. Who was the progenitor of the flat Earth? And in ancient times,
everyone.
Right, but there's people in the ancient world who believe the Earth is a sphere too.
No.
Yes, there was.
Who?
Somebody did.
All right. Well, if you find out their name, let me know.
there was this guy named Galileo.
That was after Copernicus.
Okay, well, to this day, you can still
He is
see
just
ships
another bullshit
disappear
artist.
over the horizon.
The what?
The horizon, you can still see ships disappear over the horizon. Like they go out and they eventually lose sight of them because of the curvature of the earth.
No. The reason why you lose sight of them is because your eye has a limit.
Yeah, my limit's about 20 feet, 10 feet. I got to wear glasses.
You literally have a limit as to how far you can see on a plane. And the ship does not disappear, because if you were to stand there and not be able to see the ship, but then take a telescope or something and zoom in on where you were just looking, you'll see the ship again. So it doesn't disappear behind the curve. You just can't see it anymore.
Deal with that, Cecil.
I don't know. I think you just saw a video and you've never.
I just washed dishes,
Here's
man.
what
I just
here's what
washed
I implore you
dishes.
to do, right?
You-
Go stand
Yeah.
somewhere where there's a ship traveling away from you, right? And wait until you can't see it anymore. Then take your phone and zoom in and see if you can see it again. And then you'll understand.
The round Earth was from Megasthenes in 300 BC. Was when that idea first came up, according to
What civilization is that?
Greek.
Greek? That's funny. I don't remember the Greeks believing in a heliocentric model.
Well, they believed in a round Earth, is what I'm getting.
The words heliocentric
round
are
or
literally Latin words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that might be
came up with
Latin
it.
speakers
It
might
was
be
the
the ones who came up with the concept.
The Vatican did everything in Latin. It was also like the origin of many of the languages that was spoken, so they were using it because it's the root language for like English, Spanish, Italian. But a lot of people the public didn't really know how to speak Latin. That's why they had the Bible in Latin, in the Latin Vulgate, until it got translated by William Tyndale and all that shit. But that's a whole nother story.
Yeah, that Johann Gutenberg really made sure that Bible took off, with him and his printing press. Remember that guy?
They would have never been printing Bibles if it wasn't for Tyndale, though.
Yeah, the Tyndale Bible, and Gutenberg made copies of it.
Yeah,
Tyndale's the reason why they made the King James Bible. They had to control that shit.
Heliosexuals, yeah.
It was written by Sir Francis Bacon, aka William Shakespeare, under the command of King James, who were both high-ranking Freemasons.
So you think the Tyndale Bible is a little more accurate than the King James one, since King James had this?
I have no idea. But I know they corrupted shit, because if you look at the original Hebrew, see, they can't change that. And if you look at the Textus Receptus for the Greek, you can see the actual words.
Well,
Now,
there's people who say Septuagint is actually the most, the oldest copy of the religion. Actually, I don't know if that's true, but that's
in the Greek. So
That's-
I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt that the Septuagint, which was a copy of the Hebrew Torah written in Greek at the time that the New Testament, I believe, was being created, I wouldn't doubt that it's more accurate than the current Torah we have, because they did some fuckery where they said we lost the Torah and they had to like rewrite it and shit.
allegedly.
And Leningrad-
Well, here's the thing. Allegedly, they burned the Hebrew text when they wrote a new one, so there was no old copies. Number one. Number two, they both had a Kabbalah that they didn't ever write down. It was the interpretation,
the oral tradition.
right? So, the fact that people are basing most of their religion on Kabbalah now is kind of odd, don't you think? And that's kind of why I was coming at you earlier about your interpretation, because most people are using Kabbalistic interpretations of their religion to justify what they believe. I mean, I just think
I reject the Kabbalah. I broke down earlier how it's a form, how the Kabbalah itself is actually the method of mind control. That's the greater key of Solomon. And then the lesser key is the fucking the lower tree of life, which is the inverted Kabbalah, which is it's not alter states of consciousness, those are actual demons. The you know what I mean? It starts with like Lilith and shit. So yeah, I'm against the Kabbalah. That shit is of Satan. You know what I mean?
That's
And I studied it to know what not to believe.
That's like a Jewish mysticism, isn't it, Jack? The Kabbalah?
It's Satanism masquerading as monotheism.
I heard it was Jewish mysticism. I don't know. Like
It's
Kabbalah.
it's monotheism, but replace God with Satan. That's their God. Boom, you got it.
God.
You know what I mean?
That's diabolical, man. You know?
Straight up. But yo, believe it or not, it's one of the most pervasive fucking religions out there right now.
Wow.
Don't believe the numbers, yo. There's a lot of people participating in it, and they don't even know that that's their religion. They think that's just reality.
What's that stuff called with the numbers? Geometria or something? Geometria?
Yeah, that's the way they encoded. Like they use the numbers to encode different things. It's like the same thing they did with MK Ultra, bro. They had like call signs and certain codes that they would tell to the fucking subjects, and in order to fucking activate different parts of the program. And so the gematria was their understanding of like the program, and so that they could control the program by the understanding of the numbers. Feel me?
Yeah, that way they could encode it so it'd be like secretive.
So they could understand it, they could control it, but you can't.
Makes sense.
Good
They
shit.
know
I
what
like
it says, you know, like
I'm glad
they can
Cecil
decode
left.
it, you know. and get
That's
the
what it
plain
is, because they could tell you something. They could be like, yeah, our God is the God of righteousness. But in the gematria, it could be like, our God is Satan in the numbers. You understand? So they know what the fucking lie is when they study deep enough into the Kabbalah, and then they see that their true religion is unveiled to them, right?
Yeah.
The whole Torah, it's been occulted. And so when they see it for what it is in the gematria, then they understand that their God is Satan, and they're supposed to just follow along with it because they devoted their whole life to it at that point that is revealed to them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So you got like
yeah.
Cognitive dissonance, you know, if you try to tell them different, you know?
Well, Pythagoras and Aristotle and Plato thought the world was round. That's kind of what I was trying to get at earlier, guys.
I mean, Pythagoras was a straight murderer, bro.
I remember him for his theorem, dude, like Pythagoras. Remember that in high school?
And fucking Plato defined humans as fucking featherless fucking chickens or some shit. Featherless
Bipeds, yeah. Featherless bipeds, yeah.
I can't remember who it was. Was it Socrates that, or fucking
Diogenes? He brought him a plucked chicken. Yep.
Yeah, went up in there with a chicken, bro. He said, "Here's a human, bro." So,
right,
like you gotta understand,
much older than 16th
right?
century.
These dudes, right, were essentially occultists, right? And a lot of the shit that they were fucking really teaching in the mysteries is what created Freemasonry and all this other fucking evil shit. So what you got to realize is whatever they're saying on the surface,
Right. Well, that's what I was driving at, is why is all the debate about flat earth rather than what these dudes came from and believed in, and, you know, what the people who, you know, run the world now believe that they come out of these guys. See what I mean? Like, that's what I'm trying to get at.
Well, I mean, if you look at
Can I say something? This might be my last statement here. I'll try to be brief. You say Plato believed in a round earth, but he also believed in the noble lie, right? Am I correct with that? So the noble lie, if I was to be brief in its explanation, is that every person is born with a metal in their body, gold, bronze, and maybe silver, and that metal determines their value. And so because of that, people should accept maybe their lot in life. And then we draw to the Illuminati, maybe a few other things. But the first movie ever made in color, which is, audience, if anybody knows, you can answer. The Wizard of Oz, right? So The Wizard of Oz is the first Hollywood movie made in color. And it's about a man.
Terrible, yeah, terrible tragedy of a film in terms of the creation of it. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
I'd like to hear your thoughts on it, but eventually, story comes down to a lie that's been placed upon people, and there's a man behind a green curtain. And what is the truth? It's not some god; it's just a man. So, like, what is Plato purporting to his audience is that he believes people have metals in their body. He also thinks the world is round, and he thinks it's okay to deceive people in some ways. I don't quite know if that brings any type of this conversation to a point,
The
but
Wizard of Oz is a very occulted movie that holds a lot of
course.
truths, right? I mean, for example, I could give you like real quick 2 off the bat, right? Follow the Yellow Brick Road is actually directions to Antarctica. And it would be hard for me to describe that to you, but the shape of the Yellow Brick Road is the exact shape of this part. It's like the fucking Dragon's Pass over by Antarctica, and you follow this and you reach this 33rd degree latitude. You know what I'm saying? And then you reach the fucking, basically it's the way to escape this prison that we're in. But that's a whole nother story. You got the Green Man behind the curtain, right? The Green Man was an occult fucking tradition in the Druids. So the Druids believed in the Green Man, and that Green Man is Lucifer. That's the reality. That's the Green Man of all the occult tradition. You know what I'm saying?
I like that. I like that approach. I like that angle. What are your thoughts, Neuro or Chris?
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying is, why are all these flat Earth debates on all these truther channels talking about Galileo when what you said is way more relevant to how people should view things, right? Like your explanation right there is way more relevant than 99% of all these flat Earth debates that are like daily on the internet right now and have been for like 10 years, right? See what I mean?
Because I'm not a flat earther.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying, like, have you noticed that this is where people are stuck on their plantation talking about Galileo when what you said is far more direct and kind of gives people a better idea of like why you're so interested in the flat earth. You see what I'm saying?
It's because they only know the deception that is surrounding the truth that they're supposed to be looking for. Because for every solid truth out there, there's a crazy conspiracy that's almost right on point. But it's off in such a way that it dismisses the whole thing. And that's the goal of that operation. It's to get logical people to see the fucking bullshit before they see the truth, and then dismiss the truth without ever looking at it.
Oh, you know what might solve this problem, Jack, is if we
Right
could
ahead.
circumnavigate the North Pole.
Magic in its finest.
You know, right?
What were you saying? I'm sorry.
I was just telling you and Jack that we could circumnavigate from the North Pole to the South Pole. That would solve a lot of these problems, you know, but they won't let us do it, you know. They'll shoot you down if you try that, you know.
Well, there's something more real that we can do right now. Like, there's a debate right now going on about the flat Earth, and I'm just saying, I wonder what people like you go in and start talking about Pythagoras and Plato and what they believed in and how that relates to the Luciferian situation. I wonder how long they'll leave that stream up.
That's a good question, Jack.
What are we saying?
If you repeat what you said on a channel that's doing a flat Earth debate, I wonder how long they'll leave that stream up.
I mean, that's a good question. You know?
I mean, they leave flat Earth debates up on like modern day debate. Like I don't think it's very controversial to have a flat Earth debate, to be honest.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is if you started talking about Plato and the Green Man and that, you know, heliocentrism is, you know, Luciferianism, I don't think that they would allow that on their channel is what I'm getting at.
Think about it, right? Every religion that deals with the light bearer, right, is dealing with like sun worship and Luciferianism in like one way or another. You know what I mean?
But that's exactly what I'm saying. Why has there been like, you know, 10,000 debates on flat Earth and no one's brought that up at that point?
Because they're science. They're like autistically minded, these individuals. It's like numbers, stats, data, research. Like they don't like these are it's maybe left brain, right brain people. Like it's just the kind of people who get drawn into those circles.
Yeah, the two like specialists, huh, Provo? Like they're not wide spectrum enough, right? They can't consider other avenues of
it brings in to Marshall McLuhan. Marshall McLuhan was like interdisciplinary. We're like that's the future where It doesn't make sense to be specialized when the world is so diversified. When you're able to learn everything, it doesn't make sense to learn one thing.
Or could it be that people are protecting their religion by not letting people understand what their religion is about?
That could be true. I think a lot of things could be true in this factor. I mean, there's not going to be one truth in a lot of these problems you're going to pose.
Yeah, maybe like as a control mechanism, Jack. Whoever would be benefiting from that religion might want to do that. It's a good point.
Well, yeah. Well, and I mean, so the other thing is, I just noticed that, like you said about Plato and this kind of stuff, is like they go hard at NASA, for instance, but they don't go after, Plato and Aristotle, and they don't go after Pythagoras or the origins of Freemasonry or that kind. You know what I mean? Do you get what I mean?
I mean, they were all part of the Eleusinian mysteries, all of them philosophers. And the reality is, bro, you got to understand, a lot of these flat earthers, they don't know because they just haven't done this much research. You know what I'm saying? People get polarized. Y'all here?
Yeah, definitely. I think they are polarized for sure.
I'm just saying, people get polarized and they don't do a vast like research. Like they'll stick with just the science of it, but like they might not have the same kind of like beliefs I have as far as like religion, whatever you want to call it. I don't have a religion, but like spiritual beliefs that I believe is like the truth, also in line. I don't separate shit. It's all just the truth or not the truth. You know what I mean? But people want to separate it, and that's how they compartmentalize you and keep you from fully understanding anything.
Well, it's like Provokid said, they tend to go specialist instead of like on a broad range, multidisciplinary. Said, so if they're taught like that too in society to be specialist, like you go to college and major in this one subject, like what?
Yeah, that was people saw that in the 70s or 60s. Some people did, rather, that was a dead end path. Like you couldn't just know geology. You had to know geography, ancient history, physics. You had to incorporate every interdisciplinary facet into understanding any one thing. You couldn't be a specialist anymore. But that was a threat to the educational system, because the educational system is built on specializing. And so people who spoke out against the future, which was coming, I think people like Marshall McLuhan maybe weren't as well recognized or ushered in, because it was a threat to the current standard or system. And that current standard or system still exists today, right? Like you get a degree in one field, right?
Definitely.
And I think it's really actually unfortunate. I don't think we know how to really evolve from our educational past, where you had to learn something from a book, a person, or a building, right? You had to go into these places and obtain something, and now that's no longer rational. It's like learning now is actually kind of fucked, because you really do have people who never went to college, who have created a body of work that is equal to a PhD or more. We created a system of checks and balances or certifications as well, to ensure that the mainstream ideas and thoughts are maintained. But that's where people like us and the conversations we're having are creating a disruption, I would say, in some sense, because the reality is you don't need to go to school to learn history, right? You don't need to have a PhD in archaeology to understand these concepts. Anymore.
It's actually the opposite. If you want to learn, you have to not go to a university.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that in part, right? In a lot of ways.
The reality is
there are some tried and true methods of having a lecturer or like a teacher present information to you which is very beneficial, which I think you can mimic online, but having that in-person relationship with the teacher and the student you can't replicate that as well as you'd like.
I don't know if you notice, but the majority of the universities, right, were designed to essentially create the management class.
Yeah, I'm in 100% agreement with everything you might lay down about the educational system and what it's designed to do and what it's, and even within that, you could look at like private schools, and there's a managing class for federal level and state level for what kids go to school in. Like, so if you go to a state college, and the difference between that and an Ivy League college, those are different managers as well, right? So, and even below that, public school and everything that leads to that. I'd say I'm well versed, and I agree with you 100% in saying that school is a trap. It's a system. It's compulsory, which is, I think, the first violation of a human right, to send your kid to a school at 6 years old. America is definitely enslaved, and it's done through the educational system.
It's a lot deeper than that. So the universities were like basically all put together by the WASPs. And what's crazy is, you know what I'm saying? They were supposed to be Christian people, but the ideology that come out of these universities was anything but that.
Agreed. But yeah,
and
yeah.
so
And it,
you gotta
go ahead.
realize that the people that founded it were fronts and were not actually religious people.
Yeah, yeah. The whole educational system is absolutely corrupt, right? Like, so even when public high school became mandatory in the United States, and you look at like World War I and the incentives of educating a
But
youthful class, right? Like, it
it's
was
deeper
in
than that.
preparation for a war, right?
It's much deeper than that, you see, because
Agreed.
they were tasked with creating a society of people, okay, that they could pull the rug from out from under. You see, these people were absolute traitors because they knew in advance the fate of the universities and the people who participated in them in advance. They already knew, you know what I'm saying? If you read the letters of Albert Pike to Mazzini, right, while they're discussing the plans for America and all three world wars, right?
Yeah,
It's
but
like-
that's the thing I was talking about in my presentation in the beginning, which will be re-released tomorrow, is the founding of America, especially the colonies in South Carolina and Virginia, by people like John Locke and Francis Bacon, well-known alchemists. And this guy right here, John Winthrop, who
I
people
got some of his books, dude.
yeah, he but you know what books he had? It's interesting. This guy in this article, and many other places, it describes that he actually had a copy of John Dee's Monas Hieroglyphica. So he was reading works in alchemy and witchcraft and all of these things. It's fascinating stuff. You know what I mean?
I've actually
yeah.
read that one.
It really is. And I want to just address Mike Couch's statement. They say you volunteered your children. There are other options. All those options at the end put you in the same place as interacting with the state. And there is no exception to that. There might be leniencies in different states as far as homeschooling, but at the end of the day, you still are corresponding with the state as far as the education of your child, which is compulsory, right? You're compulsorily obliged to communicate the welfare of your child as far as their education is concerned to the state. You can't escape it. You can eventually, if your child gets old enough, they can drop out. But you can't avoid being tied to the state once you have a child. It is one of the most unique factors of American society, because people only want to talk about how to reform the educational system. Nobody wants to talk about the compulsory nature of it.
Yeah, and that also comes from the Protestant Reformation, because you get this guy like Jan Comenius, who actually came up with the concept of universal education, and he was actually part of a group called the Moravian Brethren, and that ties into the education award at the UN. is actually called the Comenius metal. It's fascinating stuff. You know what I mean,
You know, machine for the public school system. I read that it goes back to Prussia, right? Prussia.
Yeah, the real school. You know, it's called REALSCHULE, real school. You know, that's the actual system that, you know, Wittgenstein and Hitler were raised in. You know what I
I
mean?
love Wittgenstein. I like his family history more than his works because I don't understand his work.
Yeah, he's a fascinating character, even in his dealings with the Cambridge apostles. You know, Bertrand Russell and John Maynard Keynes, who I mentioned in the beginning of this presentation too, because John Maynard Keynes is actually who discovered the lost letters of Sir Isaac Newton, that had some of his alchemical writings, you know, and stuff like that, where he discusses like Maimonides and shit like that. Yeah.
The machine lies. I noticed there's a lot of discussion about alchemical texts and stuff and alchemy, right?
Yeah, I'll be talking about it. Yeah.
Are you familiar with some of the texts of alchemy, like Gerber?
Yeah, like I just mentioned some, like Monas Hieroglyphica. You said you read some of that.
Yeah, I read Monas Hieroglyphica. I read Gerber's Philosophia per Spicasium, something like that.
Yeah.
It's Gerber, you know what I mean? It's pseudo Gerber.
Yeah, I've read more classical philosophical texts. That's something that I was explaining.
Summa Perfectionis. Like Manly P. Hall does a lot on alchemy. And
yeah, that's the thing, is that you know, when you read Manly P. Hall, you notice how much stuff he's actually getting. He's actually mixing it up with not only these alchemical Rosicrucian and kind of Illuminati texts, but he's also reading works in classical philosophy. Like he's reading like Boethius. And you know, he's expounding on those classical philosophers as well. You know, so
it's all the same
fascinating.
root. You know what I mean?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, yeah. That's what I was trying to say. Kabbalah, Neoplatonism,
Kabbalah,
the
Kabbalah tree of life is what really brought like alchemy. Like Kabbalah brought alchemy, and it was a way that they could essentially encode, right, Satanism and make it look like acceptable to the world. That because you got to understand the context of the world. At that point, it was a world that was like Christian, and they wouldn't just allow you to have satanic shit going on. So they encoded it in this system, and like
that's exactly what I was reading, because I was talking about how Hobbes is using these religious concepts, like he's using the concept of an artificial man, you know, this like and he's even calling the artificial man the mortal god. He's like, this artificial man that we're going to create, which he really means as the state. He calls it the artificial god. The mortal god. Sorry, the mortal god. Yeah.
The thing about alchemy, right, is that its main premise, right, the different alchemical procedures are different methods to achieve different mind control altered states.
Yep.
Now, part of it is all, you know, it's all littered with black magic if you pay attention, and the reality is that the black magic's attaining to essentially trap, right, to trap a certain portion of a soul in a body. Okay,
The homunculus, right?
that's what they call a homunculus, and they consider it transmigration of the soul. But what they don't tell you is that essentially when they're doing these different black magic rituals, they're taking specific demons and attaching them to these people's altered personas that they create through ritual abuse. Okay. And so what it is they cause the ritual
that's
abuse.
the whole Manchurian candidate like type of thing, where they'll program you in a certain altered state so that when you get put in that altered state, then you'll follow through with the programming. I mean,
What it is, they
talk.
want to cause you to disassociate.
That's right.
And they do that by the ritual abuse, because
that's right.
Your mind can't handle what's happening to you, so it has to create a wall, and that shields your consciousness from the memory of what's happening. But because your consciousness is doing that to protect you, they also implant programming in that consciousness that you cannot access because they've created a block.
Wow.
Okay, and that
Yeah,
is
I got it.
considered one altar, one persona of the Sephiroth of the Kabbalah. They create many. If you ever
Man.
saw the tree,
Yep.
They must
okay,
have got
now
that
the
technology
demons
from
that they
demons or something. man.
attach, the demons that they attach to each one of those personas is reflected as the inverted tree of life. Each one of those Sephiroth is the demon responsible for overseeing that specific persona.
Isn't that something? They always do things that are like reverse of the Bible, inverted tree of life. You know, inverted. You know, they speak backwards. All kinds of
Yeah,
weird
this
things.
this book right here. Let me see if this will pull up. But yeah, this book right here is an excellent explanation of what the brother is saying in this Dave McGowan book. It'll take us some time to load if it ever even loads, but it's like loading on the little StreamYards tab. But yeah, like this book, Program to Kill by Dave McGowan, that tells you a lot of the information there, because it tells you, it lets you know how a lot of the serial killers were manufactured this way.
Oh,
You know, they actually created a lot of the serial killers for top level tasks, and they you know, but they got the politics of serial
oh
murder.
my God.
You know, this book is excellent explanation of these things, and it starts with a explanation of child trafficking, how they create these patterns of ritual abuse within children. You know, so it's extremely hard to read some of these books because of the explanations that they give of the ritual abuse. But then again, I mean, can you really afford not to be aware of some of this information? I mean, you got to really ask yourself, you know, because we're dealing with these problems. So if you want to, you know, turn a blind eye to it and look away, then maybe it'll be you next time that, you know, when you're dealing with this stuff, that people will just look away from your pain and suffering. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
So yeah. So
Are like unclean demons? Unclean spirits involved with the? With
oh
these
yeah,
serial killers?
yeah. These kids give reports, and you know, children would not lie about these things, but these kids give clear reports of the rituals. You know, they talk about people like dressed in black robes, what they have to do to other children, and all this type of stuff. So you know, kids aren't gonna readily make stuff like this up. It's not like readily available to them in their imagination. You know, so the types of things he describes, I mean, are extremely sad, depressing. They're getting kids to make like snuff films of each other, essentially. You know, but yeah, you know what I mean.
Yeah, like he was saying that how they split personalities and put demons in them and stuff. I bet that book talks about demons.
Yep.
Hey, I gotta head out, boys.
Because
It's
you
been a
figure
real
they get
show. Sorry, Chris.
Yeah, bless. Yeah, bless. Yeah, we'll have it back up tomorrow. So yeah, bless you,
Hey,
Provo.
no
man. Thanks for
worries.
being
Take it
here.
easy. Hey, Mr. Rabbit, nice to meet you, Chris. God bless you.
God bless.
Happy New Year, Merry Christmas, and whatever you celebrate New Year. Take it easy, fellas.
Yeah, bless. Happy holidays. Yeah, we're shutting it down here soon. So yeah, man, bless you, man. Thank you for being out here with us. And you know, I mean, I put in a good amount of time. I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I wasn't trying. I mean, I fulfilled my purpose here. You know, yeah, I don't get to keep like the views in the chat from the first video. That's really all I lost to you dumb motherfuckers who are trying to shut the stream down. You ain't shutting anything down. You know, the information is in my brain, is in my head, and it's coming through from the heart. You know, the tongue is connected to the heart. You know, the tongue is a reflection of the heart. And all you dumb motherfuckers putting this shit up, you know, trying to disrupt from the flow of whatever's going on here, it's not going to happen. You know, like we're talking about education. You know, those who grow up in a democratic society, you know, who controls the education in a democratic society? Well, it's the people who educate over what the democratic values are. You know, those people get to control things. You know, so who has power in a democratic society? The person who controls who educates for democratic values. You know, it's a simple answer. You know, people act like it's a mystery. Oh yeah, nobody's in charge. There's never a situation where nobody's in charge. You know, right?
You know, one thing I don't understand about the democratic society thing is we're supposed to live in a republic, right? That's what the Constitution says. Why is everybody talking about a democracy or a Democrat? You know,
that's what's so interesting. If you read the Federalist Papers, you know, you'll find out that they wanted to combine Athens, which was a polis and a democratic state, with Rome, which is a republic and a parliamentary state. You know, it wasn't a direct democracy, but a representative kind of a situation there. You know, so essentially they wanted to combine, because a republic means that you have essentially, you know, federated states. You know, and then so they had this mix between the states and the union, you know, the federal union, which they didn't want to get too powerful, you know, until they fought the Civil War. They actually didn't have a guarantee that it would get way more powerful and out of hand with Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, it was supposed to be limited to D.C., the District of Columbia, you know, but they somehow they expanded the borders, you know.
And that's the concept of the polis in Athens coming through. You know, is the concept of Washington, D.C., that one city, you know, that's like, you know, in charge of the whole thing through the but and then they have the states, which the different states are part of the Roman system of the Republic. You know, so they wanted to balance these two things, and you really see this in the writings of Madison and Hamilton in the Federalist Papers. You know,
dang,
you know, yeah, it's deep stuff, and they even wrote anti-federalist papers. You know, there's a whole book called the Anti-Federalist Papers of prominent scholars and authors at the time that thought that that the Federalist Papers were complete bunk. You know, they thought there's no way you can have such a large state and operate it as a republic. You know, you need to crush it down into smaller powers. You know, only small state that democracy only works within small states. You know, they kind of knew this. That's why the democratic government in the European countries works so good. You know, they got clean streets, everything gets done on time, their fucking transportation system is perfect. You know, it's because why? It's because it's such a small state. You know, it's easier to get things done. You know,
I see.
it's
It's not bloated, right?
American parties used to actually be the opposite of what they are now.
That's right. That's right.
You know, like the thing is, the crazy thing is that a lot of people see what has happened, but a lot of people don't see that the reason why we're able to see what has happened is because it has already happened, and it is no longer the effective means or the current thing that's happening. It's already what happened, but there's something a lot more evil happening, and all of the shit that has already happened is the reason why it's going to happen, and it's basically inevitable. Are you guys familiar with the term ideological subversion?
I'm not. No, sorry.
Oh yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So there was a guy, I think it was like in the 60s. His name was Yuri Bezmenov.
You talking about Bezmenov, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. And you may want to look into what he was saying.
Oh yeah, but the it's based on what that guy, what's his face, Bernays was saying, right? You know,
Edward Bernays.
Yeah.
Well, Edward Bernays was like a propaganda artist, right?
Yeah.
And this was essentially a plan that was developed by the KGB to subvert the ideology of the country and like basically capture it from within.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that it's being used by the KGB against us, but
it kind of there's some proof that it is because of the Esalen Institute and the Lindensfarne Group and some of those things, because they seem like some of the operations in terms of Michael Murphy and all of those types of things were linked. Let me pull that up real quick so you could take a look at that, because I think you will be intrigued with that. You know,
I used to see that like Russia and like China and the US as like actual separate countries with separate leaders that like fight each other and shit. I've moved on to a different understanding of what's going on. I believe they're actually all in on it. And I believe everything we're seeing is literally a movie. Like not a movie, but it's not real in line with reality. I believe they're all working together towards one goal.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? People are confused. They think that they're waiting for a new world order, but it's already here. It's been here. They founded the new world. The old world's gone. But they're not understanding what's coming next. because they're waiting for the new world to come. It's already here.
Yeah.
They don't know what's coming next. See, this is
Man,
called the new world.
did you happen to see any of my presentation that I gave during the first part of the show?
I'm gonna be honest, I just stumbled across it randomly.
Oh shit, dude, because honestly, I said that shit so many times. I said like New World, I was talking about the Protestants, I was talking about like John Winthrop and all this shit. Man, you would really like, because it's almost like you heard what I said, because you're talking on the same line of shit. So I was so surprised. I was like,
There's
man,
only
you
so
must
many.
have,
There's
you
only
must
so
have
many
heard what I
angles to see
said.
the truth, right?
Exactly. See, yeah, I'm glad you see it that way, because it's like shit, you know, like you come at it different ways, and it's like everybody comes to the same conclusion about shit. Like what you said about Plato, and the Eleusinian mysteries and shit, and how Pythagoras was a murderer and all that shit. You know, it's just like you just get to this shit. I mean, it just is what it is, you know.
Yo, Pythagoras threw a dude off
You
a
know the
boat
name Michael
because he didn't
Murphy?
agree with him, bro.
Yeah, yeah, that's right.
I don't. Well, Michael Murphy is kind of.
Aquino, man, that guy's something else.
Yeah.
Yo, Pythagoras did the Greek
You know the name
equivalent
Michael
of
Murphy?
banning him from the show, bro.
Yeah.
Except the show is a boat. He had a silence, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because the
For
dude
real.
brought up fractions, and he was like, "No, we can't have fractions. He's
Yeah.
like, you gotta die."
That's one of the things I went in on with the math shit, is that, man, when Cantor was talking about fractions, it boggled these motherfuckers' minds, because he literally said that the infinity of motherfucking fractions is longer than the infinity of regular numbers. And they're like, oh shit, you know, because he's like, there's two different infinities and one's bigger than the other. So it literally broke a lot of people's brain, and then it drove him insane. You know, so it is what it is. You know?
That's it's like especially like decimal fractions, you know, like decimal numbers.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's what he was talking about. They're called irregular numbers or something like that. Irregular integers, and it's fucking crazy. But yeah.
But I mean, this
No.
dude's talking about Netflix or something, saying that they put subversive shit in Netflix to like mock you, and that's real, because they just came out with that. It was the Obama movie, bro. Leave the World Behind, right? And I did a massive decode on that, but like the real message is that, you know what I'm saying?
Do you got a channel? Do you got a channel, brother?
I don't. You know what I'm saying? I did a massive.
Because if you had a channel, we put the link in, and I go find you and everything. But yeah, if you're on Discord, I'll put my Discord in the back. You can hop on it with us or whatever. You know,
I don't even bother with making channels. I just kept getting banned. So
yeah,
man, Black Crab, you have a great memory, man. Like, damn, dude. Wow.
I got a pretty deep memory, bro.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I was gonna say, yo, that movie, it's essentially showing you that we're going to experience the ending effects of this ideological subversion process. And if you really decoded it, the most important thing I could tell you is that they're planning on basically setting it off on the solar eclipse on April 8th. That's what the coding says, you know, and the occult people that operate in the occult like to hide all their shit, all their truth in plain sight, so the average people don't see it, and it's right in front of them, and then they do it. And so at the end of the day, you know, the last part of ideological subversion, I don't know if you know the process, but it's 15 to 20 years to educate one generation of Americans, and then it's 2 to 5 years to destabilize that generation. That's what we just experienced. And now we're going to experience a 2 to 6 month crisis, which I believe is going to be something with the power and internet. And then after that process, we're going to be in a new type of society.
Yeah, they keep on talking about something getting hacked, you know? Something getting hacked.
Well, there's going to be a crisis. And because of that crisis, the entire way that we live life in America is going to change as we know it into something what I believe is going to reflect more along the lines of communist China. But before that happens, a large portion of this population is going to likely perish. And the main reason why is because of lack of food. and the nature of the people in this country. This country is going to tear itself apart in 6 months. They don't even have to wipe you out. You wipe yourself out.
Russians said they could do that, didn't they? Through like their mind control thing, their mind control programs. You know, remember they were talking about that, the KGB.
Yeah, because if you try to fight a whole population, they band together and they defend the population. We're the most heavily armed population as far as civilians go. It would be almost impossible for any military to invade us by land, and they don't want to destroy the resources here because we have a lot of them. So essentially, they want to get us to destroy each other. And while most people sit here and say, I wouldn't do that, when your kid is going to starve and you're not prepared, you're going to do whatever you can to feed your children. So in the big cities, you're going to see a lot of people just perish within the first 6 months. It's going to be ugly.
Wow.
It has been prophesied. You know what I mean? What more can I say? It's going down. You can
Michael
look
Murphy.
I don't.
Well, Michael Murphy is kind of an old hippie, you might say, out here, but he was the founder of the Esalen Institute down below Big Sur, which is a kind of a place where you go to open up your mind and your brain and schmooze with other people. And he also founded a think tank up in the Bay Area called the Transformation Project with a gentleman named Steve Donovan. So in the 80s, when I was working very intensely in these areas of what you might call the brain architecture and thought architecture and how it works, sooner or later, I ran into Steve Donovan. Actually, the way I did that was that Michael Murphy wrote a book called An End to Ordinary History, which was a very thinly veiled fiction story about psychic experimentation in the Soviet Union. I picked it up in a Berkeley bookstore at some point. I read this book and I said, you know what? This sounds a hell of a lot, you know, that he knows a lot more that he's talking about here than just writing a story. So I got a hold of Michael Murphy and I said, you know, I think your book is not a story. I think it's thinly veiled nonfiction. He said, well, you're right. And he said, if you want to talk about it, he says, you want to talk to Steve Donovan. So Steve Donovan had a nice little apartment down here in the marina in San Francisco. And his apartment was jammed with file cabinets in which psychic research and mental research from all over the world was in there. I mean, the CIA and the Defense Intelligence Agency had nothing like this, nothing. So I was like a kid in a candy store. You know, I went in there and I said, Steve, can I just rummage? And he said, be my guest. He was very affable about the whole thing. So a lot of the information, you know, that I used to develop in Mind War began with documentation and things that I first came into when I was looking through the files of the Transformation Project. And
that's an incredible story.
Yeah, well, this happened because both Steve Donovan and Michael Murphy spent a lot of time in the 60s and 70s in the Soviet Union talking with the people back there who were at the very forefront of this kind of experimentation. And the United States, of course, this is a Cold War, so we didn't have our people, you know, our agents or our attachés or anything doing this. They wouldn't have gotten a welcome. But the people like Steve Donovan and Michael Murphy would go over there on their vacation time and talk with these people and get together and have vodka with them and so on and learn all kinds of stuff and then bring it back.
Yeah, I mean, Anakino is a straight up Satanist, bro. Not a cool dude. Terrible, terrible human being.
But it goes to that again. It goes to like, just like Winthrop reading John Dee, you know, it's like, it goes back to these powerful guys that are actually setting up the state or the power structure. You know, where are they getting their information from? Well, they're getting it from the alchemical and the occult movements of their time. Like these guys, you know, Aquino is there, learning from Michael Murphy of the Esalen Institute, all these new age spiritual practices, how to clear your mind, how to like do this, it's a cutting edge shit from the human potential movement or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
And you'll always see they're always involved in like military, right? They're always involved in some kind of Satanism, witchcraft, Freemasonry, and they're always involved in some kind of mind control shit. Look at Aleister Crowley, right?
The Jews and the Christians, they believe in Satan, that Satan exists. I wonder if because the Abrahamic religion, I wonder if the Muslims believe that, or what's Islam people believe that?
The Muslims believe in Satan.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they got that. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, we got Satan, we got Antichrist, we got Jesus coming back. The whole thing's there in Islam. So the only people confused are the Kabbalists and the alchemists and those types of people. So really, that's really what's going down here. Is like, there's a certain type of knowledge that is being used for corruption. And what it really is it's a concoction that came from a cosmopolitan mode that existed within Hellenistic and Alexandrian societies, because they were the ones that mixed all of these cultures within the elite. They formed a sort of cultural elite. Faction within the society that took in all sorts of foreign influences and all sorts of syncretistic elements from different religions.
I see.
You see that in the beginning, in the Nag Hammadi library. It's like they got Orphic Pythagorean shit. They got, Plato's Republic, a excerpt from Book 10. You got Zoroastrian stuff. You got apocryphal writings, of Paul and the apostles and all that stuff. The Acts of Thomas and stuff like that. But yeah,
that's something that just occurred to me. The reason why what they might be doing is taking all the best elements of those ideas that would appeal to people the most, and so that way, because if you know anything about Satan or the devil, he wants to send everybody to hell as much as possible. So he wants to appeal to the most amount of people as possible, and then as long as you're leading them away from God, whoever you think he is, you're going to go to hell or whatever, because you're with Satan. So he wants to appeal to the most amount of people as possible. So he doesn't care what you believe in. That's why he wants to appeal to so many people. That's why they have so many different paths. That makes sense to me. If I was Satan, that's what I would do.
Well, it's like the crazy thing is that it's all the same thing masquerading as different things. And then the only thing you have left is one thing. You know what I mean? Everything else is Luciferianism or Satanism. You know what I mean? Whatever you want to consider it, because like Luciferianism basically leads to Satanism.
Yeah, you get like witchcraft. You have I don't know, all these alchemy, all these different things. Sorcery, all these things that would appeal to different people. But like you said, it all boils down to the same thing. Underneath, it's all Satan. Satan.
Like it's a crazy thing, but we exist in a world where good and evil is possible, and in order for it to be possible, right, it has to be possible. Unfortunately, right, evil has sneakily taken this whole shit over, right, and deceived most people in a way that is incomprehensible to the human mind. Most people, right? So it's like they removed the foundation of the tree of life, right? They removed knowledge from man. They cut it off at the root. And so by taking away our history, right, the truth, and by taking away all the shit that we had and hiding history and constantly editing shit and destroying everything, we don't really know an unbroken history. We start 6,000 years ago, technically on paper, but we know that's not true. You know what I'm saying? So all that other history is gone because of cataclysms over and over and over again. What we are seeing is the remnants of what's still left. But if we were to go deep down under earth, what scientists have found is they just keep digging deep down in the earth, right? And they just keep finding shit. So they stop digging.
because they're about to prove everything that we know wrong. If they just keep digging down into the earth, they're finding shit miles down from civilizations. In order for that to happen, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so somebody's controlling these people, you know, like these archaeologists. Somebody's controlling them somehow.
100%, and that's, you know, that's part of the deception. They have they have subverted literally everything.
They have like agents all over the place. I bet, you know. Of course they do.
If you control the money, right, then you control what survives. And if you just fund only the organizations that lie, and you just use your money and power and influence and massive control network of liars to just smear and destroy any credible fucking source and hide every fucking thing. I mean, I give these motherfuckers credit. These Satanists been working hard because they did a lot of fuckery, and mankind isn't even capable of this level of fucking organization. This is just astounding levels of sophisticated fucking behavior that most human beings would just fail. Because
these are like demonic systems, you know.
This is shit that has been put together by beings that exist consciously for thousands of years uninterrupted. That's the result of what we're dealing with, and we're sitting here trying to fucking understand it, but we're like toddlers trapped in a motherfucking playground that was designed by evil fucking people. You know what I'm saying?
That makes sense. Yeah. Yep.
And the whole point of it is, like, the reason why they don't just wipe us out, it's not that they can't. It's that they want to convince everyone in this earth that Satan is God. That's the point of all of this fuckery. That is the point of it. Satan wants to sit on the throne of God. In the heart of man, Satan wants you to love him, even though he does all this wicked shit. He wants you to love him and believe he is the only God. That is the game. That's what we're playing here.
Yeah, I hate Satan myself, you know. Can't stand him.
I understand, but generations and generations and generations down the road, after our history is in dust, right? There's going to be generations of people that have no idea of what happened now, and they might not even ever see a Bible, and they might only get the occult mysteries. And if you remove any of the truth from this reality and only have the lies, then you will eventually have a whole world of people who worship Satan, because they won't be able to see anything other than that.
True. Makes sense. It's like a slow erosion, you know?
Like, imagine the Matrix, bro, but on a different level, a physical matrix. People being, you got to understand, what the conspiracy theorists know is like ancient technology compared to what's actually happening to us.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? The mind control methods of the alchemists and Satanists and all these other people, these are just bullshit methods compared to what they're about to do with technology combined with alchemy. You know what I'm saying? When they start combining their mind control techniques with direct methods of mind control that they never had before, because they never had the information distribution grid, aka 5G networks, right?
Right.
So once they get the information grid, and once they have the capability with the Skynet system to transport internet all around the world and track and monitor every single living, breathing thing, then they will be able to begin to start to control people with an AI system in a hive mind, and it will lead to the Antichrist beast system and Satan becoming the god of Earth.
That's true. Those satellites that
will worship him. You know, you ever read the verse like, why are they going to worship Satan? They know he's Satan. It's like, well, because they're going to have a chip in their brain.
They think he's a good guy too. A lot of those people, you know.
Yeah, when I say chip in your brain, I'm not saying this thing has to be implanted. It could grow there. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of dust sprinkled in your sauce, whatever. Just grows in there.
Yeah, they
technology exists. I'm not going to get into specific details because that'll be a lot of keywords of madness.
They have like micro machines, or for lack of a better word, what do you call this? You know, nano machines, right? They could just assemble them, and you're with the right directions. They could assemble things in your brain that, or
bro, they got a router. Okay, they got a router that's like 100 times the width of a follicle of hair. 100th.
1/100th?
Yeah,
Oh
the
my
width
God.
of a hair follicle. You know what I'm saying? A router, a whole
That's
router.
crazy. Wow.
Yeah. Straight up.
That's you know, the Bible says that there's a restraining power of the Holy Spirit. Have you ever heard of that one before?
Yeah.
Restrains evil. That's interesting. I bet that's true because man, can you imagine if they had full reign and they're unleashed to do whatever they want? Yeah.
So I believe that
like I'll be seeing prayers working against motherfuckers all the time, guys. Like trust me, like the types of attacks you've seen on this channel, like that shit is live. Like my own, like motherfuckers will flip on me for no reason in real life. Like motherfuckers I've known for years. So it's just like there's something bigger going on that the people who are supposedly perpetrating these things don't seem to understand, and that the people who actually speak righteousness and truth, they are protected by a higher power, that these people get their own curses thrown back at them all the fucking time, guys. Like it's no game out here. You know, you guys put real prayers, you pray with a pure heart, the shit will actually turn back against them. It's fucking crazy. I mean, so like because there's no reason why I should be as secure as I am, as healthy as I am, as pretty as I am, as smart as I am, having the type of support I get for no reason, having fresh food and everything taken care of, you know, for no expense, no effort from me at all. You know, it's just from the grace of God. It's because I choose to do this stuff, and the amount of attacks I've withstood, shit, I should have been erased off the face of the fucking map. I would have been broke, homeless on the side of the road, like almost dead, guys. Like straight up, like many fucking times. Like I'm talking about dozens of fucking times where it's like life or death situation where like, but like either like, you know, like I'm in jail, like I've lost everything, like even the cops beat the fuck out of me because I was having a nervous breakdown, and just in jail, just beat the fuck out of, just fucking dead, just broke, like homeless, like no money, like it just and still somehow everything came together at the perfect time. It's just, that's just how life works, man. There's no form of range of, you know, stuff that you can withstand on this earth. I mean, just when you're fighting against evil and it's really, really worth it, you know, you will not stop at any length, you know, and the people who know that are deeply afraid. That's why they come out with these little tactics, try to distract, try to slow down, try to reformulate, try to, you know, influence, you know, because that's all the fuck they have. I don't influence shit. I just speak the truth. The truth does what it needs to. You know, water goes where it's supposed to. It's not gonna, like, I don't have to try. I'm not you know, once I put in for goodness and truth and righteousness, I'm not concerned with victory or defeat, praise or blame. It's over. You know, I already put in with what I needed to do. You know, so the game has already been played, folks. These cocksuckers will begin to realize once it's too late. You know, it just is that's just how the game is played. But yeah, man, you know.
Oh, that's heavy. Oh man. Wow.
I mean, I agree. Like at the end of the day, you could consider it that, you know what I'm saying, people who are out there living righteous and, you know what I mean, living for God and shit and doing the right thing, trying to put out truth, they have some type of protection. But I think also on the backside of that, the people that literally deal with evil, they're like literally walking into it. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're playing with the fire and they get burned often. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So like you're way more likely to get burnt playing with fire. And usually it's a
Fuck
good
yeah, bro.
indicator. That's like the
I
fucking
burn myself all the time when I'm cooking food, like shrimp and freaking fish, and dude, like it's just a bunch of alarmist bullshit trying to scare people into not being truthers or whatever.
hey yo,
Okay,
shrimp is haram, bro.
yeah, we butter ours with some freaking parsley and shit. You know, it's like, yeah,
That's why you get
don't
burnt.
be a
You fucking
truther,
haram
don't
ass
be an
shrimp.
autist, don't be a freaking dude. I'm over here just trying to learn shit, okay? And they got these fucking retards coming in here trying to freaking oh, dude, you better not freaking dude. I'll do whatever the fuck I want with my time.
I feel you.
You know,
like
if I want to sit in a chat room to discuss, like, what do you think the what government, what laws are they going to try to fuck us up with next? Which, by the way, is actually a hell of a lot more relevant to all of our lives than compared to like flat Earth or whatever the fuck, right?
No, I feel you, because you know what, Cecil, I agree that to be aware of what reality you actually live in hurts, and to just not care is easy. It's comfy.
Huh? What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
So, like, not caring about the harsh parts of reality.
The stupid shit that doesn't matter. Flat Earth, round Earth doesn't matter. I don't care. Okay? What I care about is, what is my government or whoever gonna try? How are they gonna try to fuck us next? Okay? There's probably like a 99% chance that I'm not gonna be able to do anything about it. But I would like at least to be able to go and like maybe brainstorm with other people and try to figure out what kind of shit is rolling downhill before it actually hits me in the face. Okay?
Do you know what a government is?
Yeah, the word government means mind control, actually.
No.
Yeah,
The
yes,
word-
actually,
the
the word government, govern, to
Okay.
control, mente, which is the base Latin word for mind. So
What
it
is
literally
your-
means mind control.
What is your government then? When you're saying you want to know what your government, how your government's about to fuck you, you're saying you want to know how your mind control's about to fuck you?
No.
But you just said that the government means mind control.
Yeah, that's what the word means. That's not in actuality in what's
using the
actually
word.
really happening. No, the actual government is like all these people who are enforcing laws and putting regulations on us, and tax collectors, and so on and so forth.
No,
Well,
it's not true.
Okay, well, sure, maybe it's not true, but that's the part that's relevant to me.
The government is the Constitution. It's what people that work for the government are allowed to do. It's the limits. It's what they can do. That's what the government is.
No, on paper, it's what it's the 10th Amendments and all that kind of shit. But in practice, that's not what it is. In practice,
paper,
they
that's
figured out ways to circumvent the laws and trying to fuck us over and all,
In practice, it's a Hollywood movie. And in reality, it's all a lie. None of it is real. So it actually doesn't matter.
So I really don't have to pay taxes?
No, you do have to pay taxes.
Okay, yeah, that's the part that I
But
was talking about. Yeah.
it doesn't matter who you vote for, you still got to pay taxes.
I know that.
You know what I'm saying? And no matter who you vote for, they're still going to fuck you.
Yeah, no shit. I'm just
like-
trying to figure out exactly how that's going to happen before it actually happens. So maybe I'll have a 1% chance of trying to get around it. And I feel justified in doing so because they're fucking evil, and I don't want to be a victim of evil.
Well, you know what they're doing right now is they're trying to
collapsing
get
the
rid of
country.
gunpowder. Okay, so you can buy all the guns you want, but you won't have ammunition.
Yeah,
So-
they're collapsing.
Okay, so see, this man right here, Bunny, this man right here understands exactly what I'm talking about. Okay?
You want to know about gunpowder?
I'm just trying to brainstorm with like-minded people. We could use the philosophy as our groundwork, as our base, so they can't accuse us of being autistic retards. Okay? And we can just be like, look, dude, I'm just a freedom-loving person who doesn't want to be a slave. they're gonna come up and be like, but what shape is the Earth? I'm gonna be like, I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, distractions. I got you.
You know, it's just
It doesn't really matter what the shape of the Earth is.
I mean,
you know,
I just broke down the ideological subversion, if you were listening, and I explained that that's what's about to happen April 8th. It was in the Obama movie.
Yeah, it's always some day in the future that we need to be scared of. I don't care.
It's actually called the Great American Eclipse. There were two of them. One of them happened 7 years before this one. It's very big in the occult, and actually both of these eclipses make an X across America, which in the Hebrew is the mark. So America is being marked by something that is beyond human control.
Wow.
Okay, well, I don't know exactly what date it's going to happen, but I know that the best thing for me to do is to know that something is going to be happening and be prepared. I'm not gonna start talking about mythical dates, because then when that date comes, if nothing happens, I'm going to look like a nut job.
Well,
and I'm going to lose credibility. And I'm going to lose credibility. So I don't.
Where are you looking for credibility from?
Preparedness seems like a common sense. You know, the Mormons, they believe in keeping 6 months worth of food in their house and stuff like that. So it seems like there's some people out there that I might be able to relate to. Maybe I could.
It's the end of the world. I'm saying it's the end of America, or the beginning of the end.
Okay, well, maybe, you know, this is just a theory. I'm not saying anything is written in stone, but maybe America could balkanize and parts of it are going to go to shit and other parts are not. And you just better make sure that you're standing in the right square when all the chips fall.
I think that you're more likely to experience bad things if you're in a heavily populated area.
I completely, totally agree.
It's just general rule of thumb.
Or you could live on the edge of a heavily populated area so that in case that something bad happens, you can escape the heavily populated area very easily, which is, by the way, what I do.
Well, I personally moved into the woods about 9 years ago. I'm from New York City, but I got the fuck out of there, and now I'm in the Ozarks. For this.
So now you can go hunting and all that cool stuff, huh?
Well, yeah, I've been preparing for this for a long time.
Yeah, you want to live on the edge of population so you can still reap the benefits and have access to population and, you know, money and supplies and stuff like that. But you don't actually want to be in the middle of a fucking city. Hell no.
All right, my great friends, I actually got to wrap this up here, and I'm sorry to cut you guys off. You know, in this blessed conversation we're having and spending time with me, especially, you know, I thank you guys so much for that. You know, I actually don't have any friends at all, and my wife left. So actually, I spent time talking to nobody, reading books alone, listening to music alone, smoking weed alone.
So sorry to hear that, brother. Man.
But it is what it is, you know. I'm actually I'm beginning to get the kind of strength of the solitude and all of that type of stuff. And I hope that you know, our friend Chris, obviously Cecil Drake will be back here, but I really, really hope that Shadow Bunny will be back, because Shadow Bunny, man, I only met you for the first time, but man, this is a blessed thing, man. I feel like we were meant to meet each other. You know what I'm saying? For real, man. And yeah, man, I really think that you should come back next time. I come on a Wednesday night, you know, a Saturday night, and it's no pressure, you know what I mean? But yeah, man, I'd love to talk to you again, either Wednesday night, Friday morning, or Saturday night. That's when I do my shows. So you guys come through, man. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'd like you to come back too, buddy. You know, you're awesome to talk with, you know.
I subscribe to the thing, you know what I'm saying? And I'm going to check it out whenever I see your guys on, you know what I mean?
For sure. And check out my presentation that I did at the beginning. Tomorrow, like, you know, around noon or something like that, whenever I wake up, I'll start re-streaming that, whatever I missed out, because we did have some very good conversations. Provo Kid earlier, We had Word Wizard out here. We had Benton out here for a little bit doing a drive-by. We had some other shit go down. We had some really good conversation. We had Talcott here for a minute. Oh man, who else do we have up here? Man, shit.
They had Hank here. You remember Hank?
We had Hank here. We had we didn't see JG, man. JG, man, if you're listening, man, I don't know why you're acting like a punk. We had a Lumatami out here, doing the thing. We got porn bombed, guys. So we're really doing something crazy out here because this is the second time we got porn bombed out here. So we're gonna be bringing that stream to you guys tomorrow. The raw footage and seeing what the shit is. Getting it real with that fucking British Israelism, Cromwell, Manasseh ben Israel. Isaac LaPrairie, John Locke, Isaac Newton, all of those topics, John Dee, all of those topics that we covered in the beginning of the show, John Wycliffe, Hobbes, Locke, all of that stuff, man. We're gonna get back into it.
Hey, yo, thanks for having me, bro. I appreciate y'all listening and talking with me. I just wanted to leave you with one thing, right?
Sure.
Yo, the whole scheme, right, where we're seeing people as all these people as Jewish, all these as Catholics, all these as whatever, right? The reality is they're all fucking Satanists, and you have to understand that. Then you understand that there really is no separate fucking motherfuckers. You know what I mean?
That's wisdom, man. A house divided cannot stand, and a man cannot serve two masters. You know what I mean? So yeah, man. The house of God is a traveling house. You know what I'm saying, guys? So man, you got to be aware out here. The truth is a living truth, not dead, fit in fixed laws and stable relations. No, man. The truth doesn't care about that. Wisdom seeks a beauty beyond relation. You know what I mean? Man, thank you guys for joining us here, man. You guys got any closing words out here? I'll go around. Cecil, what you got for us, brother?
Never underestimate the power of I don't give a shit. It's an all-purpose social lubricant that applies in way more situations than you think.
Oh yeah.
And it's a general. It's not just a social lubricant. It's a philosophy on life.
Oh yeah.
Okay? And if somebody's trying to give you some shit, tell them you don't have any. You've given all your fucks away. Right? I'm done. You're irrelevant information. I don't care. Okay.
That's
it's
what's
also
up. Yeah, for sure.
I just wanted to say it's also a really good thing to tell your boss.
That's funny. Yeah, Cecil bringing the wisdom. Yeah, man, in a world of pure motivation, the most powerful person in the world is somebody who don't do shit. That's really what it is, because you can only analyze movement from a point of stillness. Hit him with some of your wisdom, brother Chris, man. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I'm a little tired right now, guys. I'm drawing a blank. I'm sorry.
No worries. Yeah, anything you got, even if you just say hello to these people, man, they'd appreciate it. They because of your energy. You know what I'm saying? You bring it to them, man.
Right on. I just want to thank Michelle for coming out. I see you down there, Michelle.
Yeah, Michelle's cool, man. Yeah, she's
Michelle's cool people.
Fuck yeah, dope shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bless you, Michelle, man.
Michelle's cool, I guess. But yeah, I know. I was just thinking, so many people, they're so envious of others. I think if we could drop this envy and jealousy, I think our lives would get better, higher quality of life. If you drop being envy and jealous of others, been listening to Jack a little too much, I guess, but yeah, Jack's got some good things to say. Pick some stuff up from him. But yeah, if you guys can learn to drop envy and jealousy and not care what how others are living, try to focus on yourself and what you're doing. Don't oh, look at this guy, he has this, or, she has that. Don't try not to focus on that, guys. That'd be my advice to you. That might even be wisdom. I'm not sure, but
It is wisdom.
It's a 10 commandment, bro.
Yeah.
So that's what I would say. It doesn't really pertain to what we talked about tonight, but
of course it does. No, man, it's always relevant, always important. You know what I mean? Whatever comes from the mouth of Chris, bless you, brother, man. You know what I mean? And what about this guy, man? Go ahead, Shadow Bunny. You already laid something down, but I had to get you on again. It is what it is, man.
Hey,
it's a double dip. You know what I mean?
No, I'm just saying that was a 10 commandment, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what's up. Man.
At the end of the day, right? Like the 10 commandments can even be further simplified into just, you know what I'm saying? Love God, the Almighty one God, and love people. And if you do that, you won't fucking do all the other shit. It's pretty simple.
Shit. Word,
Just like don't be a dick. Simple.
Yeah, bless you guys, man. And I could already feel, you got a kind spirit, brother. You know what I mean? And a generous soul, man. You know what I'm saying, man? So, man, I definitely pray for you today, man. You know what I mean? And thank you for joining me tonight, man. Having this conversation. I usually stay up all night, talk to motherfuckers, but man, you brought it out of me, man. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you already know I appreciate you, bro. I don't even go on shows, you know what I'm saying? So,
that's what's up. Hey, that's a high compliment to me, man. Bless you, man. Yeah. What was the name of the chat again? Incoherent or in?
I used to go by where the rabbit hole ends, and now I just go by intellectual imbecile.
Intellectual imbecile. Bless, man. Yeah, man.
Every time I think I'm smart, I'm just an idiot. You know what I'm saying?
Same here. The more you know, the more you don't know shit. The bonfire of enlightenment only unveils the surface area of ignorance. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man. Bless you guys, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, thank you guys for being here. Yeah, man. Yeah, I'm gonna backstage you guys, and I mean, bless you guys, man. Thank you guys for being out here, and talk to the people that are here for me still. Man, we had 60 people in the house. We had some jealous cocksuckers come and fucking porn bomb the stream, trying to think that we're somehow against some type of or part of some groups or organizations or against some type of groups or organizations. Man, you are fighting against shadows in a maze of deceit, man. You really fighting up against me when I didn't even fuck. Somebody came and told you to fuck with me because it's a distraction for whoever's really fucking with you, dog. So, I don't even got no problems with anybody. So whoever's coming and doing that stuff, man, I don't even know you. I don't want to know you. You stay on your side of the fucking, lake. You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck who you are or what you're doing. We're covering topics here: philosophy, history, theology. If you don't want to talk about those things, it doesn't matter. There's hundreds of shows on YouTube that talk about those subjects, so you can go and interrogate and porn bomb and do whatever and watch their reactions as you watch porn with them. I mean, this is sick shit. I'm just gonna sit here and whack off in front of me, man. I mean, watching this sick shit. I mean, this is the type of shit that people get. They get a wild hair up their ass. It's hair lip motherfuckers. Oh man. Oh well, man. I mean, these cockamamie ideas, man. These people got, man. But they think, man, the show's so nice, we'll play it twice. Oh well, motherfuckers. You ain't gonna stop it today. You ain't gonna stop the train today. You know what I mean? Maybe tomorrow. Tomorrow's a new day for you motherfuckers. Go ahead and try again later. I mean, but you don't get in on this one. But it is what it is, It doesn't matter because the truth is right here, my purpose is right here. I mean, the tongue is a reflection of the heart. The eyes are the windows of the soul. So all you motherfuckers taking in that evil shit, trying to promote that evil shit, showing other people that deceitful, evil shit, you are only harming yourself. You're only harming yourself. The curse of the righteousness is upon you. So, sleep on that, motherfucker. I mean, have a good fucking time. And don't forget to fucking wash your assholes after you bitches get fucked by this fucking train of motherfucking philosophy, history, wisdom, knowledge coming at you from every fucking angle on every fucking platform. How are you going to stop the truth, motherfucker? You know, you can't do it. You can't have part of this. I'm not concerned with influencing people, getting anywhere with this shit. All right. I don't get anything from this. I don't have anything that you can take from me. All right. So it really doesn't matter who you think you are, what you think you fucking know. Okay. This is the machine lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And look out for this show tomorrow, where we bring it back to you guys on the fucking backs of all these jealous cocksuckers, okay, that try to placate the truth as if there's nothing going on out here, man. You know what I mean? We ain't having it. You know, we don't care what you think about this operation. It's a one-man crew, one-man fucking show, you know, one-man motherfucking army. So come and get some of this, bitch. No, I really don't care. I mean, bless you guys, man. Thank you.
Yo, perfection, flawless masterpiece, no mistakes. Back in the 1800s, I was burned at the stake. Metaphor, Mephistopheles, degrees I've achieved. The brain fluid it takes to believe would equal the 7 C's. I could reveal the true name of God. You go insane upon hearing it. Release enough winds to blow down pyramids. I'm the Michelangelo of syllable. Since I freestyle Genesis, been biblical. That's something you gotta give. Yo, since born in my mama vaginal sauna, as a sauna, Graham, I've been fond of phonics. It's ironic, even as an embryonic. Fit the winner and biblical. Don't that sound biblical? I've been a terror since I terrorist that of that uterus. Evil plans are made to defeat us as a fetus. So now I walk in infamy. As a child, they had an infamy. Was raised with guns and infantry and diapers in an infancy. The childhood of a hood that was raised in the hood. Cop said, put your hands in the high sky. Put my hands down in the high hood. Can't whine or drink wine. 9 planets landed till it became apparent. My parents shouldn't have been a parent. State to state ransom. I wasn't worth the ransom. Money won't you handsome? A nigga wasn't handsome. Raised the mind like Charles Manson's. Knew I was some man's son, but which one? That made me strong, created my poison tongue. Perfection, flawless, masterpiece, no mistakes. Back in the 1800s, I was burned at the stake. Metaphor, Mephistopheles, degrees I've achieved. The brain fluid it takes to believe would equal the 7 C's. I could reveal the true name of God. You go insane upon hearing it. Release enough winds to blow down pyramids. I'm the Michelangelo of syllable. Since I freestyle Genesis, been biblical. That's something you gotta give in. Why you cut school? Cause you ain't feel too good. I cut school cause my cuts ain't heal too good. Through all the physical abuse, my mind escaped through the gift of wordplay. I memorized encyclopedias and dictionaries. Anthems from antonyms, harmonies from homonyms. Created cinema from synonyms. Living to eliminate that illustrious life you living in. Wrote rhetoricals and rhythms. I could paralyze with a parable, make rhymes out of religion. Crucify you with a prefix or suffocate you with a suffix. Or a lecture so infectious it's known to infect the listeners. Who dissing us? You'll punctuate. I punctuate. My karma's the comma to put you inside of a coma. Hyphen, dot, semicolon, leave you semi-smolden question mark. You pregnant or you not? I love you, period. To sum it up, language is my essence. Fucked up in all my adolescence till my mom was adolescence. Laws I store convenient, still I rob the convenience store. Love mom, fuck mom, shit I ain't love me no more. Mentally it didn't register, bitch. Empty the register, bitch. You just a cashier, bitch. Get the cashier, I'll shoot you in your cabbage. Hijack a getaway cab, bitch. Words ain't making me no loot, don't change no Dow Jones average. Regardless, they stole my innocence. The judge sentenced me to 3 lifetime sentences to write my life in times and sentences. Art my dark arch nemesis. They want me off the premises. That's what the premise is. Locked on a tier where you can't shed a tear at. Study more Shakespeare spear that any African shakes a spear at, and the whole world fear that. And it hurts. I got caught killing time, but then I got away with words. Yo, perfection, flawless, masterpiece, no mistakes. Back in the 1800s, I was burned at the stake. Metaphor, Mephistopheles, degrees I've achieved. The brain fluid it takes to believe would equal the 7 C's. I could reveal the true name of God. You go insane upon hearing it. Release enough winds to blow down pyramids. I'm the Michelangelo of syllables. Since I freestyle Genesis been biblical, that's something you gotta give into. People can say whatever they want about me, but agree that I am the wordsmith. I am the word. They can try to reveal everything that I achieve, but agree that I am the wordsmith. I am the wordsmith. Full of the words is deep in my veins. Trust me to silence my pain. I am the wordsmith. For I am the wordsmith. Even if I never move a million units, it's my blessing how I do it. I'm the wordsmith. I'm in the game full of morons. They keep putting more on. I tutor the Torah. I'm in the core of the Quran. The mind's what I represent, and the seeds that we present. I'm taking this rap and bullshit to the fullest extent. I have reservations why Indians are on reservations. Told the Board of Education I was bored of education. As far as disco, I leave you deader than disco. Rocking sex and violence over sax and violins through your mind's camera lens. You in need of an ambulance. I'm knocking to the asphalt. It's your own asphalt. Your last thought. I never sell myself short to be famous. And taking it up to ain't us, just ain't us. The world could get the penis of this classical trained pianist. My P.O. was P.O. handed a cup, told me the pianist, the linguist, musician, my college position. My intuition told me that I wouldn't be a thought intuition. My education's all on my own, so I might have been born yesterday, but I rhyme like there's no tomorrow. Perfection, flawless, masterpiece, no mistakes. Back in the 1800s, I was burned at the stake. Metaphor, Mephistopheles, degrees I've achieved. The brain fluid it takes to believe would equal the 7 C's. I could reveal the true name of God. You go insane upon hearing it. Release enough winds to blow down pyramids. I'm the Michelangelo of syllables. Since I freestyle Genesis been biblical, that's something you gotta give into. I am the words.
So many rivers in search of crystal fountains. I found the truest path. Always lead through mountains. I've seen water on the sky and fire burning on the lake.
Yo, follow the blind who lead the blind, following the sign behind the confines, kept divided, still hard to find. Dusty, busty poetry, apparitions, letting go. Me pull up, lost in emptiness, I want no part of me. Serenades evasive, replace generosity with the hate. Have we not met before this once tragic day? It was your mistake to make for others to speculate. Never mind to misplace, another victim died in his place. Too late to replicate all that you have forgot to mention. Escalating tensions, divulge yearning for redemption. Teach these adolescents well and let them excel. Beyond the boundaries of all suffering, I hope you're coping well. I know I'm begging until my wretched knees bled. We take borrow and still another night under bed. The old hag in the hat shop instead. In her web, much went unsaid as we lay in her bed. I should not miss a thing from that day to this. In bits to be dismissed, I slowly lost my grip. I remained motionless for hours, staring at these flowers. With every sip I took, I poisoned myself until I was devoured. Wife ever spiraled downwards towards all these cowards. Encounters with the unkind, the relations have now soured. Every force left numb, 23 personas in one. Turn to engage an enemy pointing with their guns as we run through these pastures with no chance to prosper. The blade doctor in this offering inheritance to squander. With strangers along the way, flashing signs of danger. In a bit of anger, he cut his ear off with a blunt razor. Wavering well wishes, snipping at my whiskers. Using in the pictures, he was one of life's many drifters. By this time next morning, I shall be born again. As the silent woman kept calling out at the end.
I don't want to wait.
What was she looking for? Some kind of peace before the war kept springing forth, but yet still he wasn't sure. You were torn between the bored and withdrawn in more obsessions. One final message left invested with your rejection. I load the full spectrum, aggression swayed in my direction. Found an ally and skeptic in my own objection. All lacerations resurfaced, turned septic and burst. I am the zenith that lies above the observer on earth. Conversing with these birds I wish to see but never see them. My tongue bleeds as I weaken at the east of Eden. A wizard's brew, you bitches knew I'm clever too. Oh Lord, please forgive them for they know not what they do. No new resolutions counted down the institution. I have spoken to provoke these echoes of a revolution. A diary found dissected, opened up to acquiesce as she whispered my initials with her very last breath.
It's an finish line that I find lies before me. An open-ended dream. I don't want to wait across so many rivers in search of crystal fountains.
I have shut my balcony because I do not want to hear the weeping. But from behind the gray walls, nothing else is heard but the weeping. The weeping is an immense angel. The tears muzzle the wind.
If a few caged pigeons and captured linnets are more able to interest the patience of Bethlehem and to remind me of their own loss of liberty, what interest would not these patients derive from hearing the free songs of the lark and the blackbird when he sings at his best in the hawthorn?
Portraits of disorientation, unholy miscalculations of horror stirrings, holding the hand of a dying patient. The fragrance of the vita fly in the ice cube. What lies beyond, I decided to entice you. As she came along the path, stepping on all the snails, how they crush shells, drew smiles when all else has failed. Blue bells and vivid reflections of hell, get off me. The goldfinch on my arm, come sing it to me softly. There I was, standing all alone in your thoughts again, surrendering, assembling all these moments you won't be remembering. How these aches became scars that never left us as this gloomy contentment grew more infectious, and the precious heart is the muscle that never rests. A feather on my pillow now that all else is left. No utterance could obscure your creaking hollows. If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? Would you still be here tomorrow? If you had all the answers, would you still be here tomorrow? And from the other side, I will follow. I will follow.
I take with me where I go a pen and a golden bowl. Poet and beggar step in my shoes, or a prince in a purple shawl. A crooning bird on a crystal